that happened over the last 3 days. She said she had been retained in a hospital, and she tried to kill her best friend. She also made it a point to say that she was okay until I left, basically trying to blame me for her breakdown. Any rational person would have cut the shit off right then and there, but I guess I'm too nice. I didn't want to tell my friends or my ex-boyfriends what she's done. I just kept it to myself, carried on as normal, until she said something about my boyfriend that changed everything. My boyfriend and I were talking about moving out of my city when we go to university, and he told Kat and his friends this at college. She then said, "You're still in my Kimmy." That was the final straw. I told my boyfriend what she had done, and he obviously wanted me to stop associating with her. She then sent me messages asking me to meet her after college, making it a point to say, just the two of us. This is obviously terrifying, and I blocked her on social media and her phone number. She then gets another 17-year-old on my boyfriend's college course to ask why we have been bullying her. It was incredibly pathetic, and I was left wondering who else she would include. After this, she left me a long string of messages saying that I was not to tell anyone anything she told me, as I should respect her privacy. I left it on red. So Kat, let's not meet again. I came from Siberia at the age of 13 with my mother. My older brother, who is 15 years older than me, lived in America for a few years, and he sent for us. My mom wouldn't be staying, although at the time I wasn't aware of that. Anyway, we landed in New York City, and the plan was my brother coming to get us. However, my niece decided to come early, and my brother's wife went into labor shortly before we landed. My brother couldn't leave his wife, so we asked a coworker of his, who drove cabs, to pick us up in New York City and drive us to New Jersey, where him and my sister-in-law lived. When we got to New York City, we waited in customs for what seemed like forever. We looked for my brother but didn't see him. This was the early 90s and cell phones weren't as common, and even if they were, my mom and I didn't have one. We panicked a bit after not seeing my brother or sister-in-law. Suddenly we heard our names being called and saw a tall man. He introduced himself in perfect Siberian and explained he was a good friend of my brother's, and then told us about the baby. He said that he would be driving us 2 hours from the airport to my brother's home. My mom relaxed, and they happily began to converse about the baby and my brother and America. I, however, just felt off. This guy gave me bad vibes, regardless of my brother's friendship with him, and I felt distrustful of him. We drove for a good hour and a half when he announced he was going to take us for breakfast. We hadn't eaten for over 15 hours, and we were starving by then. We pulled up to a house, and my mom and I were confused. He insisted cheerfully that his wife was cooking us breakfast, and we would drive the rest of the way to the hospital to see my family. My mom shushed me when I whispered something didn't feel right, and told me we needed to be grateful for the hospitality. We were led into the house. It was dark, dank, and dirty. Suddenly, I think my mom finally got a bit nervous and started insisting that he take us to my brother. He grabbed my mom by the wrist and told her that he needed a wife to take care of him and his house, and then said he heard my brother telling the others at work that she'd be coming to stay, and at that time he knew he found a wife. I at the time was a scrawny little scrap of a kid, and I tried pushing him off my mom, but he just hit me so hard that I saw stars. At this point, we were terrified. Neither of us spoke English. We only knew my brother's home number, and he was at the hospital. Also, in Siberia, you don't dial 911, so even if I could, I didn't know how to call the police. Anyway, he tells my mom to clean and cook for him, and he takes me into the basement, where I was locked in what I now know was called a laundry room. I banged and cried and yelled, but it was so far down in the basement, everything was muffled. For a week, we were kept in his home. He locked us up in the basement after my mom cooked him breakfast, and he just let us out when he came home at 4. If we had to use the restroom, there was a bathroom, but that was it. Just a bathroom and a laundry room. It was freezing cold down there. Even when we were huddling together under a blanket, it did nothing. One morning, I discovered a small window by climbing on some boxes. I managed to open it, and my mother insisted I squeeze through it. I didn't want to leave her, and besides, how would I get help? I couldn't read nor speak the language. However, I didn't want to live this way for the rest of my life, so I did as she asked. I ran once I got out, and I'm sure I was a sight. A scrawny boy with no shoes, only wearing shorts and a t-shirt in the middle of November. However, this is what saved us, as several concerned neighbors tried to get me to come to them, and I wouldn't. I was terrified. I kept trying to get them to follow me. The police were called, and a very nice policeman tried to get me to go into his car. I then saw the man who had drove us up in his taxi. He saw the cops and took off. That's when I made a run for his house to get my mom. Needless to say, the cop and his partner ran after me, and my mother was rescued. It took about 4 hours for them to find someone who spoke our language for us to tell them what happened. A warrant was issued for the man. My brother was contacted. His friend had told him that we never showed up, and my brother had been frantically calling back to Siberia to try to find us. He drove up to get us and to give the cops information on his supposed friend so they could find him. They never did find him though. Back then, before 9/11, it was easier for someone to disappear. However, it made me distrustful for a long time of people and their intentions. My mother grew homesick, and she ended up going back to Siberia. I stayed and finished school. I ended up becoming a cop in the military thanks to the nice police officer that helped me all those years ago. I think of the guy who kept us as prisoners every now and then, and honestly, I wouldn't mind meeting him now. I just don't think he would want to meet me. A few years ago, I worked at a small local pet shop during college. I was one of 2 women who worked there, and we didn't generally work at nights together. This store kind of specializes in saltwater fish, and reptiles in particular. To have newbie reptile or aquarium people, or people just looking to learn some more, before actually getting a little companion. About a year into me working there, this one man came in and started asking questions about the bearded dragons in particular. I humored him for the first couple of minutes he came in, and answered his questions for an hour and a half to 2 hours each time he came in. But then he just kept coming in, not buying anything, not looking at any other animals. He refused to talk to any of my other co-workers standing right next to me. He was definitely a dude with a creepy vibe. But after about the 3rd time this guy came in and questioned me about the bearded dragon's mating habits for about an hour, we all started getting uncomfortable. He knew my schedule because we were such a small store. I would call my friends and tell them to come hang out at the shop while he was there because he was just so persistent about talking to me and only about the bearded dragons with the occasional, "Do you have a boyfriend?" or a pickup line. I told him that I wasn't interested each time and told him I had a boyfriend, even though I didn't. At first, we were all pretty forgiving, chalking it up to social awkwardness, but it started to get scary when he would come in, look for me, not find me, but he'd find my car, which was significantly damaged, and obviously my car back then, and he would just hang outside the shop. My bosses and managers started telling me to hide out in the back, employees only rat mouse room when he'd come in. My friends were weirded out. I was getting very uncomfortable around him, and my coworkers were actively trying to curb his enthusiasm for coming in, but I ended up just quitting the job. Around a month later, I'm watching the news with my dad, and oh buddy, were we in for a surprise. This same guy had been escorted off his ex's property in a local town by police, came back to the house the same night and murdered her. When she didn't show up for work, her co-workers called for a welfare check. Police got there. He answers the door and tells them that his name is Zeus. It most definitely was not his real name. He lets in the police, and they found her body in the bathtub in a tarp. They also found bloody plates, silverware, and pans in her sink. He had cooked and eaten parts of her heart, liver, and brain. He's still waiting for a trial in our state, and his interviews and clips of news people questioning him while the police were escorting him to the court are just bonkers. He tried to claim demonic possession at one point. He had previously murdered 2 people and been released from prison before moving to our area. Trust your instincts about people you interact with. People are wild. Let's definitely not meet. I was around the age of 13 and staying at a friend's house for New Year's Eve. She lived out on a farm, so there weren't many houses around where she lived. We were sitting on her bed and I happened to notice her dog running into the darkness outside. He was barking, but I thought he must have been barking at a fox or something. I didn't think anything of it until a few minutes later when I see him in my view again. He was growling, and then I saw what he was growling at. There was a woman trying to hit and kick him. I told my friend that there was someone outside, and she thought I was joking. My friend turned around and realized that there was actually a woman out there. She ran to her dad and told him about it. He ran to his room and came back with a shotgun. It's safe to say that my friend and I were scared, and he didn't even seem like the type of man to own a gun. Her mom heard the commotion, and they both went outside to the woman. Keep in mind that this is well past midnight in the country, so it's very scary to see a random woman outside attacking the dog. My friend's mom invited the woman inside because she seemed distressed. She offered her a glass of water and said that she would call the police. The woman was saying not to call the cops, and that her boyfriend was actually down the road, and they had gotten into an argument, and it had gotten physical, but she would be fine. Brian grabbed his car keys and said that he would be back, and he was going to see if the boyfriend was still there. The woman told him that she would come, but he said no. This is the scariest part. As he was driving down the road, he saw the car. And as he was driving up to it, his headlights lit up a bush, and there was a man standing there, trying to hide. Brian quickly turned around and drove back to the house. He told her that he was going to call the police and she needed to stay inside until they arrived. At this point, he thought she was a victim and felt sorry for the woman. She ended up just getting up and saying that she was fine and left, even though my friend's mom was trying to get her to stay and wait for the cops. They came out and took a statement. Then they told Brian that there has been a lot of car thieves lately in this manner, where someone would knock at night and get the homeowner to help, and when they would get near the car, the man would come out and rob them, stealing the car. The cops searched around the area for this couple, but they never found them. As 13-year-olds, this was such a scary experience, and just so unexpected. We still bring it up to each other now that we're in our 20s, just amazed that there are people out there with such malicious intent. My parents lived next door to a small red house. Our backyard faces the side of their house, which has a deck and 2 large windows. Around front, there are always at least 3 cars parked outside. Oddly enough, in the 10 years I lived here, I never saw anyone enter or leave. Once when I was 12, I saw a shadow thrown against the far wall that was visible through one of the windows. When my sister moved out, I took her room. A large, open converted space in the basement, which had a door and an outdoor stairwell which led to the backyard. The door had a small window on it, which my sister covered with a Pulp Fiction poster. I redecorated and replaced the poster with some of those sheer half-curtain things. The way the room was set up, if I was laying in the bed or sitting on the couch, I was facing the door. When I first moved down there, I noticed that sometimes at night, I would hear the sound of leaves crunching in the stairwell. I chalked it up to my cat, who liked to roam the neighborhood. I had no reason to suspect otherwise, until a few weeks later. One night, while my parents were away on business, my boyfriend and I were sitting on the couch smoking. Suddenly, he got really stiff and was just staring at the window. I asked him what was wrong and he said, "I just saw a camera flash." I kind of just laughed it off and chalked it up to him being high. Who would want to take a picture of two people getting stoned? Still, the seeds of the paranoia had been sown, and it wasn't easy to get settled down for sleep that night. I kept looking at the gap between the curtains. There was no light at the bottom of the stairs, so if someone was really down there, I'd be none the wiser. At around 3, I heard the distinct sound of leaves under heavy boots. Definitely not a cat. I don't know what made me decide the best course of action was for me, standing all of 5'3", to confront the potential stalker myself. I didn't even put shoes on. I threw the door open. There was no one in the stairwell, so I ran up the stairs into the backyard. Standing there was a man in his mid-40s, maybe 6 feet tall, wearing one of those mechanic jumpsuits. He was holding a clunky, outdated digital camera. We stood there for a second just looking at each other. He seemed confused to see me. After what felt like an eternity, I remembered how to speak. "What the fuck are you doing?" My voice seemed to startle him, and he immediately turned. He ran through the backyard towards the red house and into the dark. After that, I didn't see any strange flashes of light or hear any crunching of leaf noises. It really freaks me out to think how many nights he could have been standing out there in the dark, watching me. Rewind to my 4th or 5th grade year. My grandma from Alaska had drove her motorhome down to Florida where I live. She brought her beagle, Ginger. My friends, who were siblings, lived about 10 to 15 minutes walk away from my house, and I wanted to show them my grandma's dog since I was already taking her out for a walk. I'd gotten about 5 minutes from my house, so literally down the road just a little bit, and I crossed the main drag. A little bit further down is a church. My house at the time and the church's property are bordering each other. I'm on the opposite side of the road where the church is, and there's a small circle driveway. So Ginger stopped to smell some of the bushes. I'm just like, okay, smell, and we can go. Then, a guy in a white truck with a small trailer pulls up and parks there. I didn't really think anything of it. He gets out and leaves the door open. I look over, and there's a girl, maybe 7 or 8, in the passenger seat. Her knees are against her chest, and she looks scared. The guy hollers at me from across the street, so naturally I look over. He says, "I'm not gonna hurt you," over and over again, and he starts crossing the road. I'm starting to freak out, and start pulling on Ginger's leash, but she's way into the bushes and won't budge. He gets halfway across the street, and there are no cars. He asked me the most bizarre thing I've ever heard. "Do you know anyone that sells babies?" I looked to my side, really anxiously, trying to think of some kind of lie to get him to go down the street or something, just to get him away from me. But I ended up saying, no, sorry. And Ginger finally was done, so I started to book it back home. He left, said nothing else, and drove away. I totally forgot about the girl in the truck. I'm walking across the street back home, and some guy in a bug exterminator truck tells me he saw what happened and asks me if I'm okay. I just say yes, still being creeped out about talking to literally anyone else. He left shortly after, and I walked into my house and told my mom and grandmother. They were horrified that it happened so close, and they had no idea. My mom called the cops, and they took a description from me via the phone, but it was really bad because all I know is he was a little bit taller than me at the time, maybe 30, was Hispanic, and had a white truck with a trailer. I remember my stepdad pulling up people who got arrested recently and asked me if I recognized any of them. Of course I didn't though. Years later, I really hope that girl is doing fine. I just hope that was his daughter, being really creeped out by him. Also, I hope no kids were taken by him. It was a really nerve-wracking experience. This happened to me when I was in college, about 6 years ago, at around 5:30 p.m. after class. I just said goodbye to my friend, and as we made our separate ways, suddenly a guy with a hoodie blocked my way. The moment the guy was in front of me, he hugged me, grabbed my head close to his chest. He also slapped me in the face and asked me, "Why are you still not home?" I was dumbfounded. I didn't know this guy. At first, I thought he had mistaken me for someone else. I also thought he was drunk. But then, he started grabbing me to walk with him. I shouted for my friend to help. Fortunately, she was still near. She grabbed my arm and started to play tug of war with the guy. There were a lot of people there at the moment. The guy shouted, "Don't bother us. This is my wife." My friend also shouted, "Please help us. This is my classmate." Nobody dared to help. We were making a scene outside of school on a rush hour and everyone was just watching. We felt so helpless. I remember seeing a few familiar faces from school, but they didn't move. I guess they were all as shocked as I was. I was also paralyzed at the time, unable to detach myself from this guy. Another guy came around and shouted, "I'll shoot you." He tried to help the other guy grabbing me from my friend. One of my schoolmates tried to help, but the other guy just punched him. Afterwards, the guy punched me, hitting my face. They also punched my friend, who was brave enough not to let me go. We kept shouting for help this time. A nearby street vendor came to help us and shouted, "She's a student, we should help." As she came near us, the guy punched her also. The street vendor came with her dog. After the guy punched her, her dog bit the guy. The dog proceeded to bite the guy that was hugging me the entire time. Then they both ran away, while the dog chased after them. The experience was really traumatic. I had to change my daily outfits for months after that, so these two guys would not recognize me if we met somewhere. I'm a dog lover, and having been saved by a dog really is heartwarming. For a while, when I was still in college, I'd see the street vendor and the dog on some occasions, and am truly grateful. This happened back in 2016 on Christmas Eve night. We had just gotten back from my sister's and we were sitting in the car for a few. It was fairly cold, keep this in mind. Also, side note, we had a bunch of cats, so at first we hadn't thought anything of it. We sat there for about 10 minutes and we heard some rustling. Not thinking anything of it because we had the cats, we blew it off. Not even a minute later, we heard it again. My mom just happened to look up, and there was a bald man in a wife beater and shorts. My mom and I both had an uneasy feeling because of his choice of clothing. It was 32 degrees and he was in summertime clothes. My mom has her window cracked and he's barely a foot away from the car. My mom yelled out to him and said, "Back away from our car," which surprise, he didn't. He continued to stand there and stare at us. My mom decided to try to scare him. She yelled out to him that she had a gun and she would blow his shit away. Exact words. She didn't have her gun on her, but she definitely made sure he thought she did. He threw his hands up, but continued to get closer to the car. My mom threw her phone at me, and I was told to dial 911. I told the dispatcher what was going on, and she said that she would have a police there right away. My mom proceeded to try to run him down, but he went between two porches and our car couldn't fit there because how close the two porches were. Finally, about a half fucking hour later, the cops showed up and took our statement. The station was literally down the road from us, and if he had actually tried something, I felt that it would have been way too late. So I was pissed off that it took so long for the cops to show up. The cops stayed and looked everywhere but couldn't find him. My mom and I didn't sleep that night or finishing opening up presents because of the fear that he would come back. The police thought maybe he wanted to steal some gifts that were in the car, but we may never know. The scariest part is, months later it came to light that he escaped jail. He was put in for assault, so who knows what he would have done to me and my mom. This happened a few years ago while I was still in my hometown. I was going for a late night walk in the early AM, which was fairly common, and I always felt relatively safe and street smart to avoid bad situations. My walk would often take me all over town, though my favorite was a park we had down by the river, although it was known for a hangout spot for weirdos and druggies so late. I walked there plenty of times and never encountered any problems. So I went down there again to enjoy the breezy river air. The walk to the park itself was uneventful. The park was unfenced and easy to get into, open to the public. And looking from the park itself, you can see an opening to the beach river along it. There needed to be an opening because the beach was just a bit of a drop-off. You had to take a moderate step down from the concrete supporting the park itself to get into the sand. And anyway, from this opening, the disparity between the concrete steps and the beach became such a length that they needed a fencing so as to prevent people from falling off and hurting themselves. Basically, everywhere not the beach led to a major drop-off into a sparse line of sand and muddy area, with the only thing separating you from the drop was either fencing or a major tree line. So I'm walking through the park. There's nobody around. It's absolutely silent until the hooting of some owls break it. I'm surprised because owls were rare in those parts at this time of year, but I ignore it and continue walking as it continues hooting. As I meandered closer to where it sounded, I noticed two things. The owl sounded like it was in pain, and that it was on the ground. I really got concerned for it and wanted to help it, so I started going over to where the hooting was coming from, though tentatively, because even right then, a weird chill climbed up my spine, though I couldn't say why. I get closer, and it sounded louder, more hurt, and definitely on the ground, in the same place. I kept walking closer and hear it right behind the tree line, after the drop-off point. For more of the park's layout, anywhere you passed the tree line led to a drop that was just a thin line of earth separating you from the water, like a gorge. If you jumped down, you were relatively stuck because you couldn't go further for the water. Climbing back was a nightmarish for all the roots of the trees jutting out, and going left or right would have forced you to follow an extremely narrow path with little room. This owl was right behind the drop-off point, so even getting closer I couldn't see it. The owl kept hooting, and I got right in front of the trees. I could hear it right under me. All I had to do was jump down, and I would see it, and be able to get it, but I didn't. The weird feeling, this chills up my back, kept getting higher and higher, and more intense the closer I got. And my conscious brain finally picked up why. I started counting. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and the owl hooted. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. It hooted again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And it sounded again and again. I finally realized why I was creeped out and why my subconscious brain was screaming at me to run away. It wasn't an owl. It was a recording of a wounded owl on the ground, waiting for anyone to come with the intention to help it, past the tree line obscuring their vision, past a drop where you couldn't climb back up from, and on a small path where you couldn't run at all, where anyone could be waiting. It was a lure, meant to lead someone into a trap. I suddenly felt very cold and clammy, and like I was being watched. I immediately turned and started speed walking away, taking the nearest exit out of the park onto as many lit streets as I could, all the way home, constantly checking back to see if I was being followed. I stayed up the entire night, fully paranoid, and looking out my window to see if I could see if anyone was there, though nothing bad ever happened, and no one ever tried to get me. The next night, I went back with my sister's cell phone with the intent to call the police and report it if I heard it again, but no hooting occurred. Upon a more thorough inspection, nobody seemed to be laying in wait. I kept an eye on the newspaper for a bit after that too, to check if anyone else reported similar things happening, or God forbid, if anyone got hurt in a similar incident. But nobody ever did, and it never happened to me again. This is the end of my story, and while I do continue to take night walks, I carry a weapon on me to defend myself, and always make a point to trust my instincts. so this happened back when I was in middle school. On my 8th grade year, my class went to Yosemite National Park for a week. It was beautiful there. So where we had to stay is one of those teeny cabins that could fit about 4 people, which was a damn shame because I brought camping supplies. We were told that there would be 4 single beds, but one of them was a double, so 2 people would have to sleep together. My 2 friends claimed the single beds, forcing me and the other kid to take the bed. The other guy was kind enough to inform me that he had been getting wet dreams, so I decided to blow up my mat and sleep on the ground. About 2 days in, the spare time between hikes and activities were annoying. I took it upon myself to build a lean-to out of sticks. I covered it with pine needles to make it covered. Around dusk, some of the jerky kids decided to try to destroy it. A rumor was going around that I was going to sleep outside like an actual camper. Getting sick of fending off my lean-to, I decided to eat some fruit and put the leftovers underneath the cabin and into the lean-to. What was going through my head was, if there were night attacks, they'd get mauled by bears. It was about 2 a.m. when I woke up to loud smacking. I looked outside and saw a big black shape wandering around. This thing was big. I accidentally creaked one of the boards underneath me, and the thing, which I now realize was a very large bear, turned around and walked towards our cabin. It got as close as 10 inches away from my head. The only thing standing between me was a very cheap screen door. I didn't move. Its breath was hot and smelled metallic. It kept smacking its mouth, and I was panicking. I tried to scream for help, or at least wake up one of my cabin mates, but nothing came out. I felt like it was looking right at me. I heard a noise behind the cabin, and the shape went after it. I fainted. The next morning there was footprints of a bear, as well as mud marks on the outside of the cabin. The weird thing is, there was a streak row of muddy finger streaks. My friends didn't believe me until later on they heard that one of the counselors was chased by a bear nearby. One night, about 4 years ago, as a 17 or 18-year-old female, I was making an hour drive home down a long straight stretch of highway, coming from visiting my boyfriend at college. I think we saw a concert or something, because it was very late by the time I started to go home, and I was very tired. Realizing that if I didn't stop to get some type of energy drink, I would fall asleep at the wheel, I decided to exit for the closest gas station. Don't really know why I didn't drive straight through, looking back, but I digress. I walk into a 24-hour gas station, and upon entering, I noticed 2 men, the cashier behind the counter, and a man sitting at a lunch table across the entrance from the other. They're talking to each other as well, but stop abruptly when I enter. I have to walk past the 2 of them. This was my red flag number 1, but I needed a drink for the almost 45-minute drive I had left, so I tried my best to seem unfazed, and I went to the Rockstar fridge to see what I wanted. I turned to look at another fridge when I noticed out of the corner of my eye the man at the table had gotten up and started shopping around the small store too. They also resumed talking in what I now realized was a foreign language. I grabbed an energy drink and quickly walked down to pay because the full realization of panic that I'm quite vulnerable here, and these 2 rather tall and large men at 2 a.m. talking about something I didn't know sat all the way in. I set my drink on the counter. Luckily, I thought to get out the $5 in hand before I got out of my car. The cashier didn't scan it right away and typed on his computer. He said hello and asked me questions. How's your night going? Where are you headed to? By the second question, I truly don't remember if I answered or nodded, because just before the next thing he said, I feel the man, now right behind me, grab a random bag off the shelf and get behind me to pay. The next thing the cashier says still shakes me when I think about it. Not because of the words themselves, "You look beautiful tonight," but because how he said it. I could tell he looked directly at the man standing behind me. In that moment, flight mode kicked in, and I grabbed the drink I went through all this for, and proceeded to throw the $5 on the counter and dash out the door to my car. Pulling away and looking in the rearview mirror, to my horror I see both men running out the door and stopping to watch me pull away. I think about it all the time, and whether or not I overreacted. Maybe the men just ran out after me to figure out what the hell I was running for, or why I didn't get my change. Maybe I got the luckiest I've ever been in my life and escaped being killed or worse. I didn't tell anyone for a while because I was so embarrassed for how stupid it was that I got myself in that situation. I now realize that it's kind of a effed up mentality and I should have reported it or something. Anybody can happen upon unfortunate situations, but it's about your actions in the moment, not worrying about how it looks or being polite or whatever. It's about what you do to survive. A little background. I've always been a smart kid, never afraid to ask why, until I finally got an answer. One day I heard the phrase Amber Alert and asked my mother. She explained to me what it meant as well as the origin of the name. We didn't have much money growing up and we were on WIC for a time. It was even more restrictive then than it is now. So I'd frequently have to run to the back of the store to swap out for the correct item and not hold up the line. I was also very independent and I had a watch so my mother could tell me, meet me at the milk in 10 minutes, and I could go browse the book section as I was easily bored. Due to an incident at the museum years back, my parents instructed me that if I ever got separated from them to seek out an employee and tell them my parents' names, which I needed to do a few times. These things happened back when I was around 7 to 10 years old in the 90s. On more than one occasion. Here's my most vivid memory. I'd saved enough money to buy a toy and was given permission to go pick one out. Lego was too expensive, but I wanted to look at them anyway. I was checking the prices just in case when I hear a voice. It's not my mom or brother, so I ignored it. I hear it again and turn around to look. It's an older person. Now, a lot of adults look old to children, but I placed her as older than my mom, at least 40, if not 50. She asked me if I was lost. I told her no, and that I knew where my mom was, and I was just looking. Okay then, she replies and grabs my arm, starting to drag me with her. I didn't exactly go to the nicest school, and had been involved in several fights as early as kindergarten. I was later diagnosed with both mood disorder and PTSD, which help explain my school problems, as well as demonstrate how little help I received. My parents always said to me after each call from the principal that I shouldn't default to violence as we were pacifists, which I tried to keep in mind, but my temper still got the best of me. I tell her to let me go. She doesn't listen. I start trying to tug free and begin yelling that I'm not going to go with her and she needs to let me go. She still doesn't let me go, so I start hitting her with my hand and arm, kicking, and beginning to scream for help. A few people walk over and ask what's going on. I quickly explain and she finally lets me go. She then claims that she was just helping me as I was lost, and I am then scolded by bystanders for being disrespectful, because clearly this old woman was just lonely and meant no harm. I'm then allowed to leave and run to my mom. I'm more confused than upset at this point, and tell her what happened. My mom tells me that I went violent and that was wrong, and she didn't seem convinced that I was telling the full truth, as I tended to exaggerate back then, and she didn't believe me that I was grabbed. I don't remember if I had bruises or not. Walmart seems to attract real pieces of work because I found myself in more than a few similar situations over the years, by both genders and of many ages. To give the context of where the story is based, I live in a small college town near a small to medium-sized city. The town itself doesn't have a lot of people, and it's mostly here to cater to the demand that comes from the college. Because of this, the stores around the college are mostly open 24/7, so that the college kids will be able to impulse buy whatever they like. The other big seller around here is gas. Of course, gas can be bought in the city, but being in a town that is often gone through in order to get to the city, a lot of places will try to keep the prices of gas slightly lower than any of the gas stations in the city. My story begins when I was working overnight in a gas station liquor store, when I was doing part-time classes in college, but mostly doing classes online. That way, it wouldn't ruin my availability for a full-time job. The store that I worked at only had one person on overnights for a long time, even though a lot of people, especially girls, would complain of the lack of cameras and the fact that you don't always get the best people going into liquor stores in the middle of the night. The owner's hand was forced one night before I started working there. A woman who came in to buy milk went outside to her car, only for a man to come up behind her and shove a gun to her back, demanding for money. She complied, and luckily, he let her go. She ran into the store, sobbing hysterically, and though the police arrived shortly after, he was never found. I personally preferred having two people on, even if there wasn't a safety issue. The night seemed to go by so much quicker when someone else was there, and it was really nice that that person I normally close with and I got along so well. Overall, there were 4 overnight shift workers: Josh, Nick, Dixie, and myself. Dixie had another job and really was only working there as a favor to one of the managers, so she would only work 2 overnights a week with either Josh or myself. Josh and I worked together 3 nights a week, and Nick worked with Josh or me 2 nights a week. Dixie was really nice and fun to be around, but she didn't really like the job or want to be there. Josh would get annoyed with her a lot for just standing behind the register while he did all the work. But it was only 1 night a week, so he didn't really complain too much. Nick, on the other hand, was a bit different. He worked there 5 days a week, just like Josh and I, but they never seemed to put him with one person more than 1 day a week. Nobody really seemed to like him or like working with him. Nick was a little off from the start. He was one of those people who told you his entire life story as soon as he met you, giving a bunch of really personal details that no one was really comfortable hearing. One thing he always seemed to talk about was the strain on his marriage. Apparently, he had a really bad drinking and drug problem for a very long time, and the drug part got better when he could switch over to weed, but he couldn't seem to get the drinking under control. He was hard to be around, but you kind of get used to people in that kind of job being sketchy. I was there for 3 months when Nick's story seemed to escalate out of nowhere. He began telling people that when he was younger, he was diagnosed as a psychopath, and he had to take a bunch of pills for it every day so he wouldn't become violent. Not exactly what you want to hear from someone you're alone with in the middle of the night, but okay. We all have our problems, and some people get dealt a bad hand when it comes to mental illness. I myself have always struggled to get my anxiety and depression under control, and without medicine, I wouldn't be killing people by any means, but I'd probably be hospitalized in danger to self categories. So, creepy as it was, I assured him that a lot of people had to take medicine for some kind of illness, and as long as you stick to it and are honest with medical professionals, there's no reason that you can't do anything that anyone else can. He seemed pleased with my answer, and soon after, the subject turned to other things. He was especially cheery and nice to me after that for the next week or so, letting me know daily that he was taking his medicine and felt like things were going well with him. I always answered enthusiastically, but I'm pretty sure everyone, especially Josh, was aware of how much I wished he would just stop talking about it and would leave me alone. Josh had a wife and a daughter who was 2 at the time, so he couldn't help but see us younger girls through the eyes of what his daughters might potentially have to deal with when they're the same age. He seemed to go out of his way to end my conversations with Nick rather quickly, which I was grateful for, and didn't really try to pretend that he liked Nick. It wasn't long before Nick started conversations with me, going into details about why he was diagnosed, instead of how his medicine was working, which I won't get into here because a lot of it was very violent and sexual. I told him repeatedly that I didn't want to know about that, to which he would act like he understood and change the subject, only for him to circle back to it about an hour later. When I confided to Dixie about it, she told me that she was going to take care of it and told her friend, which was the manager who had asked her to work there. The manager couldn't really do much, since I seemed to be the only one that he would talk to about these things, and told me to come to her again if he ever made me feel uncomfortable. It was starting to get increasingly tense for everyone working with him after he was talked to by the manager, and soon enough 2 other women who worked with him on the night shift reported comments he had made to them. I was questioned, in which I agreed that all the statements made by the women were similar things that he had said to me. Nick was given a final warning and a write-up. The next couple of times I saw him, he would go on rants about the people there, that they were only reporting him because they didn't like him. I assumed he didn't know that I had been questioned too, and neither Josh or I had any intention to tell him. He got so angry at one point that he was practically in tears, saying how lucky these bitches were that he was on his meds, and what he would do to them if he wasn't. Luckily, it was about that point that his shift ended, and pretty much soon after he clocked out. Josh told him that we had a lot of work to get done that night, so we didn't really have time to chat with him. He nodded and walked out the door without another word. Josh wasn't lying either. The truck had came extremely late that day, so there was still quite a bit of things that still needed to get done and put on the shelf. One thing that earlier shifts never seemed to do, unless they absolutely had to, was stocking the drink coolers. It was true. It was easier to do it at night when there was less customers, so it was annoying since we couldn't chat, but we just went with it. I can't remember the time that Josh went into the drink cooler, but it must have been pretty late since we had been there for a while at that point. I was focused on stocking the shelves and making sure everything looked full if we didn't have it, when the bell chimed, signaling someone had came in. I threw out a good evening and that I'd be right there, since anyone that came in that late usually wanted a pack of cigarettes or to pay for gas and cash. I put down my box and went to the register. Slowly, dramatically, once I could see them, you guessed it, there was Nick, not looking at me, but leaning next to my register. I'd be lying if I said I had a reason to be afraid. It turned out that he was drunk, but I couldn't detect it right away from the smell of the booze that always seemed to linger in the air around there. Josh was on the other side of the wall. Even so, I considered for about 30 seconds if I should actually go or if I should run inside the cooler to get Josh. Nick wasn't a young fit guy or anything. Years of drugs and drinking had aged him prematurely and ruined his body, but he was still intimidating to a 20-year-old girl. Unfortunately, Nick made the decision for me, probably tired of waiting. He turned towards me, and that's when I noticed immediately that something was off about him. My voice was nothing more than a pathetic whisper when I asked him what he wanted. He just stared at me, nothing of his face to tell me what he was thinking. I was about to speak again when he spoke. Barely intelligible because of his slurring. "He leave you here alone?" It took me a second to shake my head and tell him in a hopefully steady voice that Josh was in the cooler, and I asked him if he wanted me to go get him. Again, staring at me in silence. At this point, I didn't even care what he said. I just wanted him to say something. The silent staring was creeping me out. I asked him with more force in my voice, "What do you want, Nick?" As soon as I stopped speaking, he grinned at me, and in a disgusting, almost singing voice he said, "You're lying. You are alone." He laughed and took a step towards me, but stumbled, allowing me to take several steps back. At this point, I should have ran for Josh. I should have called for him, anything, but I couldn't believe that I was reading the situation right. Nick was really weird, but I had never felt actual danger around him before. He had never come off as more as a little unstable. He continued forward in his slow, stumbling steps, telling me to come here. I just want to talk. I kept out of his reach, telling him to back off and that I would hurt him if I had to. Josh was out the door in a second and seemed to come out of nowhere, shoving himself between me and Nick. They didn't even say anything. They just stared at each other before Josh said in a stern tone, "I think you should leave now." Nick stared blankly for a moment, then scoffed, telling us that we couldn't take a joke. I was trying not to cry at this point. The only thing more terrifying about the situation was knowing that if Josh hadn't been there and he somehow caught me, I would have stood no chance against him. Josh left me standing with my back against the wall, corralling Nick to the door, completely unexpected on both of our parts. Nick turned and took a swing at Josh. Luckily, either because he was drunk or really uncoordinated, he missed Josh's face. Josh grabbed the back of his coat and brought him down as he smashed his knee into Nick's stomach and chest area. He used this opportunity of his sputtering to drag him out the door and throw him out, locking it. Josh had just turned to me to tell me to call the cops when we heard the sickening crack from behind him. We both jumped and looked at the door, only to find this big circle of glass. It's hard to explain, but if you've ever seen a movie of one, or an actual car wreck, when something hits the windshield, but not hard enough to break through, and it turns white all around the point of impact, that's what the door looked like. Josh didn't have to tell me what to do this time. I ran to the register and grabbed my phone, going to the furthest corner away from the front door, and huddled on the floor. I didn't even notice at the time, but Josh told me later when he turned to see the glass, that was the first time he noticed that Nick had a hunting knife in his other hand. The fact that he tried to punch Josh instead of stabbing him is a mystery and a miracle. I was sobbing when the operator picked up the phone. I don't even know if she understood me, but between my distress and the sounds of Josh and Nick yelling at each other in the background with loud smashes of Nick hitting the door, she got the urgency of the situation. She asked me where I was, and luckily, she knew the address, because just as I got up to look at the register to see what the address was, the glass smashed. I dropped back down onto the floor, and she told me that officers were already on their way, and to do whatever I could to get away or hide, even if I had to leave Josh. The hole wasn't big enough for him to get through, and he had made the hole by grabbing an ashtray from the outside and throwing it at the part of the window that he had repeatedly been punching, causing it to break through. He didn't make it to break through though. From that hole, he could reach inside and unlock the door. According to Josh, he walked to the door and put his mouth against the hole that he had just formed and said something that I'm sobbing right now, even thinking about. In a horrible, sing-song voice that he used the first time I talked to him that night, he said in a happy tone, "They're never gonna find you two." Needless to say, as tough as he was acting, Josh was shitting bricks as much as I was. He was older than Nick, in his mid-30s, but he was a beanpole and wasn't exactly known for his fighting skills. Even so, as soon as Nick unlocked and started opening the door, Josh slammed his body into it, knocking Nick backwards from the impact. Josh yelled for me to run, and even though my legs felt like they would give in at any moment, I ran right behind him to the receiving doors in the back of the store. Nick was cursing and yelling for us as the door jingle went off. Josh slammed into the back door, cursing in pain as he realized it wouldn't open. We found out later that Nick had pushed the dumpster in front of the back door, locking the wheels before he came in. We seemed to both realize when that happened that he was actually planning to kill us. Nick rounded the corner, still doing his awkward stumbling walk, though faster now. It at least gave me enough time to slam the receiving door shut and lock it. I was sitting in front of it, Josh bringing over anything he could find to barricade the door shut. When Nick reached the door, he must have heard me crying, because he kept calling out my name, telling me I wasn't who he wanted, and that he would make sure I died before I even felt the pain, if I opened the door for him. He started stabbing the door, screaming at me to open it. I screamed and moved when he stabbed it the first time, but Josh and I both moved immediately to hold and shut the door again. I remember Josh and I making eye contact. We were both crying, and I wanted so badly to say something to comfort him, but I couldn't think of anything to say. I had dropped my phone when I ran to hold the door shut, and neither of us could move to get it. So we had no idea how long until the police would get there, and the door was made out of wood, so it wouldn't last for long against his body slams, and offered no protection if his knife went into one of our hands. All I could think about is that I was gonna die here, that my dog would never know why I didn't come home, that I would never get my degree, and never have enough money to actually start enjoying life. That all my plans that I had made would never happen. It suddenly went silent. There was no police car sirens, no yelling, nothing. It was as if Nick just vanished. Josh and I looked at each other, not even daring to breathe, just listening for signs of life on the other side of the door. We both slammed to the ground when a gunshot went off, then twice, then a third time. There was more silence. Then a voice rang out, asking if anyone was here. We weren't sure if we should say anything. Then the voice continued with his name, and that he was an off-duty EMT who had been listening to the scanner. Josh got up and pushed the things to the side that were blocking the door. He opened it just enough to put his head out, and then it seemed like all his breath just left him. He opened the door and went out into the store, relief all over him. I ran to grab my phone, seeing that the call was disconnected or the dispatcher had hung up. When I went out into the store, where Josh and a rescuer were, he was in the middle of explaining how the police over the scanner were sending a bunch of cars, but that they were pretty far away, and that he had a horrible feeling that they weren't going to get there in time, when the dispatcher was telling them what they would find when they got there. He didn't want either of us to go outside until the police got there. Though Nick had been shot in the shoulder, he still had a knife when he took off. The EMT said that he was going to run after him, but with the state that the store was in, he was scared that someone was in here that could be dying or hurt. The next 20 minutes were a blur. Josh and I sitting on the floor, hugging each other, when the police got there. The EMT had called dispatch and told them of the new situation, and most of the cars that were coming to our location were diverted to looking for Nick. It was soon after that Josh got to use his phone to call his wife, and she came right over, only bringing their daughter because he begged her to. He seemed to completely break down when he held his daughter and hugged his wife. I had an extremely similar reaction when I finally got home and came in to see my dog's body wiggling excitedly, proudly displaying his flamingo toy for me to have as a welcome home gift. Nick was found 2 weeks later in an old RV in the woods that he had been using to do his drinking and do drugs so that his wife wouldn't catch him. Apparently, the reason why he had came after us was because he thought that the reason that Josh wanted him to leave so quickly was so that he could call the owner, and the complaint would have got him fired. Unknown to us, his wife had kicked him out 4 days earlier and was in the process of getting a restraining order against him over threatening texts and phone calls she had been getting. He stated that his job was all that he had left and Josh needed to be punished for trying to take it away from him. He said that I wasn't the target and that he didn't want to have to kill me, but that he knew that he had a much better chance of killing Josh with me there than Dixie, since Josh would be more likely to face him to protect me. Neither Josh or I called the owner or even a manager over his comments that night, though we probably should have. It was disturbing what he was saying in hindsight, but we were used to him being a creep and saying really horrible things at that point, that it didn't even register to us that he could be serious about trying to hurt someone. I had known him for 3 months, and Josh knew him for about 6, and he had never done anything violent towards anyone. Everyone just thought it was all talk. The reason why I'm writing this story now, other than other stories on the sub inspiring me, is that I got a call 2 weeks ago notifying me that as long as there were no setbacks to his health status, Nick is set to be released on June 8th of this year. When I called Josh, he said he received the same news the day before. Neither Josh or I work there anymore, and Josh has since moved to a town on the other side of the city, and I have switched to going to college completely online and am in a new place renting a room with a mate. I don't think he'll come after either of us. I don't think he could blame us for what happened. I read so many stories after the fact. Everyone seems so prepared for what they'll do if they ever see the person again. I don't think I'd be any more prepared to face him this time than I was back then. I've had pretty intense nightmares ever since that day. And ever since I got that call that he might be released, when I close my eyes, I can hear that one sentence louder and clearer than I had ever heard it since he actually said it. They're never gonna find you two. So I'm reading these posts and decide maybe I should post what happened to my friend and I in high school. I was in 10th grade and we had a 4-day weekend in the winter. Her cousin was older, in her 20s, and had a small house about 2 hours away in the country. She said we could spend the weekend with her. It was pretty rural, very beautiful and quiet. One gas station that had Krispy Kremes delivered daily. We go up there to get our donuts and come home. A very short drive, maybe 2 minutes. We had a good time, watching movies and such, and went to bed around 1 a.m. The bedroom we stayed at had 2 windows with those cheap plastic blinds, and one had our bed beneath it. We lied down, and my friend falls asleep very fast, leaving me to a quiet house. As I'm drifting off, I hear very soft, almost imperceptible, slight dragging sounds, followed by a small crunch. The noises got louder, and suddenly, a shadow slides over us. The moon was bright, and the ground was covered in snow. It was like someone was standing outside the window, with the moonlight shining behind them. My heart was pounding and racing, and feels like it's about to burst, and I hold my breath for longer than I thought was possible. The noises started, and the shadow walked away. I could not sleep, and lied curled up in the middle of the bedroom, terrified until daylight hit, when I finally got the guts to move from my position and get her cousin. After I told her what happened, we went outside, and there were footsteps leading up to the window, and then back away again. We were so terrified, 3 females out there alone. We packed up so fast, and got out of there in under 10 minutes. To this day, I can't sleep under a window. I still love Krispy Kreme though. I was 21 years old at the time, and I was having one hell of a summer. I had taken a break from my college courses and started working a full-time and a part-time job. I worked part-time at a grocery store, which is where I met a lot of people, and got to even go to some parties with some of these people. I was the type of person that if you put a drink in my hand, then I was going to be smiling and having a great time. I never wanted to cause trouble with anybody. It was about mid-July, and I had just gotten off work at the grocery store. I called my buddy up that worked at the store with me to see if he wanted to grab a drink or two. He said that he was going to go to someone's house party instead of a bar that night, so I decided to meet him there. I went home, changed clothes, and proceeded to drive out to the party. It was about 10:30 p.m., and I had to drive out to the swampy looking area surrounded by trailers and a dirt road for several miles. I remember turning onto this road where the house was located, and I saw about a quarter of a mile ahead of me a pickup truck with its emergency flashers on. I took a quick look at it and thought maybe it was my friend's truck because it looked familiar. I drove up to the truck and saw a guy sitting in the driver's seat with a girl in the passenger seat. I told him that I had mistaken them for someone else and asked if they were okay. The man looked like he was already boozed up and looked at me with a drunken smile, stating, "No man, I'm fine. I'm just trying to figure out what's going on myself." Once I checked to be sure that they were okay, I went about my business and drove to the party. It was the last time I spoke to that person. I arrived to the party shortly thereafter, and looking back at it now, I wish I had never got out of my truck and set foot on that property. There were people standing around chatting in the front yard, while another guy kept yelling back at someone in the trailer. I guess an altercation or disagreement had taken place before I got there, because all I kept hearing was someone saying, "I'm gonna fuck that motherfucker up if he sets a foot around here again." I did my best to ignore all of it, and went inside to play beer pong with some people I knew. I wasn't looking for any trouble that night. I just wanted to drink beer and chill. As I sat on the couch, enjoying my cold one and bullshitting with some of the guys, I saw this heavy-set guy storm back into the house and walk down the hallway. When he came back, he had what appeared to look like a rifle and a shotgun in his hand. He came back in, and for some reason, I introduced myself to him. He stared me down for a while, puffing on a cigarette. My hand extended out to him, and he didn't shake my hand. Instead, he pulled out his pocket knife and flicked it open and said, "Name is Billy, and you best be on my good side, 'cause I ain't no one to fuck with." I remember after he walked away, I hurried up, finished drinking my beer, and drove back home. Something about that night was a little unsettling to me. I don't know what it was, but something didn't seem right. A few days passed, and I was on my way to work. I had to stop to fuel up, so I stopped at a convenience store and went inside to pay for gas. When I went in, I saw the newspaper rack over by the counter, and when I went to go look at it, one article was titled, "Man Found Dead Near the River." The article title wasn't what gave me chills. It was a picture underneath the title. It was a man I saw parked outside the road that night when I was heading to the party. People believed that someone had murdered him, and to this day, I don't believe the case was ever solved. I think back on that night sometimes, wondering if I was just at the wrong place at the wrong time. But I also think someone at that party had to have some involvement with the killing of that man. Sometimes I wonder if Billy was the man who murdered the guy, but I don't know. What I do know is, after that incident, I was very careful about who I hung out with on the weekends. This just happened 2 nights ago. I'm not over it. I was working in my bedroom, which is where my desktop is set up. It was about 12:45 when I decided to wind down for the night. My husband had gone to bed around 9 p.m., but offered to take the guest room so I didn't have to stop working. He's awesome. Typically, when this happens, my husband takes the dog with him. So imagine my surprise when I turned off the lights and saw my pup crawl out from the other side of the bed, give a big stretch, and come up to me. It was now 1 a.m. on the dot. I turned on the patio light to let the dog out to go potty. She is older and tends to wake us up in the middle of the night to go. I thought I would prevent that from happening. I watched through the blinds as my dog stared out and began to wag her tail profusely. She crept just out of view, her eyes very focused. I got a gross sense of dread and began to panic. I threw the door open and called for her. That's when I heard him. I don't know what he said. I was too petrified to listen, really. She didn't come at first, just kind of looked at me and then back at the person on my porch, who I couldn't see. I noticed then that there were pillows and a blanket stacked on top of my grill that for sure weren't mine. I screamed my dog's name and she came back in. I ran to the other side of the house and woke my husband up, shouting that there was someone on our porch. He got up in disbelief and wandered to our patio entrance from the kitchen and opened the door. There, a young man in his 20s or so sat on the ground against our house. He was barefoot and on the same wall that the bedroom entrance to the patio is on, which is why I couldn't see him unless I had stepped out. My husband asked if he was alright, but couldn't hear his response. My husband told him that he was at the wrong house and that he needed to leave. We went to our safe and grabbed our gun, trying to talk through the insanity and our nerves. We didn't live in a crime-heavy city, and we've never heard about anything happening in our neighborhood. Nothing like this had ever happened to us before. There we were, 1 a.m., with a stranger on our patio who had been there for God only knows how long, in the dark. We walked back out to the living room and saw that he had moved to a chair on our patio. My husband shined the light on the handgun at him and shouted for him to leave, and I called the police. When they arrived, the man was gone, but his pillows, blankets were still out there. One of the officers told us that he believed he knew who the young man was. He had a psychotic episode earlier in the week after coming off his bipolar meds. He lived nearby and was probably headed back that way. We're no strangers to mental illness, so naturally I felt awful that we had leapt to calling the police and brandishing a weapon. But at the same time, what the fuck are you doing in my yard? When I was in 3rd grade, there's this girl in my class. She wasn't particularly liked by anyone, and she was quite the bully and overall rude person, even to adults. She was known to have anger issues and get mad at people for what seemed like no reason. I was no exception. Her name was Carly. She had been mean to me in the past, but that didn't deter me from going to her house one day, after she had been nice to me all day at school. Naive, I know. So before leaving school that day, I called my mom to ask her if I was allowed to go to Carly's house. She said yes, and to call her when I got there, so I could give her the address. Now when I think back, I wonder if she had a bad feeling about the situation, since she didn't normally ask for the address, and she isn't picking me up since Carly's house was only about 2 blocks away. When I get there, after calling my mom of course, Carly insisted on making me look pretty, aka wetting my hair and brushing it. I let her. Then she told me to close my eyes and that she was going to take me into the living room. I closed my eyes and she began to guide me towards the bathtub. We were already in the bathroom, so the tub was a solid 2 feet away from where I was standing. I opened my eyes just enough to see where she was guiding me. My foot hit the side of the tub, and I said that this doesn't feel like the living room. She said it was, and that I just needed to step over the gate. I tell her that I know that this is a bathtub. She stops trying to get me into the tub and brings me to the kitchen instead. She says she's gonna make cereal. I was standing behind her when she reached into the dishwasher and said she was grabbing a spoon. The way she clarified that she was grabbing a spoon immediately told me what she was gonna grab, and it was for sure not a spoon. I can still remember the feeling of dread that overcame me when she said those words. She pulls out a large knife and backs me into the corner, holding the knife only 2 inches away from my neck. I can't remember if any words were exchanged during this. Maybe I was too shocked to say anything. I only stayed there for maybe 30 seconds before I pushed her aside and ran towards the door. I grabbed my backpack and put on my winter boots. By the time I had my boots on, Carly was trying to block the sliding door. I pushed past her and flung the door open. I ran down her patio steps and out the front gate, not bothering to close it. I just wanted to get home where I was safe. I remember her yelling at me as her dog escaped through the open gate. I didn't care. One of her neighbors who was in their front lawn waved and smiled at me, clearly oblivious to what had just gone down. I ran down the road and to my house, not stopping once. It wasn't until I was in the door of my house that I broke down. I began to cry and yell for my mom. My 2 older sisters yelled at me to shut up. My mom walked over to me and immediately knew something was wrong. I explained to her what happened, and she was very understanding and freaked out. I can't remember if this was the same day or the next day that I had to talk to a police officer about what happened. He asked me what kind of knife it was and whatnot. I think my mom relayed most of the story to him because I don't remember having to say much. They got in contact with Carly's foster mom, and Carly got in big shit for it. At school, Carly yelled at me for getting the cops involved and tried to guilt trip me by saying her mom threatened to put her back in foster care if she did anything like that again. I told her I didn't care. The school was also notified about the situation, and the teachers made sure to keep an extra eye on her, but that didn't mean I wasn't paranoid around her. I made sure to keep my guard up for the rest of the school year. I always thought it was a bit extreme to involve the cops, but it ended up making Carly never mess with me again. I ended up moving after that year for unrelated reasons, only to move back before I started 6th grade. The first day of middle school, I was waiting for them to call my name, so I know which class is my homeroom, when I hear an all too familiar name, Carly. I watch as no one goes up to join the class. Was she not here? Next I was called. I go up to join the class that she would have been in. I found out later when the teacher was doing attendance that she had moved 3 hours away just before the beginning of the school year. It's been 3 years since then, and I can only hope she doesn't come back. but if she does, I'm not too concerned. I will make sure she stays the hell away from me. That incident gave me some trust issues, but at least now I know to choose my friends wisely. I was vacuuming my house at 9:30 p.m. with my music playing when I get a knock at my door. My boyfriend was at work and I wasn't expecting company, especially so late at night. I turned the music down and realized the door was not locked. Instantly, I'm terrified. I'm only 4'10", so I had to prop myself up the wall to look through the peephole and carefully lock the door. More pounding. The man outside my door is no one I recognize and looks disgruntled, dirty, and quite frightening. He was short and stocky and looked angry. He grew frustrated, knowing I just turned down my music. He heard me lock the door and started calling out, "Ma'am." More knocking. "Excuse me, ma'am." How the fuck did he know I was a woman? I look around the room and I see that my blinds are open, and I realize he must have been watching me vacuum. Thankfully, my neighbors right across from me opened their doors and the husband asked, "Who are you and what are you doing?" Startled, the creep fumbles and says, "Oh, good evening, sir. I was just gonna offer my carpet cleaning services to her." The husband goes, "That's great. She doesn't want it. You need to leave right now." Creep left promptly. Afterwards, I called the police, my boyfriend, and I closed my blinds and texted the neighbors to thank them for scaring him away. I paid extra to live on the top floor, but it seems this creep was watching me from below. So this happened last night. At 2 a.m. I hear my door open, and it was a really dark room, so I thought it was just my roommate. Well, the person walks straight to my laundry basket and starts shuffling through it, as if looking for something. I sit up and say, "Hey, is everything okay?" No response. The person then proceeds to walk back out of my room and close the door behind them. I get up and open my door to see my roommate's boyfriend staring at himself in the bathroom mirror. I again ask if he's alright, and no response. I just closed and locked my door and got back in bed. This morning I told my roommate what happened. Her boyfriend had left for the day, and she said that she found my towel and bra in her room this morning. Basically, he was sleepwalking, but it creeped me the fuck out. This was 5 or 6 years ago. After meeting with a couple of my friends who were stationed at a nearby bar, my friend Robin and I decided to end girls' night early, at 1 a.m. I'm horrible with street names, so bear with me. We went to Rocket Bar, so you can know that it was near there. We got into the car and started pulling out. We were driving a bit slow because we weren't familiar with this area, so we didn't want to miss any turns. I had my window rolled down because when I drink, I get a bit flushed. The street that we were on was a bit dead at the time. We heard a yell and some loud ass crying. It was clearly a lady's voice, so we slowed down to see what was going on. Robin was driving and I was in the passenger seat. On our right side we saw a lady stumble out of the street, holding her chest and crying. Robin locked the doors and cautiously rolled her window up, leaving it only an inch open. Thank God. The lady came right up to the window and said, "I need help." I asked, "What's wrong, honey?" She kept repeating, "I need help," over and over again. Me being a naive idiot, I put my hand on the door like I'm about to open it, only to be grabbed by Robin whispering, "Don't fucking open the door." The lady, who had been mumbling "I need help" repeatedly, like she was slurring, saw Robin stop me, and her eyes opened wide as hell, and she started yelling, "I need help!" We jumped at that, and said, "How can we help?" She shoved her fingers in the cracked part of the window, and screamed, "Let me in!" We started yelling, "Stop that!" and she started yanking at the door handle. Robin said, "Oh hell no," and we started pulling away. I shit you not, the next 30 seconds was fucking terrifying. The lady yelled to someone, They're leaving! And we saw two guys run out from a car parked a few cars behind us, on the right. Robin sped away, like a scene from an action movie. We looked in our rearview mirror and saw that the three of them were standing in the street. Ladies and gentlemen, please be careful. I can't imagine what would have happened to my dumbass if it weren't for my friend. I know it's in some of us to want to help, but there's a lot of evil people out there who disguise themselves to be in harm. Be aware of your surroundings and always lock your doors. I lived in a small town in Denmark with a population of roughly 3,000 people, where nothing ever really happens, and the following scared the entire town to death. Back in 2005 or so, when I was still in kindergarten, a strange and agitated man, who was a father to one of the children, came and demanded to my teacher that he wanted to see his daughter and take her out of school. My teacher could see in his eyes that something was not right and that he was extremely upset. My teacher therefore denied him to see his daughter, and after a very uncomfortable discussion, the father eventually gave up, walked to his car without looking back, and drove home. My teacher grew very worried and decided to call the local police to go check the family house. Later that day it came on the news that the father had murdered his own wife with a gun and afterwards shot himself in the head. At the time, my best friend lived next door to the family, and he has since told me that he could hear the mother screaming in a very horrifying way, followed by 3 gunshots, and then a grown man crying his heart out, 10 seconds of silence, and finally one more gunshot. It creeps me out just to think about this, and I feel so sorry for the daughter, who was left an orphan at such an early stage in life. I really don't know what would have happened to the daughter if my teacher had not stopped the man from taking her home with him. I hope you're having a decent life wherever you are, girl. I'm just gonna get right into this. I am now 27, and this happened when I was about 11. I lived in a pretty large city, right next to City Park, and in not such a great part of town. Lots of homeless people drinking in the park after dark, and lots of drugs and gang members were everywhere. But as a kid I didn't know better. However, my mother should have. She let me go out after dark. I would walk around town all the time. Plus I had a habit that every day I would walk about 4 or 5 blocks to the gas station called the CGS to get a big fountain drink. While my friend had came home with me on the bus that day, it was a public bus. So we get out, run inside and ask my mom for a few dollars for some soda, and she obliged. We spent the walk down to the gas station listening to music on a crappy CD player and goofing off. On the way we noticed a group of homeless men sitting in a gazebo near the sidewalk that we were headed up. They were drinking at the time and looking at us strangely, so naturally it gave us the creeps. We crossed the street and didn't think any more of it. We got our delicious fizzy drinks, made some jokes about the sign that said, "No shirts, no shoes, no service," and headed home. On the way back, we stayed on the sidewalk that didn't have the gazebo. We were about 3 blocks from our home, when my friend poked me and said, "Hey, that guy's following us." And that's where my ears picked up a distinct sound of footsteps behind us. I remember watching something that said, if someone's following you, to cross the street. So we sped up a little bit and crossed the road. He sped up and followed us. We were on hiding alert now, so we sped up again. We were pretty much speed walking at this point, and we crossed again. Halfway through the road, we heard him yell, "Hey, hold up." We didn't listen, we just kept going, and of course he followed us. And at this point, we started to flat out run. We ran maybe a block back to my house, and he stopped following us right across the street, where he promptly veered off to the right. We were so freaking scared, to the point that we were hysterically laughing and crying in the middle of the courtyard. I think I hyperventilated or something, because I had dropped my giant 64-ounce soda and spilled it everywhere, then promptly threw up into the puddle. Directly after, I had a few minutes to calm down, and I had this jolt of memory as to who the guy was. 2 or 3 weeks ago, I celebrated my 11th birthday, and my family had thrown a big party where they invited a couple of homeless guys to hang out and eat some barbecue with us. This was one of the men who had been invited, and his name was Sticks. We laughed the ordeal off and thought we were dumb for overreacting because, duh, we knew him. However, sometimes I think about this, and all I can wonder is why this man tried to start a conversation with a kid you don't know except from a small birthday bash. He never even talked to me at the party. All I know is I'm glad we didn't stop and talk to him at the park. To the creepy guy chasing two 11-year-olds, let's not meet again. I grew up in Ohio in the 70s, and me and my childhood friend Joe were outside all the time. Joe lived on a farm that bordered a pretty big forest, and my parents would drop me off in the morning and we would stay in the woods all weekend. We only came out for school. We loved pretending that we were frontiersmen. We built shelters, traps, practiced making fire with sticks, the whole 9 yards. When we got to be in high school, we got the notion to pull a Stand By Me. This was based on the movie with the same name that had just came out. The idea was that we would walk on the railroad tracks out in the country. Instead of looking for a dead body, we'd find cool bridges to fish from, and a camp a little ways off the tracks. Of course, we knew it was dangerous and that we'd likely be trespassing, but we were kids. We had a lot of fun. We did find beautiful rivers, discovered bridges that no one went to. We fished. We hid from a lot of trains. At night, we camped in the woods just near the tracks and made small hidden fires. Nothing bad ever happened. In fact, it was so fun that we did it multiple times. Never had a problem. After high school, me and Joe went our separate ways. We both left home, but always stayed in touch, and always tried to coordinate visits so we see each other occasionally. One summer in the mid-90s, it worked out that we were both in town for about a week. We do stuff with the family in the day, and at night we'd either catch drinks at a bar or sit outside Joe's house around a fire and talk about the old days. One night, Joe and I got to talking about our Stand By Me trips. Well, nostalgia and a beer are a hell of a mix. So we decided to take a day, walk the rails, camp for one night, and walk home. The day came and we started out early in the morning. We had my wife drop us off at the old spot where we used to start, right outside our hometown. She thought this was absolutely crazy and made sure to mention it. When she pulled away, Joe suggested instead of walking our usual route, we'd take the opposite direction, just to be adventurous. We knew the land well, and we had a map, so I gave it a what the hell, and we set off. The day went fine. It was fun, and a little sad, but in a good way. We found a bridge and sat on the edge, smoked a joint, and moved on. We had no fishing gear, but we had brought some canned food and other stuff. Before the night started to set in, we picked a spot to camp. It was a thick forested area, trees on every side of the train tracks, so it felt like you were in a tunnel. We had brought small hammocks to sleep on, but before we set them up, we decided to do a little scouting of the perimeter. Now, this is what we used to do in the old days. We walk around the area for a little bit to make sure some dude's house wasn't just over the hill and we were actually camping in their yard. We walked around maybe 100 feet or so in the woods, up a small incline. We figured if we didn't see anything from the top of the short hill, we'd be fine. But when we get to the top, we see an old building down at the bottom, about 100 yards into the woods. It was barely visible. We pondered over what to do. We both assumed that it was a sugar shack or something, because there didn't appear to have a clear road into it. From where we were, there didn't look to be anyone in it either. All was quiet, no movement could be seen, no lights. We decided to walk a little closer just to make sure. We came down the hill very slowly, and as we neared the building we saw that it wasn't a sugar shack, it was an old church. It looked like it had been abandoned for years. It was a sagging building whose wooden planks were almost black from the years of moss and rot. A cross still stood up at the top of the place, also weathered black. None of the windows had glass, and there were no doors, just an open doorway. We got close enough to see inside. There was rows of pews and a build-up section in front for the preacher to stand. We didn't go in all the way. We didn't want to. Beyond all that, there was no sign of anyone else. No footprints, no paths, no roads. It was an abandoned church. We left immediately and went back up the hill to our spot we had picked to camp. Having the hill between us and the church made us feel better, but we were still a little uneasy. We chalked it up to being the natural creepiness of seeing a church in the middle of the woods. Besides, at this point, it was dusk and we just decided to rig up our hammocks and go to sleep and move on at early morning. Night set in, and as we laid in the hammocks and shot the shit, we began to hear something in the direction of the church. Our conversations went a little like this. Did you hear that? What the fuck was that? It's like people singing. And it did just sound like singing. We both slid right out of our hammocks and hunkered down, straining to hear more. We listened for a minute or two, and the singing continued, but it wasn't getting louder. Finally, we decided to creep back up the hill to see if we could spy where the sound was coming from. We could still move very quietly through the woods from the old days. It was second nature to us. The moon was barely out, but it provided enough light so you wouldn't walk right into a tree, but it was near pitch black. We didn't use flashlights as we crept slowly up the hill, and we didn't talk. When we got to the top of the hill, we saw a light in the distance. It was coming from the church, and the singing was coming from inside. Joe and I put our heads close together and had a hushed conversation that boiled down to, "Can you believe this shit?" The light looked to be candlelight from the way it flickered, and though we tried, we couldn't make out what was being sung. It sounded like church music, but in another language. We sat and watched for a while, trying to see who was in there, but we only saw occasional shadows. We had no intention of getting closer either. We had about a football field length between us and aimed to keep it that way. The singing continued for a bit, and then it stopped. After that, a booming male voice began to chant. I was already freaked out, but this voice thoroughly scared the shit out of me. It sounded like some Old Testament preacher you see in the movies. But again, it was like he was speaking in a different language because we couldn't understand a single word. Eventually it got to where a single male voice would say something and a bunch of voices would answer in song. This lasted for a while, and then they all broke into this long, sustained wail that kept getting louder. It got so loud and so disturbing that I had to cover my ears. Then it stopped. At this point, I was just ready to say, "Let's get the fuck out of here," when Joe put his hand on my shoulder and hissed, "They're coming out." We were far enough away that we couldn't really make them out well, but what we could see was a line of figures walk out the doorway, all holding hands in single file. We could see some of them had flashlights. They began to sing again, and then the light from the flashlights began to move towards us and the hill. We booked it back to our campsite, grabbed our shit and ran back to the tracks. Once there, we ran down the direction we had came from. After a few minutes, we stopped and looked back. We saw the lights coming down the hill. They were moving erratically, like whoever was holding them was shaking them. We continued to run in spurts and walk as fast as we could. We eventually stopped seeing lights and came to a road. By our map, we knew a small town was about 15 minutes down it, and we could walk there. We got to a 24-hour gas station, and I called my wife to get us. My wife and other friends all thought it was just kids messing with us, but I heard those voices, and they sure as hell didn't sound like any kids to me. Not sure who those people were, but it was definitely the creepiest thing that has ever happened to me out in the woods. It was around 12:30 a.m. when I go outside to throw away the garbage, and the first thing I see is a woman in her 20s facing the corner of the wall of the house, as if she was being punished. And the only thing I see is her long black hair that is reaching her lower back. She was wearing a short black leather skirt and sleeveless blouse. It was quite cold outside, so I was wondering if she was alright. She wasn't crying. She was not sad. She was not waiting for anyone. She was just quiet. Hey, can I help you? No response. Are you waiting for someone? Again, no response. Are you okay? She didn't budge or make a single noise. I wanted to tap on her shoulder to get to the bottom of this, but I decided to do that after I threw away the garbage. In an unlikely case where she decides to attack me and I happen to have 2 full garbage bags. I walked around the corner and when I came back, she was gone. My porch was clear. She obviously did not pass me, so she must have went in the other way, and to be honest with you, I was glad she was gone. I go inside the house, lay on my bed, and it's really late at night, and I remember one very important thing. The street was empty on the other side and no one was there, which means there's only one place the woman could have gone into. My home. I immediately grabbed the hunting knife I received as a gift for my 18th birthday and head out to search for the stranger in my home. I walk around silently, checking each room, under every table, inside every closet, and even in the basement. As I'm walking upstairs, I hear quick heavy footsteps running. I rush to the scene, trying to catch up to this person to confront her. I check my surroundings, and everything seemed okay. I found the front door open with the wind rustling through the gap. I go outside, and I see the woman in the distance running away, fading into the darkness. She never came back, and I never saw her again. Thankfully, nothing was stolen, and more importantly, no one was hurt. Reading some of the stories on here reminded me of something that happened during my holidays this past Christmas. I went on a family holiday with my mom, dad, and brother to Tasmania, which is kind of like a big island to the south of Australia. I wasn't terribly interested in the trip, just wanted to spend some time with the family, so I left all the booking to my dad. And I'll never do that again. He has his own Airbnb he manages, so I thought he would be able to find a decent place on his own. When we walked up to the Airbnb my dad had booked, the first thought I had was, if I wanted to sell drugs, I would do it here. My mom wasn't impressed at all, and was already telling my dad off for booking it. I didn't say anything. Maybe the inside is nicer. It was a dingy little house. The paint was peeling, roof was rusty, and there were plants overgrown to the side of the building. There were 3 entrances. The first one was the entrance for the host. It looked okay, not as bad as our entrance, a little tidier. It went downstairs, so after a while we figured out that the host most likely lived below us. The second entrance looked like it was the main entrance to the house, but it was sealed shut. The door looked like it would break down if anyone was even to push on it lightly, and it was obviously unused. The third entrance was ours, and besides the overgrown plants, it was fairly normal. We figured out later that it looks like the host had divided up the house somehow. She lives below, we live upstairs, but there was another half of the house upstairs that wasn't accounted for. Hard to explain, but the space we occupied only accounted for half of the house and only went up to the main entrance I spoke of, which was in the middle of the house. We checked in, basically just grabbed the keys. The host has never contacted us up to this point. All was well on the inside. It looked a little old, but wasn't creepy from the get-go. I did notice some odd things, and I only mentioned this to my dad. There were a bunch of antique instruments displayed on the entrance, and right on top of one of the pianos were 3 things that looked like urn. Now to explain, I am of Chinese descent, and those urns freaked the fuck out of me. I used them to store dead people's ashes, so I really didn't like them being there. I told my dad, and he didn't like it either. He went to tap on the urn to see if something was actually in it, but he couldn't tell. But he mentioned that the one that he had tapped was definitely one used for ashes. It had scripts on it for like safe passage to heaven, from what I could make out. After I stopped freaking out, I went and picked first dibs on the biggest room, as per my usual, but noticed that there were heaps of mirrors all around the room. Again, another thing, not sure if this is a Chinese thing, but we don't like sleeping with mirrors facing us when we're in bed, if we can help it. So I went to move one of the mirrors, which was right in front of the bed. It was leaning against the door, so when I took the mirror off, the door actually opened ajar a little bit. That freaked me out. I got my dad, and we decided it's better I slept with my mom in another room, and you would take this room with my brother. Again, my dad being dad, he opened the door a little and shouted, "Hello?" before I told him to shut up. I had a peek inside, but couldn't make out much. Only that it was dusty and seemed to be a part of the other half of the house. My dad soon put a chair and a suitcase on top of it, in front of the door to keep it shut. Fast forward to the night, everyone was sleepy and went to bed. I stayed up a bit because I had some emails from work to catch up on, and I went to go work in the living room. At this point, it was around 11 p.m. I remember that there were a few thumps on the roof, sounded like footsteps, then followed by the loudest, most horrendous noise. It sounded like a train stopped on top of me. It was screeching like steel on steel that lasted maybe 30 seconds. I froze at this point, didn't know what to do. I thought that my dad would come check on me, but he never did. I didn't say anything the next morning because I thought I may have imagined it out of my tiredness. The following night, same thing, except I was in bed this time, just got into it. It was around this time that the same exact noise started up again. My mom woke up but was frozen like me. My dad came in to check on us and we were all just frozen listening to the noise, wondering what the hell it was. After it stopped, we were freaked out but managed to shrug it off and went to sleep. Before I fell asleep, I remember hearing some faint thumps that stopped shortly after it started. The next morning, we kind of had a meeting of some sorts to discuss this. This is when I told them about the night before. We were all extremely unsettled at this point, and luckily, it was checkout day. We got the hell out of there and never found out what it was. The creepiest thing was, after we packed up and were well away from this place, Dad was driving, but he looked really disturbed. So I asked him if he was okay, and he said, "I am now, but I did not have good sleep last night." I pressed on and asked him, was it the noise? He said no, that didn't bother him as much compared to another thing that he had experienced. What bothered him the most was, when he left for our tour on the second day, he still had the suitcase on the top of the chair blocking the door in his room. He had just showered, so he had left the towel on the chair to hang. He said that when he came back, he noticed that the door was slightly ajar. The chair had been moved slightly, and the towel was now on the floor, as if someone was trying to push it from the other side. I forced him to ask the host about the noise on the other side of the door. She replied that the door was to her art room, and the noises just were a possum on the roof. I don't really believe her. The noises did not seem like some animal. I work from home, doing beauty treatments. Last summer, I was working 6 to 7 days a week, 9:30 a.m. to 9:30 p.m., doing nails and drowning in a god-awful chemical smell. I would end each night airing my house out with all the windows open for a few hours. One night I sat on my sofa while the place airs and browsing on my laptop for TV unit. I had just moved a few months before. As I slouch down on the sofa, a creepy feeling rolls over me. Something at the corner of my eye catches my attention. I look to my window and I notice that my blinds are bent inwards, revealing a black slit of the outside. I stare deeply into the darkness, trying to figure out if my blinds got caught, when I hear a man's voice say, "Hey there." I instantly look away, heart pounding. The blinds fall back into place, and I hear fading footsteps as he walks away. God only knows how long he had been standing there, watching me. I was so terrified and immediately rushed around and closed all my windows. When I was closing the window to my beauty room, I noticed a man a few meters away, crouched down and shining a torch under the tree. A few minutes later, there was tapping on my now closed kitchen window. I didn't check it out. I was too scared. I still don't know if the guy under the tree was the guy that said hey there, or someone just looking for a lost pet perhaps. There was also a guy who had been going around, beating and mutilating cats around the same time. So I was extra on edge and called the non-emergency line to log it and slept with a knife that night. Okay, so last year I was coming home late, 11:30 or so. Just me and my roommate lived there. I'm the only one home at the time. I go to the kitchen to make dinner and get halfway upstairs. I hear a pounding at the door. I never answer the door because I never invite anyone over, so I just ignored it. I turn the hallway light off and the pounding gets worse. I know you're in there. Don't ignore me. I quickly close the bedroom door. I somehow move heavy furniture in front of the bedroom door, a big chest of drawers, and I grab a hammer. The pounding gets louder and louder, as if the person was throwing his body against the very solid door. I call my mom, who then tells me to call the cop. The noise had stopped right when I called the cop. I tell them that someone's trying to break into my home, and just then the noise starts up again. The screaming and yelling, throwing his body against the door. Slightly nervous that the stranger might use the sliding glass door, which my roommate never locks. And thank God it was locked this time. I stay on the phone with the dispatcher as the guy keeps yelling off his head. I can see his car still from my window. I saw you turn out the lights. I know you're in there. Let me in. I'm sorry. Let me the fuck in, you bitch. Well, by the time the cops came, the man had already left. I somehow get downstairs to talk to the cop. They end up finding the guy parked down the street from the house. They ask if I know him. I didn't, but my roommate does. It's her daughter's boyfriend, who I came to apologize about smashing and breaking her hand in the car door. Well, they didn't arrest him because he didn't really do anything. I ended up filing for a restraining order against the guy. This was about 2 years ago. I worked at a hair salon and a restaurant opened right next to our store. The food was pretty good, and we would stop there for lunch once in a while. Well, every now and then the dishwasher would come out from the back of the restaurant to watch us. Didn't bother us, just watched us. He always seemed kind of creepy to me from the get-go. Wore a big clear apron around himself and it just looked grimy. Hair unkempt, dirty mustache, really old. One day I went by myself and was short on cash to get some extra chicken for my burrito, so I opted not to get it. I take my food back to the salon. All of a sudden, one of the other employees comes back and gets me a thing of chicken. The dishwasher guy came in and said he wanted you to have this. Great. I kind of was confused by this, as the guy seemed strange. I didn't eat the chicken. Well, one day, I'm walking back to my car and noticed the cops around. Someone had gotten arrested in the parking lot, so I kind of take my time getting to my car. Well, who walks up to me but the dishwasher guy? He tries to strike up a conversation with me. How are you? How was work? Why are the cops here? I made up answers quick. Are you seeing anyone? I reply yes, I'm in a relationship with my boyfriend. I quickly say goodnight and get into my car and leave. Figured it was the end of that, but nope. This is how our meetings went. He tried to talk to me, and I'd get in my car. He'd make sure to take out the trash the same times I always did. I used to acknowledge him, wave once or twice, try to be nice, but it got so repetitive, and he tried to watch me in the restaurant, like purposely walk out of the back. Boyfriend. We all joked about it. We all knew he had put me on edge, but hadn't done anything bad, yet. So I started to ignore him. Well, the dishwasher guy got even stranger. He started watching me work through the salon window after he would take out the trash, just standing there. Thank God I have a male employee to walk me to my car at this point, and when that didn't work, I would go to the coffee shop next door and have one of them walk me to my car. I was starting to get anxious about running into this guy because I would always randomly run into him. The dishwasher guy came in one day when I was off and seemed disappointed, but he got a haircut from one of the other stylists. Well, the restaurant wasn't doing well at this point, and the guy just spends his days watching me. The day before the restaurant closes permanently, the dishwasher guy comes up to the salon freaking out that he needs to talk to me. My coworkers basically tell him that I'm busy. After the restaurant closed down, I never saw this guy again. This happened when I was really young on a military base. All my life I thought it was just a weird and terrifying reoccurring dream until I mentioned it to my parents when I was a teenager. They admitted that it was completely real, and they just didn't tell me all this time because they didn't think it would matter to know if it was true. I was playing on the playground and my older sister was nearby, but not playing with me. There was an officer's son by me though, and he started somewhat being nice. I remember him looking at me really close in the face and getting a big smile before he says, "You have really pretty eyes." Now, little me is super happy and says thank you, and that's nice of you. Probably some vague compliment back. He was only a few years older than me. By the looks of it, neither of us were older than 10. He grabs a blunt stick that was lying next to me and pins me to the ground and starts trying to gouge out my eyes within seconds. And it's at this point that I'm stupidly staring at him, confused and worried. I'd never encountered violence like this in my life, and before I knew it, the kid was holding my scrawny ass down and was talking about how he was gonna physically take my eyes away from me. It's then I start to panic because, can you even take an eye away from people? My sister shoves him off of me and gets me up to run with her away from him to our house. There wasn't anything we felt we could do when we told our parents because, again, it's an officer's son. When I'm a teen and all this is coming to light, they told me that they did talk to the officer. They told him what his son did and that they didn't want it to happen again, but the dad was pretty entitled about it, and we just ended up not going out to play as much until the kid moved away. Little psychopath grown up, please let's not meet. You've left many nightmares. When I was younger, about 8 or 9, my mom would usually drop me and my friends off at a public pool. One of my friends was about 3 years older than me, so I guess my mom thought we would be safe on our own. One day, me, my friend, her friend, and her friend's older brother decided to go to the public pool with us. My friend's mom dropped us off at the pool this time, and it wasn't the public pool we usually go to, but we were familiar with it. When we first entered the pool, we picked a nice spot for us to sit. It didn't take long until I noticed a man constantly staring at us. I didn't tell my friends at first. I forgot about it and finally got into the pool. We had lots of fun. After spending the whole day at the pool, we decided to leave. My friend called her mom and asked her if she could come pick us up. We grabbed our things and headed towards the entrance. As we were heading towards the entrance, I noticed the man that was staring at us earlier, and my heart dropped. He was following us as we made our way out to the pool's entrance. Right when we finally made it out, I heard my friend yelp. I turned only to see the strange man grabbing her arm. He was trying to drag her along with him, but my friend wouldn't budge. I freaked out, and so did my other two friends. We started screaming and shouting until two lifeguards came. They pulled the man away and began questioning him. The man ran away and the staff waited with us until we were picked up. Let's never meet again, sir. I just got off work. Today I worked 7 a.m. to 1 p.m. Around 10:45 a man walks in. I've had previous odd encounters with this man, such as seeing him walk behind me around the neighborhood and him hanging out near my street. I had brushed those off since I live right next to where I worked and figured that he just lived there also, but I always kept my eye on him. Anyway, the man comes in and orders his regular pastry and tells me, I'm gonna stay inside and eat my pastry. For anyone who doesn't know, my country is currently under lockdown because of the coronavirus, and all dining indoors is strictly prohibited. Not to mention the bakery is very tiny, and there had never been any tables to sit inside, only a coffee bar that has never had space to sit. I tell him, we're on lockdown, you can't really eat inside. His response chills me. Are you alone here? Yes, quickly try to catch myself. But my coworker will be here soon. A complete lie. It was only 11 a.m. and my coworker isn't scheduled. Then no one will see me in here. He responds and goes back to eating his pastry at the coffee counter. I roll my eyes and go back to work, not getting paid enough to care if he quickly eats his pastry and leaves. 10 minutes pass, then 15. This guy is still in my bakery. I look over and he finished his pastry and has moved closer to the open space in the counter, meant for employees to walk back and forth between the front of the store and the employees only side. Now I start getting uncomfortable closer and is now reading a book. Closer and closer, until eventually he's halfway in our employees only area, frantically texting my coworker, and he tells me he's about 4 minutes away. I finally make the decision to text my boyfriend. I had avoided doing so to keep from scaring him, but now I was terrified. I sat in the back of the employee area, watching this guy. I held a knife just steps closer. My coworker bursts through the door. A confrontation ensues, and the man leaves the shop, but continues to sit in a parked car right out in front and stares at me. I tell my coworker about the previous experiences I have had with him, and he had enough. He marches out to the guy's car and tells him the next time he comes around, it would be his last. My boyfriend pulls up at this point, aka my stalker. Let's not meet again. This happened back in 2004, in northern Wisconsin. I was 16 at the time and out deer hunting with my dad and his friend Frank. I do remember this day like it was yesterday though. The dialogue isn't word for word, but the idea of it is 100% accurate. As a side note, it was one day after 8 people were shot, less than 2 hours away. My dad and I had a few different stands over an area of maybe 3/4 square mile. We had been hunting there for almost 10 years, and I had been going with him since I was about 5. Up until I was 12, I had just been tagging along. This particular dad and Frank left. I see a flashlight from the general direction of where they were headed, maybe 200 yards away, as it was still dark. When I wake up, the sun is up. It's around 8 a.m. I sit there for a bit. I radio my dad to see if he's seen or heard anything moving. Nothing yet. A couple of gunshots off in the distance is all. I get up to go for a slow walk to get my blood moving a bit. Not far, maybe 30 yards out and back. Trying not to make a see if it was Frank. It's definitely not. The guy is looking at me through his scope, rifle fucking aimed directly at me. This is a huge no-no. Massive rules we have all learned in hunter's education. Never point your rifle at something you don't intend to shoot. Dumb people still do it though. It's few and far between, but it happens. My first thought was, what a fucking dickbag. Thing is, even me looking at him, he doesn't put his gun down. Now I'm starting to panic, thinking I was going to be the next hunting murder victim. I slowly grab my rifle, get up, and stand behind as many trees as I can. I walk down a little path on the side of my stand. My stand was on a kind of a little knoll on the side of a much larger hill. I radio my dad, telling him what's up. He tells me to sit tight and stay out of sight. Obviously, as a 16-year-old, I couldn't do that. Every time I looked, the guy was still aiming in my direction, but was always standing in a different spot. Like, I would look, go back to hiding, look again, and he would be 30 yards from where he was the last time. About 10 minutes of this goes by when my dad radios me. "How you doing, bud?" Looking back, he was obviously trying to keep me calm, but at the time, I thought he wasn't taking me seriously. He's still there, but he keeps moving. I don't know what his problem is. My dad told me to keep hidden and he'll figure it out, that he would be coming up near him in a minute or two. That's when I hear a shot. I lost my shit trying to get hold of my dad. Did he just get shot? Where the fuck is he? Did he have to shoot the guy? What the fuck is going on? I sit there for maybe 2 or 3 minutes. That felt like hours. Alright, come on out and head towards my stand. I peek over the little knoll I was behind and see my dad waving from alongside the ridge the random guy had been on. I make the trek on over to see what happened. Situated earlier in the morning. Although I was extremely nervous, the rest of the weeks went on with no incident. This all happened roughly 3 or 4 years ago, but the experience has haunted me almost every single day since it happened. I'll start off by being young, single, and very keen to have my first experience with a guy. Stupid. I was still somewhat very cautious. I invited him to spend the night at my place. My parents were away for the weekend, and I had the place to myself. So he set off as soon as he finished work, which was around 11 a.m. The whole time he was driving to my place, I had a sickening sense of doom, almost as if something was going to go very, very wrong. But I hesitated, as he was only 10 minutes away by this point. I jumped when I heard the car pull up, and I expected to be greeted by a smile once I opened the door, but he just pushed his way through and continued to stare at me blankly. All while my 2 French bulldogs snarled and growled at him, which they never ever do to anyone. Things instantly seemed extremely odd. He followed me quickly to my bedroom and didn't waste any time aggressively undressing me, which I hesitantly went along with, and I would continue watching a movie by myself downstairs. After an hour or two, I heard what sounded like furniture being moved around. I made my way upstairs in the middle of my room and breathing extremely heavily. When I asked him if he was okay, he motioned for me to get on the bed, where he sat me on his lap and proceeded to place a blindfold over my eyes and put his hands around my neck lightly. I was already feeling extremely uncomfortable, which worsened as he tightened his grip around my throat and said, "Does anyone know I'm here?" After a few minutes of awkward silence, he stood up and gathered his thing, and I noticed that in his backpack he had tape, rope, and a handcuff, which at first didn't concern me as I knew he was into that stuff, but looking back, I think it was intended for something much worse. All of a sudden he said, "I think I'm gonna head home. I have a long drive and I'm rather tired." I didn't hesitate to let him out of my door as I was already extremely uncomfortable. As he left, he failed to make eye contact or say goodbye, and he raced off down the street as soon as he got into his car. I ran back into my room to check if he had left anything, as he left in a hurry, and found a note on my desk in the word, "Being nice is what saved you." At the time I had no idea what the note meant. Now that I think about it, I seriously think he had very ill intentions towards me. I'm still angry at myself for letting him, as I'm glad that he's now many miles away from me. I'm quarantined with my mom. We both are avoiding going out as much as possible because we're both compromised. So we just take short trips for any errands we need to complete in order not to go stir crazy. Today, she needed to get some gas and we needed a few groceries, so we both went to one of the pumps I said hello while my mother went to go pay for gas. After she paid, I started pumping the gas, and we stood there chatting for a moment. When my cousin returned to the car, a man came out of the gas station. He stopped at my cousin's car and talked to her. She's kind of small, so I stood there watching until she got into her car safely, and I heard it start. My mom and I were pumping the last bit of gas into the car. Both of us didn't need to, but we both were glad to be outside for a moment. The guy walked up to us while she finished and said, "Are you having fun?" We kind of just glanced at each other and said, "Uh-huh," and swatted me to make me go to my side of the car. I didn't go. I didn't want to until she got into the car herself, my side of the car. He followed closely and said, "I just came here from Michigan. I haven't been here for 10 years. I got in and held onto my door. He stared at me for a while I was holding the door, then at my face again. He gave me a blank stare and said, "That's nice." My dog stuck his nose out and started barking at the guy. He's a 15-pound Yorkie, and he's usually sweet, but sounded like an angry guard dog while he was barking this time. "Is the dog having fun?" the guy asked. I held onto the door tighter, us or the guy to leave. My mom and I both remarked about how creepy the guy was. And then shit got weird. While out, I feel like I see him everywhere, and it started to freak me out a bit. But at the time, I didn't have a sense of any danger. Fast forward an hour. I'm chatting with a friend from high school who happened to be the bartender. Drink to refill it, which I again declined and asked him to excuse me while I chatted with my friend. And finished it without thinking much more, disoriented, and I had my friend help me to the restroom since I felt so dizzy. After a while, I felt sick again and my female friend was nowhere to be seen, so I walked myself to the bathroom. While waiting at the door, the creeper swooped in and held on to my waist very tight and asked if I wanted to come to his table upstairs to meet his friend. I kept telling him no. My legs literally did not work. He was carrying me up the stairs. As soon as he got up there, he requested his valet to go home. At this point, I knew I was in danger, but my purse was missing, and so was my phone. While he's waiting outside, the bouncer makes a comment about my behavior, and the creep shrugs it off as too much alcohol. As we are waiting for the valet, one of the female grabs me and pulls me back inside. I passed out soon after and woke up about 5 p.m. the next day on my friend's couch. I thought I had alcohol poisoning until I went to the emergency room and found out that I was drugged with ketamine while out the night. So it's 2011 and I'm newly divorced. I'm in my mid-20s and a single mother. I decide to try out some online dating sites. I start talking with this guy on one of the sites. We seem to have a lot in common and he seems pretty normal. I decide to give him my phone number. We continue chatting via text and phone calls. Well, I suggest to go get some coffee and meet up. He states he doesn't drink coffee. Okay. I suggest we have drinks at the bar. He says he doesn't drink alcohol. Then he has a great idea. Let's go for a hike. I reluctantly agree. This was the first red flag. He wants to go to this place called Batstu in South Jersey, which is a historic village with old abandoned buildings, hiking trails, food. So the day of the date comes, and for whatever dumb reason, I didn't tell anyone I was doing this. I think because I was embarrassed for using a dating site, and I knew somewhere in the back of my mind my friends would have tried to talk me out of it. So I pull up to the train station, and he's in a late 90s Bronco. Okay, not so bad. We can't all afford newer cars. He gets out, and he's actually the guy from the pictures. Okay, initial sign, red flag, waving in my fucking face. Again, being polite and not wanting to argue, I comply. I see the entrances, and one direct. He says no. I again, being the good girl I am, say, okay. Right before we set off, a bit of rebellion sets in. You know, I should really have my phone with me. He starts to argue, and I'm like, no, I need it in case the babysitter calls about my son. He gives in and unlocks his car, and I grab my phone. We set off down the trail, side by side. We are talking, and everything seems okay. I start thinking, I was overreacting before. All is good. We get to the politely decline, saying how bad I am at following paths. He insists I go first, in a stern voice. Red flags with sirens. But I simply comply. The trail is getting narrower by the second, and the woods are getting darker because of the amount of trees and brush. We are no longer talking, and the only sounds are the crunching of our footsteps. I try to smile at him, but nothing. So I stop and say, let's turn back. I like it better when we could walk next to each other and talk, still being polite. He says he wants to keep going this way. So I say, no really, I want to go back the other way. And I start to do just that. As I walk past, he grabs my arm and blocks my path. I don't say anything and just casually grab my phone out of my pocket. He lets me go, saying, fucking whatever, and we walk back towards the car in silence, me with my phone in my hand the whole time. Amazingly, I did have a signal. As we reach the clearing where the cars are parked, he looks at his watch and states he has to go now. He has somewhere he needs to be. We were only on the date for less than an hour, but okay, I'm not complaining. For whatever dumb reason, I get back in his car. We drive in almost silence the entire way back to my car, me with a death grip on my phone, and him looking miserable. He drops me off at my car and speeds away. I never heard from him again. Me being naive, I want to believe that there was no chemistry between us. But let's be honest, As a youngster, I was working in a food store. The shop was open 24/7, so naturally, sometimes I had to take the night shift. To be honest, I preferred working at night because there aren't as many customers and I didn't have to overwork. Plus, the money was slightly better. Usually, I was working with the same guy from the team, and this was a rule. Our boss didn't want to leave the shop with just one person. The area wasn't dangerous. There was mostly single-family houses and schools, and it was in a safer area. One day I came in to work the night shift. I was waiting for my friend to join me when the phone rang. It was Tom, my workmate. He said his car had broken down in the middle of nowhere, and he couldn't leave it there. I didn't want to stay in the shop alone, but I understood that Tom couldn't just leave his car too. I would usually call Julia, another workmate, but I knew it was her birthday and she was throwing a party and I didn't want to ruin her night. I called my boss and I told him I would manage on my own, and he agreed on that. The night was quiet, with water off my back regardless, looking back now. What really should have bothered me though was Lawrence's appearance. He looked like he had been sleeping on the street. So Kearney moved in. Lawrence was there a lot too, and it was easy to know when, due to his ringtone sounding like quacking of ducks. Kearney had some habits that were rather noteworthy to the story. In particular, he basically never closed his door, no matter what he was doing in there. It was always wide open. 2. Although he was a very heavy smoker, he never once smoked inside the house. So Kearney had been living there for about 2 weeks when I had come down with an awful case of pink eye. This being highly contagious, I was given a leave of absence from my bartending job, and therefore decided to go wait it out at my sister's for a few days. Apparently, I didn't mind giving it to her. So the day my sister was scheduled to come pick me up, I took a casual stroll into the bar that myself and those who had been frequenting my house at the time would know that we're not just talking about 1 or 2 bottles of brandy here, but bottles of whiskey, gin, vodka, schnapps, liqueurs. Basically, it was a full-stock bar that could host a pretty big party without requiring much in the way of additions. So I called Kearney in, asking him if he knew anything about this, receiving feedback that Lawrence and he had been on a slight drinking binge. Those were the actual words he used that had left me both furious about the thousands worth of stock they had drank, but also slightly impressed that they were actually still alive. Regardless, I said I would be dealing with it upon my return. So I'm with my sister for a few days, and on a Friday I get a call from the local police department asking me if I know a Conrad Schultz. Ironically enough, I didn't. They finally add that I would probably know him as Kearney, and that I should probably come down to the station, as they just arrested his boyfriend for trying to sell. So my sister rushes me back home, where all my camera equipment was on display at the police station. It was on this visit that I'm informed that Lawrence was actually a Navy SEAL, who got dishonorably discharged before turning to a life of crime, and now had a rap sheet the length of a Bible. The kicker was, both he and Kearney were actually homeless men who had met at the Salvation Army. So Lawrence is in jail, and my sister drops me off at home. Based on Kearney's account of what happened, he had turned Lawrence in himself, as he couldn't allow Lawrence to do what he was trying to do. Although I appreciate the sacrifice, I told Kearney that he would have to go, having been the overall cause of all this. However, not wanting to leave him a homeless man, I gave him until the end of the month to make other arrangements. So Monday came around, and having just completed a staff meeting, I walk home to encounter a very much free Lawrence, sitting on the sidewalk across my house, watching it. It's night. See, I mentioned having a staff meeting for a reason, as it was at that meeting where we had gotten a rather sizable list of liquor bottles that had gone missing from the storeroom, leaving us all suspecting each other. I, however, would not have to wait long to figure out who the real culprit was, as a few days later, I opened the garage bin to see the missing bottles, all empty and staring back at me. I decided to sit on this information for the time being, although I did photograph it just in case I needed the evidence later. I also called over Ben to inform him of the developments. As this was quickly becoming a detective game, we decided to enter Kearney's room and search for further before the incident. I accepted this as normal. Now, I should also add that I mentioned Lawrence's release to Kearney and told him that if I suspected that they were still seeing each other, I would throw him out of the house myself. Only a few days would pass before this came into play. As he correctly pointed out, he was still a manager, and we had no right to tell him what he could do or could not do. On his 4th trip, however, I had grown suspicious and decided to follow him outside, where I encountered Lawrence sitting outside, sharing half a Coke wine concoction with Kearney. This pissed me off, so the next day I returned to the restaurant with the photographic evidence and handed it over to the general manager, who was also kind of my friend. Although I hadn't physically seen it, I had heard a confrontation through the office door when he fired Kearney. Kearney left, obviously upset, and apparently had no idea that would be the last time I would ever physically lay eyes on Conrad Schultz. So we reached the final week, and before Kearney's eviction was to take place, Ben had to come to stay with me for the duration, as we both wanted to monitor the situation and make sure nothing else happens. It was in this week that Kearney's behavior suddenly changed. He was constantly smoking in his room and had his door closed 24/7. In fact, neither Ben or I caught so much of a peek of him in that entire week. I followed him outside, but somehow he had already completely disappeared. They had left the house keys, indicating that he obviously wasn't planning to come back. I took the keys, noticing something strange. Although the correct keys were still on the keychain, there were also several key sets, but I had already known that. As I said, he never closed the damn door. But more that he literally left almost all his belongings behind, with one exception. You guessed it, the 2 photos of Lawrence. Upon further investigation, I suddenly realized that all traces of Lawrence ever being there had completely vanished. Just one thing of Lawrence left behind though. His duck ringtone, which it turned out hadn't been so much a ringtone, but an actual duckling, which now strolled around casually in the vacant bedroom. We named him Neville. So Ben returns and gets updated about the developments. Both of us are thinking the way he left was rather weird. Of course, the whole thing has been weird. It was only when I asked the infamous question that this all became a conspiracy theory. Did you actually see Kearney in this last week? It was to our shock that we realized neither of us had. Suddenly putting the puzzle pieces together, the changing of habits, Neville the duck, the wrong keys, only Lawrence's stuff being gone. It was a great discomfort that we both asked the question, who had really been living in our house this last week? During the next few days, Ben and I went on a mission searching the town, crawling into drain pipes, trying to find any trace of Kearney, but they all added up to nothing. Attempting to break into a car. I had called the police on him, and they arrived rather quickly, arresting him on the spot. While he was being led away by the police, I shouted at him one last time, "Where's Kearney, Lawrence?" But he just ignored me, and the cops dragged him away. The next day I filed a police report, reporting Kearney as a missing person, and suggesting that Lawrence may know something about it. But if he did, let's not meet again. I had an acquaintance in high school who had some issues. He had a disability. My school had a very progressive population. Lots of anti-bullying campaigns. Of course, he was bullied a little bit, but the majority of the school was nice to him. He was very mean. He was constantly cussing at other kids and threatening them. I remember in 8th grade, we were in the same science class on nuclear weapons and debate on whether dropping nukes on Japan was the right choice. He printed out pictures of the victims of the bombs. He kind of laughed a little while as he talked about it. He went into full detail about their deaths. Teacher had to tell him to stop and sit down. No one was laughing. Everyone was. From then out, I stayed as far away from him as possible. He lived with his grandparents, and they took great care of him. One night, his grandfather had came home, and there was an argument. The boy went into his grandparents' room and grabbed the .22 rifle and shot his grandfather multiple times. His grandfather died a few days later at the hospital. Sure enough, I saw the boy. He had been locked up for a while. He was in a green jumpsuit and a friendly smile, a creepy one that sent chills down my spine. I never saw him again after that, and I'm not really sure what happened to him. And kind of giddy because he was super attractive. We messaged on the app for maybe an hour. Typical conversation is happening. And after a while, he asked me for my number. I gave it enough. Conversations and plans to hang, which gave me mixed feelings. It was cute, but also a little weird. We didn't really know each other and had never met. I ignored it and continued on with the conversations. He started saying he wanted to be exclusive and he wanted to come to his apartment to cuddle and watch movies with him and his dog. I told him that our first date needed to be in public and I would not be going to some understood why we needed to meet in public. So we made plans that weekend. The weekend came faster than I expected, and it was the day we were supposed to meet. Something just felt off. I told him no, that I would be staying with my mom that weekend, and that was that. I only lived about 30 minutes from home, so I actually do go home to see my mom that day. After what he said about my mom, I started ignoring him, and the text started rolling in. Text after text. Babe, I'm sorry. Babe, I miss you. Trust him, but I couldn't not trust him. He would always give me snacks and toys. How could you dislike someone who does that? I remember the first time he did something. He pulled down my pants. I thought it was a game at first, so I tried to run away. He wouldn't let go of my pants though. I didn't see anything wrong with it at the moment of time. He tried pulling me towards him, but I was running in the opposite direction. I wasn't going to let him, not because I knew it was wrong, but because I thought it was a game. I finally got away and pulled my pants back up. I ran into the living room and acted as if nothing happened. But that's what it seemed, as if it was normal to do. He did this numerous amount of times, to the point where I knew it was wrong, and I got uncomfortable. This is all I remember him doing, but I'm not sure if he did anything else. It was years ago, and this is the first time I've chosen to type about it, or tell anyone, because I felt as if it was my fault, and I didn't want to be viewed differently, so I kept it to myself. This is the time, and after getting out of a shitty high school romance, I figured I'd give Tinder a try. I didn't really plan on going on any dates, I just wanted to talk to new people, and then maybe someone would pique my interest. Let me set the scene. It's my senior ball. I'm all glammed up in my vintage dress and having a pretty good time, despite not having a date. The night was calming down, so I was sitting on my phone while a slow song played. I opened my Tinder to see if I had any new matches, and I did. A guy who was decently attractive and only a year older than me asked if I wanted to go on a date. I declined, but he seemed pretty insistent. To be fair, it wasn't a very harsh no, because I didn't want to hurt his feelings. He then proceeds to spam me with different date ideas. I tried to ignore it and just go back to my friends. I checked my phone maybe 15 minutes later, and he had sent me pictures of an empty school parking lot that was maybe 2 blocks away from the reception hall. So I probably missed some details that would make this a little creepier. So, where do I start? I guess I can begin with a bit of background. This story takes place at a Kroger. I wasn't a customer or anything, no. I was an employee. I'm night shift, which means work, and he walked with a slow pace and a limp. Nothing too threatening, right? Now, I've seen this guy all the time, sometimes even with his wife. He didn't say anything bad to me at first, just, "You're working too hard." And that's it. I would usually answer back with, "Hardly working." Nothing bad, so very harmless and forgetful. I moved on with my shift. It goes like this for a while, with the same greeting and everything. Sometimes even make it say, "I used to teach karate," he says, "and I'm a 3rd degree black belt," until they kicked me out. No lie, he actually said kicked me out. So me being curious and dumb, I asked why. For reasons my wife hates my guts and constantly says she wants to divorce. My kids want nothing to do with me and took away all my weapons. My wife beats me and I got arrested on false accusations of hitting her back. I got married to my wife when I was 19 and adopted her 2 kids when it happened. I'm a 21-year-old girl who just wanted to do my job and go home. I don't care about any of this. But in my eyes, I saw that he felt lonely, so I continued to play the part of the listener. Time goes on, and I would see him a couple times a week, and he would take up at least 20 minutes of my time to talk to me. He said a couple of other things to me, but I've honestly tuned him out at this point. He literally does nothing but complain, and more complaining. It's honestly taxing to listen to him. So this is where I become just plain stupid, and I have since then regretted my actions. We were acquainted at this time. I know his name, his wife, and he damn well gave me more information about himself than necessary. So I clock out of work and walk outside. I see old dude. We walk, we talk. Well, he talks and I just listen. With a funeral, when he calls again, not even 5 minutes later. I leave the loud room and walk into the hallway, answering the phone angrily and generally pissed off. I say I'm at a funeral and I hang up. He then proceeds to call me and text me one last time during the day. That was a total of 3 calls while I was at a funeral. Normally, people would respect other people's privacy when things like death happen. I turn off my phone. I get back home and I call dude to see what the hell was going on, and he doesn't answer back. The next day he calls me, moans and groans about how he had the worst day of his life across his face and stuff. I'm sorry about the abuse, but I honestly don't really believe him at this point. He goes on for an hour when he says something that broke my sympathy for him. If I was younger, I would ask you to be my wife. What? It's true. I would want to take you ice skating, show you out to the town, and treat you like the lady you are. That's something you just don't say to a 22-year-old girl. I was at wit's end with this man. I'm done. So my birthday rolls around, and he texts me twice. Please call me anytime you can, and let me know how your birthday went, and what you got for your birthday. Please go skating tomorrow morning, please. Let me know, please, for our birthdays. I wish I was lying about these texts. That was the last text I got from him, and I told him in person to lose my number. He said he understood, but he still called me at least 2 more times and talked to me on the phone for an hour, talking about how he would love to teach me karate and how I needed to defend myself, how I needed to prepare to take a life if necessary. Like, he goes into gruesome detail about what he would do to them. I freaking block his number as soon as he hangs up. That was the straw that broke the camel's back. Now we get to today. I saw him out of the corner of my eye, slowly lumbering over to me. I greeted him, but kept on working. He talked to me for at least 20 minutes. During the time, he bought a vase of roses and gave them to me. It was around that time that the store manager saw how long I was talking to him and came over to break it up. Dude walks away and the store manager looks at me, clearly concerned, and asked me if I was okay. I told him when another employee walks up. He also knows of the old dude, and I talked to him before. He told me that old dude had been kicked out of the store before for inappropriate comments to other female workers. He says he's got my back if I need to escape from dude, and I thanked him for his concern. So here I am, seconds away from leaving, and staring at the roses in my cart. Yeah, I'm definitely throwing those away, I said to myself, heading back to the break room. I run into 2 employees, just when I'm about to meet again. So I'm flour free, and the phone number is blocked. I drive home and realize that I need to tell my dad about this. So I tell him the truth. Not about all the phone calls, since I'm a coward, but enough for him to become concerned. I gave him the piece of paper with his number on it. Needless to say, my dad's keeping a calm and keen eye on the horizon while polishing his guns at the moment. Update. It's only been a day since I posted the story. That's it. He said that and left right after. What do you guys think? I believe he's harmless, just doesn't know his boundaries well. Second update. Oh boy, he came in again for the 4th day in a row. This is definitely obsessive behavior. No one goes to the grocery store for 4 days in a row. He came in again and gave me a card, apologizing for getting me in trouble the other day. It read, please call me. I let this whole thing drag on way too long. I gotta end it now before my parents become full-fledged mama bear and papa bear mode. So this is the final update. I guess I can finally put this whole stupid ordeal behind me now. I know I was stupid, but what else is new? So I told my boss about what happened, and naturally, he took it very serious. I showed him the card and everything, and he said he would handle it. So some time passed, and I still see the guy every so often, ignoring him like I'm supposed to do. I told my boss that the old dude was inside the store, and he literally went hunting for him, going up and down the aisles trying to find him, but no luck. I guess the dude left. The next time I saw him was more comical really. I was talking to my boss about whatever, and I gestured to a pallet behind me that I had to start on. I was casually looking over my shoulder, and the old dude was standing right behind me. I made a weird gasping sound and spun back around, eyes wide, a bit caught off guard. I don't know if he was pretending to look for something. My boss picked up on it right away and said, "Is that him?" "Yep." "I'll talk to him." My boss went towards the guy, and I walked away, wanting nothing to do with it. A couple of minutes later, my boss found me again and said that him and the old dude had a small chat. Nothing bad. He basically told the old dude that he was making me uncomfortable and he needs to leave me alone. Things like that. Where to begin? I'll just start back to literally last month. So I started working with this guy, who for the sake of the story, I'll call him Bob. Bob is a kind person. I unleashed my full throttle of sarcasm on. Making fun of him just made me feel better, but he seemed to like it. Little did I know that he liked it a lot. I just thought he likes being made fun of, so no harm done, right? Well, if I had been right, I wouldn't be writing this. To be clear, I only thought of him as just being a friend, never anything more than that. Bob is 34, and I'm 22, female by now. He also has 2 kids and 2 ex-wives. One is weird, but he keeps insisting that it's just his way of being nice to everyone. Anyways, we become friends on Facebook, and he kept messaging me via Messenger and wanting to talk to me. I'm not always in the mood to talk to people, and sometimes I'm busy, and when I wouldn't respond to go, since he ended up getting me one. I mean, Bob is just too nerdy, but I just thought I was being too mean and judgmental, so I kept talking to him every now and then. As time goes on, obviously less and less, because I start to feel like he has feelings for me. But I start to second guess myself, and just think I'm crazy. I still only thought of him as just a friend, a fellow coworker friend. So, the minute my boss got transferred to manage a different department of the company, I find out that Bob is my new boss. Bob messaged me that same weekend, and I'm shocked and feel compromised because of the new position he just put me in. And of course, he didn't think of what kind of position he put me in, because all he was thinking about was himself and his wants and desires. So this is my horror story of how I got unwanted attention from my boss. P.S. I blocked him, and he has no way of contacting me unless it's face to face. All of my coworkers, which are male, are aware of the situation and have seen the messages. I'm not a vindictive person, and I don't want to ruin his life, but what he did I consider strike 2, and if he does it again, I will go to HR. I'm gonna keep my distance, and if I'm around him, I keep a coworker with me, and he seems to have gotten the message. Update. He wouldn't let it go. He kept messaging me over and over again, and I had no choice but to go to HR. He kept on giving me the hard jobs, as if he was punishing me, and he would still message me. He'd get mad when I didn't message him back. I finally talked to my friends, and decided to go to HR. They ended up not doing anything. He still has his job, and I basically had to switch departments to get away from him. I might look for a new job. Back in the summer of 2010, I fell victim to unexpected predators. Predators so unexpected, I can hardly believe it really happened when I look back on it. It was a type of experience that made me question whether or not I would survive. I was out late with my boyfriend, Richie. We were both 17 or 18 years old and had just graduated trade school, where we also met. We were living together on our own. We were living our best lives, no matter how little money we had. We loved spending most nights with one of our best friends at the time. His name was Daniel. Most nights we spent with Daniel were filled with late night drives, munchie runs, and video game sleepovers. We always had fun, just laughing and being dumb kids. We didn't really party or surround ourselves with drama or drugs. We did, however, like to drink once in a while. I don't approve of underage drinking at all now, but I know it happens. It is reality. This particular night, we had done what we did most nights. We drove around and Daniel's absolutely. Charlotte wants to hang out with us, I told Daniel. Alright, we'll go get her. Tell her we're on our way. So I texted Charlotte and told her to get ready soon. I couldn't wait to see her. It had been weeks since I last seen her, and I knew that she missed me too. We did still talk every day, but seeing her is the best thing. We had talked about a new album by the band Red. She said her brother had bought it, and she said she wanted me to listen to it. I asked her to ask her brother if it was okay if I borrowed it, and he agreed, so I told her not to forget it when I picked her up. We arrived at her place around 7:30, and she lives in a mobile home community, pretty close to where we were picking. I'll get that stuff later. We sat in the kitchen and started drinking and eating some munchies. I had actually started to feel sick earlier that day, so I only drank one wine cooler. The night went well. As it progressed, we sat around talking and enjoying the night. Around 11 p.m., Charlotte all of a sudden said, "Shit, my coworker just texted me and asked me to cover a shift tomorrow morning." "No, don't leave us," I interrupted, laughing. She laughed and said, "I want to stay, but I need the extra cash." We tried to convince her to stay, but she asked if we could take her home. Daniel was really drunk at this point. I had my learner's permit at the time, so I offered to drive since I was the only one sober. I figured it would also make good driving practice. So we proceeded to load up in the car, and I headed carefully to drop off Charlotte. We listened to music as always on the way, and laughed about how drunk Daniel was. He wasn't puking or anything, but he was saying many fight night. I remember thinking. We finally get to Charlotte's house, and I park in her driveway. We say our goodbyes, and she got out of the car. I stayed in the driveway until I saw that she made it into her place safely. I was by no means professional at driving at this time, so I drove all the way up the street in the opposite direction we came in, so I can just turn around at the next street and make a wide turn to drive back in the opposite direction again. I was terrible at adjusting cars. Let's just say I really needed the most practice making turns and parking. When I finally turned the car around to drive in the opposite direction, I realized I positioned the car too close to another car that was parked on the street. So I pressed the brake pedal, proceeded to try to reverse away from the car I parked too close to. Just as I put the car in reverse, we all gasped as we saw a small, gray, and very shitty looking pickup reverse very quickly in front of us. I panicked a little because it was abrupt. I thought for sure that they were going to hit us. The truck stopped, and I expected the driver to reposition the truck and drive away. I was very wrong. All of a sudden, two young Hispanic guys, early 20s, jumped quickly out of the truck and ran towards the Honda. I froze. I couldn't process what was happening. But one of them came to me. They made us get out, in the fear and panic that was upon us. When I got out of the car, I looked at this guy in front of me. I felt the worst fear I had ever felt in my life. I looked into his eyes and could tell he was high or something. I saw so much hatred and anger in his eyes. I knew this guy was out to hurt someone. He was wearing skinny light blue jeans and a blue plaid long sleeve shirt. On his face sat a round set of glasses. He was fixated on the threat in front of me, the guy. I was so scared, I didn't even know what was going on. All I could hear was, "What the fuck are you doing at my girl's house?" Pointed at Daniel and loudly asked, "My girl's cheating on me with this fucker? Claudia's with this fucker?" At the moment, he and the other guy started going through the car. They took my wallet and the red album and threw it out on the street. I whimpered in reply, "No, we just dropped off a friend. We don't know any Claudia." He replied loud and aggressive, "Which friend? You're lying." I didn't want to give up my best friend's name, obviously, so I responded, "Maria. We came to drop off my friend Maria. We don't know a Claudia. Please leave us alone." I was terrified and careful about what I said or did. because I didn't know if they had any weapons. I know we all had the same thought because we were all trying to remain calm. I didn't try anything, even though I didn't see any weapons. In my head, I knew it was a possibility, so I tried to remain calm. Before I knew it, the spiky guy grabbed my arm and started to lead me up the street. He said, "All right, take me to your house then. I want to talk to Maria," he said calmly. "Okay, I'll take you and show you. I'll prove to you that we don't know Claudia." We walked a few feet in silence, dozens of things going through my head. I was not about to lead him to Charlotte. I thought about running for it. I thought about pleading with him. I had no idea what to do. I turned around to try to assure him again. I said, "I really don't know Claudia." He didn't say anything. He just looked at me and looked back at his friend that he had left with Richie and Daniel. I guess he decided better and didn't want to leave his partner behind, because he left me alone on the street and took off running back down the street to the other guys. I took the opportunity to run behind one of the mobile homes and try to get back closer to the car. I thought about asking one of the neighbors to call the cops, but I was hesitant because, after all, it was really late at night and I probably wouldn't get an answer, or maybe if I did, I would just get the door slammed in my face. Just then, as I ran farther down the houses, through the back, I saw Daniel turn the corner and headed towards me. "Where's Richie?" I frantically asked. "I don't know. We both came looking for you." Richie then appeared behind the mobile homes too, and we were just so thankful to see each other. We peered around the mobile homes and decided it was safe to go back to the car. We ran fast. I ran so fast I could feel my pants falling off. I jumped into the back seat of the car without hesitation. Daniel had sobered up by the end of all that and decided to drive home. We were all so shocked, angry, and scared that we just all knew what to do and how to position ourselves in the car. I asked them what happened while I was by myself. They said they squared up with the guys. They fist fought for a couple of minutes and the other guys took off on foot. Richie said he didn't even get hit. He said that the guy looked like he was either high or drunk. We drove back to Daniel's house. We called the cops on the way there. They arrived 10 minutes later. I was shooken up. I was crying, and my stomach felt like it was turned upside down. The cops took all our statements. They said that they'll do their best to get this solved, but we never heard anything back about the incident. Nobody blamed me for it, but I had several regrets. I thought it was my fault for not locking the door. I thought how stupid it was that I froze up. I didn't know what I was going to do when the spiky-haired guy took me alone up the street. I was terrified of what he had in mind to do with me. I didn't know those guys. I didn't know their intentions or motives. I still have no idea who the hell Carla was. I have regrets, but I know it wasn't my fault. We were a life experience. It taught us a lot. I'm just happy and now thank God that nothing worse happened. It's not my fault, and those guys shouldn't have done what they did to us. Well, I don't blame myself anymore. I think we just happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong time. For a while, I worked the front desk at a retirement home. My shift was from 11 p.m. to 6 a.m., basically the black of night. The retirement home was nice, 3 stories, and the people lived on their own apartments and had maids to clean up after them. There was a restaurant inside that served the residents meals. Everything was nice and new. There was even an atrium in the middle of the building that had plants, water features, and a big jacuzzi. My job was to be at the front desk in case anyone needed help. Part of my job was also to walk the floors at night, just in case one of the oldsters needed anything, and to make sure the outside doors were all shut. It took me about 20 minutes to walk each floor. I had to walk the circuit at least 3 times on each floor, but it was up to me when to do the intervals. After I finished the circuit, I would go back down to the first floor where I could watch TV or read until it was time to make another round. I didn't particularly like being the only person awake in that building in the wee hours. I would have to go into the back of the building and check some of the doors, and that made me feel uncomfortable. One night, I was sitting on the couch in the first floor lobby, and I thought I saw one of the residents walking across the atrium like he was drunk. Sometimes residents would bring liquor into the atrium, which was okay as long as it wasn't in a glass bottle. I didn't have a good vantage point of the atrium, with all the dense foliage and my angle from where I was sitting. I got up and entered the atrium from the south door. I looked around just in case someone needed help, but I was the only person in there. I went back to the first floor lobby couch and started watching TV again. I couldn't concentrate on it though. I kept thinking of the atrium. Something about it was bothering me. I decided just to make one more circuit of the building. I got in the elevator and went to the top floor and started my walk. All quiet. I then used the back stairs to get down to the second floor. Also quiet. Except for one of the residents running their TV very loudly. But no one had complained, so there was no need to knock on the door. I was almost back into the elevator when I looked over the side of the atrium. I saw someone in yellow swim trunks. I wasn't alarmed. I figured one of the residents was taking a late dip in the jacuzzi. Supposedly the jacuzzi wasn't to be ran after midnight. But hey, they were adults, so I wasn't going to give them a hard case about it. It was getting near 4 a.m., and I could barely keep my eyes open. I turned on the TV and sat down at the desk to do some paperwork, anything to keep me from nodding off. While I was sitting there, I saw someone walk across the atrium from the south side to the north side, just like before. Okay, now I'm getting a little pissed. Sometimes the residents have a little fun with the staff. Also, some of these old birds and cats were getting it on at their age, and there had been some crazy things happening, especially when they brought out the booze. At some point, after 4 a.m., I fell asleep at the desk. I was startled awake a few minutes later when I heard some commotion in the atrium. I jerked awake just in time to see one of the residents run across the atrium to the other side. I only saw him for a second, but he had on the yellow swim trunks. I couldn't see where he went, but I could see that the north side door was propped up with one of the rocks that decorated the atrium. Propping the door open like this was certainly odd. Okay, fun games, people, I thought. Playtime is over. I got up and went to the south side atrium door. The door was stuck. I yanked on it, but it didn't budge. So I had to scurry all the way to the other side of the atrium to enter through the prop door on the north side. As I stepped into the atrium, I could hear that the jacuzzi was on the highest setting, and it was absolutely roaring. There was about a dozen beer cans on the cool decks. I marched over the fake bridge that spanned fake rocks over the river that was on the middle of the atrium. There was someone in the jacuzzi alright, but he was face down in the water. I jumped in and grabbed his arm to turn him over and start CPR, but it was already too late. He was non-responsive. I yelled for help, but the residents couldn't hear me. Most of them were hard of hearing. I tried to haul him up the jacuzzi steps, but couldn't move him much, since he was twice my weight. I ran to the lobby phone. He had jammed the south side door open with some more big rocks, so I had to run fast to get to the lobby so I could call 911. The EMT showed up quickly, but my resident had set up his suicide very well. After the autopsy, the resident starter told us that he had 5 times the amount of alcohol of those 12 beer cans in his blood. I was pissed off that he played cat and mouse with me all night and left me to clean up the mess. Alone in the dead of night, I can attest that it is increasingly horrific. I spent time working at a mental health unit for a private care home. There are always loads of stories of eerie things going on, and I never believed them. There are a couple of times I was freaked out though. Part of the job was to patrol the corridors, checking that the residents were asleep and in their beds. An important bit of info, which is relevant, is that the unit that I worked on was classed as a challenging behavior unit, basically violent or aggressive residents. The unit had been built for 40 residents, but because of the nature of the clients, the most they ever had was about 14. This meant that the place was mainly empty. One night I was doing a check on my own at about 3 a.m. I had pretty much finished my rounds and was about to head back to the lounge to continue watching TV in an attempt to keep myself awake. As I was heading back, I heard a bump noise and some muttering down one of the corridors. Thinking it was a resident, I walked towards the noise. It seemed to be coming from room 40, which hadn't had a resident in it for years. I was on my own. All the other staff were in the lounge. I didn't recognize the voice, and as I got to the room, I heard a loud bang. I opened the door and went in. It was a pitch black empty room, perfectly tidy with no one else in there. I freaked out and checked every room on the way back again. Chatting with the staff a few weeks later, they asked if anything eerie had happened to me yet. Playing it down, I said no. But it turns out room 40 was supposedly haunted after a member of the staff was fatally wounded there by a resident. I never told anyone at work about the incident, but it freaked me out. On a side note, not quite night shift, but eerie nonetheless. I was called into an emergency day shift. A resident was dying, and they needed extra staff to cover the floor while staff tended to the resident in his last moments. There was a call system in the building, like a hospital, which links to the pagers that the staff have to respond to. Each room has one, and the pagers allow you to see who's calling and if it's an emergency. Anyway, the resident passed away, and it was quietly told to the staff while they sorted the funeral details with the family. I was sitting in a lounge when the pager system went off for his room. Thinking the staff needed help or supplies, I went into the room. I popped my head around the door to be told that they didn't page anyone. I checked my pager, and it was his room that was calling. I reset the system and left. This happened 3 more times after that, each time within minutes of my leaving. Eventually, on the last time, I went to take the batteries out of the call system. A few minutes later, his room went off again. I still had the batteries in my pockets. We were all freaked out a little by this, so I went back one more time. The nurse that was dealing with the resident was shocked to hear what was happening. Even when I showed her the pager, saying it was a room calling, she paused and turned to the deceased. She knelt down next to him and said, in the most soothing voice ever, "It's okay, Bob. You can rest now. We'll be here for you if you need us." The alarm never went off again while he was there. We put the batteries back in after he left and the system was fine. Never had a fault again, or never went off unexpectedly again. So I'm not sure how many people know what FetLife is, but basically it's a fetish BDSM social media site. Facebook for those into kink, basically. It was used a lot for hookups, dating, but I was primarily into it to read some short erotica that were posted in forums sometimes, and finding more like-minded friends. But I did eventually branch out and meet some people off of there. Most of them were really cool, others not so much. They were just kind of boring. All in all, it was pretty okay. But after talking to this one guy and meeting up with him only once, I got really bad vibes and decided not to go any further. He just creeped me out for some reason. He was not ready to give up. Things went quiet for a while, and then 2 weeks later I kept getting harassing messages from blank accounts that I'm assuming were his, as they all had different variations of the same screen name, but words and letters arranged in a different order. They were pretty harmless things like, "Why don't you love me?" I thought we had something special. Hello? Please talk to me. Things of that nature. Annoying, but not dangerous. Well, one day he shows up to my work. Now I did work at a McDonald's, so it isn't that weird. And luckily I work in the back at the drive-thru. I only really saw him out of the corner of my eye when I went up to the front to grab cups, and I don't think he recognized me. I had shaved my head. It was trendy at the time, and when I met him I had a wig on. I never told him that I had shaved my head either. But as I was walking back, he called out my name. I rushed into the back and told my manager, and he got asked to leave. I didn't see or hear from him for 2 weeks afterwards. I get another message from a totally new unnamed account, but this one was much more sinister, and I knew it was him. It had to be. When he found out I was dating someone new, he got angry and threatened to expose me. I didn't work at McDonald's, so he didn't know where I worked anymore, but he knew where I went to school, the names of my mother and sister, and knew where they worked. He knows what shops I shop at, which friends I hang out with the most. He didn't know her name, but he gave me a really detailed description of how she looked, and he says that he knows where I live. Luckily, nothing happened, and I moved soon after. I never heard from him again, but needless to say, I was very spooked out, and it scared me away from online dating for good. I made a police report, so maybe that scared him away. I work at a family-owned restaurant as a counter girl. My job is fairly easy, and when I turned 16 years old, they allowed me to become a closer. Which shouldn't be the name, since closing counter girls leave an hour before actual closing time. One night, 3 well-dressed and fit men came in. They were buff, over 6'3" at least, dressed in fitted suits with nice jewelry on. And I can't lie, they were very attractive. One of them came to the counter while my coworkers weren't around and asked for my number. I proceeded to tell them how young I was. He continued on with it and said, "Just delete the messages." I got his number and began texting him and felt relief that he told me that he was on a business trip and he actually lives in Texas and is leaving in 4 days. Those next 4 days, since I refused to go to his place, he was coming in every night to get food. I didn't mind it at first, but each day he came with a different man. When he told me he was only on a trip with the 2 men from the first meeting. By the time the 3rd or 4th day rolled around, my closing shift ended at 11, since it was a Saturday night. He came in again, this time with even taller and bigger men. I'm talking gigantic muscle men, which was very unnerving. It was about 10:15 or so, and he said, "You guys close at 12, right? So you're off soon, huh?" And I just smiled and nodded at him and cashed him out. I went about my usual business, and around 10:55, when I went to put stuff in the dish room before clocking out, something caught my eye outside the little kitchen window. It was this fucking guy inside his rental white Challenger with a black stripe. I recognized it clear as day, since he boasted about it upon our first meeting. Sure enough, when I walk up to the window, they were in there waiting. At this time, I recently turned 16 and didn't have my license just yet, so my sister was picking me up. She parked fairly far away, past where they were, and there were no streetlights on or anything. I was starting to become nauseous. I immediately started panicking, and my waitress noticed. I told her everything, and she had me call my sister to pull up to the door. And I told her, "Please don't go outside, Vanessa. Let me go on my own." The last thing I wanted was for her to get hurt. But she's a mother, and she denied what I said and walked me out and made sure I got into the car and locked the doors. Once I got in, I didn't even buckle, and I said to my sister, "You need to drive, and you need not to drive home." My gut was telling me something, and it wasn't nice. My sister, obviously confused and getting freaked out, but did what I asked. I noticed them following, but she had lost them. To this day, I'm grateful for the waitress for helping me and my sister for acting quickly and not stopping to ask questions. I don't know what would have happened if I left on my own. Many years ago, I was a technical writer for a state office. My office was half of what had been an interrogation room for the Attorney General at one time. Since then, millions had been spent in renovations for the building, which had been built in the 1880s. It may have looked shiny and new, but it had some old residents left from before the renovations. I was working late and was sitting at my desk, which was U-shaped, with the center being the only open area for my office. A coworker came in, and the two of us were sitting there, at each end of the U, making revisions on a document together. Suddenly I felt like someone was in the office with us, but there wasn't anyone. The door was to our backs, but it felt like someone was on the other end of the U curved part, where my computer was. No one could have gotten there without walking through us. As we look at the spot where it seemed like someone was standing, the cord to my desk phone lifted, and it looked like someone had dropped it off the edge of my desk. I look at my coworker and she looked at me, and then we looked back at the phone cord. It was swinging back and forth, then suddenly it stopped in the dead center, as if someone put their hands out and held it there. It totally stopped swinging. She said, "Did you see that?" and ran out of the office. I left, took a walk, and went back to work a little bit later. What else was I gonna do? About a week later, I was at work late again. This time, I'm sitting at the bottom of the U, at my computer. Off to my left, I had a stack of papers, maybe 10 or 12 pages, and my glasses were laying on top of them. There was nothing near them, no air conditioning vents, and they were out of my reach. However, as I was typing, out of the corner of my eye, I saw some movement. I turned my head just in time to see the pile of papers, with my glasses on top of them, slide about 6 inches down my desk. Other things had happened over the years, but these were the two that stood out most in my mind. For a bit of background information, I'm a guy from Mississippi, and I was around 19 at the time this took place. I lived in a small trailer with my dad and brother for the first 16 years of my life, before my brother, who I'll call Gunner, moved out due to him and my father always fighting. After my brother moved out, my father and I moved a county away, therefore the trailer was left vacant. A couple years later, I started dating this girl, who we'll call Chelsea, and my brother was dating her sister, who we'll call Mariah. We all decided to move into the vacant trailer because at the time, there was no other option. We needed a place to stay fast, and that was our option. Keep in mind, at the time, my girlfriend had 2 kids, and Mariah had 4. This is where the story begins. My brother had, and still has a meth addiction, and it causes him to be violent and aggressive when he's high. The entire time he and Mariah were together, they would nonstop argue and fight. Several times it became physical and the police were called. All in all, the police were called 8 times while we lived together. Anyway, the first big event happened around Christmas of 2017. My brother had been high for 4 days and was trying to start an argument with Mariah, just to get an altercation started. This is how he was when he was high. Tensions rose, and he wanted to take their 6-month-old son away and stay at her grandparents' house a quarter-mile down the road. Mariah wasn't going to let him take him in this condition, so Gunner grabs one of his hunting rifles from my room and puts everyone at gunpoint and says, and I quote, "If anyone tries to take Cody away from me, I'll fucking kill you." At this point, everyone froze in fear. He was standing there with a 6-month-old baby in his arm, and a .308 caliber rifle in the other, pointing at me, Chelsea, Mariah, and the 5 other children. He then leaves out the back door and proceeds to walk to my grandparents' house in 30-degree weather with a 6-month-old baby with just a blanket. Chelsea and I drive down to my grandparents' house and end up calming him down long enough to convince him to give back Cody so we can get him home and make sure that he is safe and everyone else is safe. Not even 5 minutes later, my dad is pulling into the driveway where my brother was at to see what was going on. At the time, I was in the bathroom pissing, and when I walked out of the bathroom, my brother walks up to me so high that he pushes me onto the ground for no reason. For some reason, this just flips a switch. I get up, ready to fight, and my dad gets behind Gunner and puts him in the chokehold. Keep in mind, my dad is a big guy, around 5'11", but husky and strong. My brother is also 5'10", husky and strong as well, but he had his youth to his advantage, so my dad wasn't able to keep hold of him for long. I'm only 5'6", around 130 pounds. So when my dad is restraining my brother, I take the opportunity to punch my brother in the ribs as hard as I can, while I can. I mean, come on. What else are you going to do when you're this small in comparison? My brother finally breaks free and starts to swing on me. By a miracle, he never lands a punch, and I get out of there, and my father is able to subdue him without anyone getting hurt. He ended up just talking some shit and leaving with my father. The next incident happened a couple months after, around February. By the way, Mariah was still together with Gunner after everything that happened for some reason. I was at H&R Block filing my taxes when I get a call from Mariah, panicking, saying my brother had just beat the shit out of her and was cutting himself with a knife, telling me I needed to come home right away. I ended up getting home about 20 minutes later to find Mariah with a swollen face and my brother nowhere to be found. He came back about 10 minutes later and was wanting to get his belongings. I sat on the porch when he asked me if I would help him get his stuff. I told him, fuck no. Look what he did to Mariah's face. All of a sudden, he started swinging on me, and when I got up from the chair, he pulled my hoodie over my head like a pussy, and I ended up pushing him off the porch. When I got my hoodie off, my uncle that had brought him to the house made him get in the truck and leave before the cops got there. Mariah made a report to the cops, but she didn't press charges because they told her that she would have to go to jail too because of domestic violence. Yeah, sounds stupid, right? A couple weeks later, Mariah, Chelsea, and I were sitting at home, and Mariah asked if I would drive her down the road to get some weed. We lived in the back roads, where we had a weed dealer about a mile away. As we are driving to his house, we see my brother in someone's yard. Mariah wants to be petty, so she honked the horn as we pass. We pull up to the weed guy's house, and she gets her sack. And when we pull out of the driveway, we see my brother in my grandma's car coming downhill towards us. He gets about 50 feet away and swerves over into our lane. Thinking he was just trying to fuck with us, we think nothing about it until he's about 10 feet away and never gets over, so I hit the ditch to avoid him. He ends up swiping the car and pulls over and gets out and tries to pull me out of the car. We ended up going home to call the police because I had left my phone there, and the police couldn't do anything about it since we technically left the scene of an accident. I know, cops in my area are rather useless. We ended up totaling my grandma's car and completely fucking up the doors. My grandparents ended up giving me the car he totaled because my car was the exact same model as theirs and I could use their parts if I needed it. One day, while I was at work, my brother goes down to my house and takes the piece of steel and smashes out the windows of the car and even destroyed my mailbox. Once again, the cops didn't do shit about it. For the next couple weeks, my brother would send texts to Mariah saying that he's watching her, and would even stay at the cemetery across the road from my house and watch us at like 3 in the morning just to see who came over. My brother was the type of guy that couldn't stand anyone being with his ex. He went as far to sneak into the house in broad daylight while Chelsea and I were at work. and he left a note saying, "For Mariah, I'm watching you," while she took a nap with the kids. If you're wondering, our doors didn't really lock. That's how he got in. About a month later, Mariah gets back together with her ex-boyfriend and baby daddy to her other kids, and we'll call him Ricky. One morning, Chelsea and I leave for work at 6 a.m. and get about 20 minutes down the road when Mariah calls us, telling us that we need to come home because Gunnar had snuck down to our house through the woods around 10 or 11 o'clock at night and stayed in one of the vehicles all night waiting for us to leave so he could get inside and fight Ricky. Apparently, he tried to pull Ricky out of bed, but couldn't because he had a hold of the end of the bed. When he realized he couldn't, he started talking shit, and while this was all going on, Mariah snuck out to call the police. The police came but didn't do anything because my brother told him that the trailer belonged to my dad and that he had the right to be there. A couple days go by, and all of a sudden out of nowhere, Gunnar stops by with my two uncles. While Chelsea, Ricky, and I are at home watching TV, he starts spouting off stuff to get Ricky to come outside to fight him. So Ricky puts on his boots and walks outside. As soon as he does, Gunnar grabs him by the throat and drives him into the kids' playhouse on the porch. I go behind Gunnar and pull him off, and when I do, Ricky gets up and starts throwing punches at Gunnar, landing a couple. They end up on the ground with Ricky wrapped around Gunnar, choking him, until my uncles pulled them apart. Gunnar gets in the truck, still mouthing off, as they are leaving, and is visibly pissed when he sees that his head is all bruised up from getting tagged. The next day, Ricky drives down to my grandparents because the kids had told him that Mariah had gone down there to see Gunnar. I know, Mariah is absolutely stupid. He pulls up, and Gunnar is telling him to leave and that this is his house. Ricky says he isn't leaving until Mariah comes outside. Gunnar says he's going to hit him in the head with the metal folding chair that was sitting on the porch. Ricky tries to call his bluff and walks up to him, and Gunnar hits him, dropping him to the ground. Gunnar gets on top of him and starts beating him until my grandpa comes outside and makes him get off. He comes home later with a couple of bruises, but nothing too serious. A couple days later, Mariah and Gunnar get into another fight because Gunnar was apparently cheating on her, and things escalated very quickly. Long story short, Gunnar is chasing after Mariah on a four-wheeler, shooting at her with a pistol while she is in the truck with her son. Like every time before, the cops didn't do shit. Mariah finally wised up and moved in with her mom to get away from Gunnar. And the day after she moved, Chelsea and I were working and came home to find our TV had been stolen. Mariah came back down to the trailer the next day to get the rest of her stuff, where my brother saw her and stopped by to start another altercation. Things escalated again. Gunnar took the keys to Mariah's mother's car and threw them into the field next to our house. She jumped into the car and locked herself in there, trying to keep him from attacking her. My brother took a brick that was laying on the ground and tried to smash the window out. Somehow, by some miracle, the window never broke, so he decided to beat up the car instead. After he got tired, he finally left, and when we got off work, we searched the field by our house for 2 hours trying to find the keys. We never did, so the car was towed, which cost $100. Mariah's mother pressed charges, and he was charged with destruction of property, over $500 worth of damage, which made it a felony. The next day our air conditioners got stolen while we were at work, so that drew the line for us. We moved into one of our co-workers' house the next night, and after that, the problems with my brother stopped. We were finally able to sleep at night, knowing Gunnar wouldn't bother us anymore. Now it's 2020, and my brother has a warrant out for his arrest for not seeing his probation officer. It's bad to say, I honestly hope he goes to prison, so he stays away from us, because a year after we moved, we ran into him a couple times, and he was nothing but trouble both those times. I'm sure I missed some things, but that's the majority of it. The story might not seem as scary as others you hear, but it was a nightmare to experience it firsthand. Some nights I laid awake, afraid to go to sleep, in fear of my brother coming in and killing us in our sleep. things had gotten that bad. For anyone thinking about trying meth, please don't ever do it. It will completely ruin your life in a heartbeat and make you lose everything. Take it from experience. It's not worth it. This happened a few months ago. I was at a club for my friend's birthday, and we had a table with around a dozen friends with us. When we get there, a guy immediately starts hitting on me. He seemed super weird, and I had a boyfriend, so I politely declined his advances. Then shit got weird. While out, I feel like I see him everywhere, and it started to freak me out a bit. But at the time, I didn't have a sense of any danger. Fast forward an hour. I'm chatting with a friend from high school who happened to be the bartender. Creepy guy comes up and orders a drink for him and myself, which I decline, and explain to my bartender friend that we already have a table, so I'm good on drinks. Creepy guy did not like that. He gave me shit about not accepting his offer and that he was just trying to be nice. However, during his nice guy speech, he picked up my drink to refill it, which I again declined and asked him to excuse me while I chatted with my friend. I finished my drink, the one he picked up earlier, and finished it without thinking much more of the creeper. About 30 minutes later, I become sick and disoriented, and I had my friend help me to the restroom since I felt so dizzy. After a while, I felt sick again, and my female friend was nowhere to be seen, so I walked myself to the bathroom. While waiting at the door, the creeper swooped in and held on to my waist very tight and asked if I wanted to come to his table upstairs to meet his friends. I kept telling him no, that I needed to go back to my friends, and he began dragging me towards the stairs, telling me a list of disgusting perverse things that I refused to write here. At that point, I was terrified, but my legs literally did not work. He was carrying me up the stairs. As soon as he got up there, he requested his valet to go home. At this point, I knew I was in danger, but my purse was missing, and so was my phone. While he's waiting outside, the bouncer makes a comment about my behavior, and the creep shrugs it off as too much alcohol. As we are waiting for the valet, 6 of my friends burst out from behind the door and began screaming at the creeper, while one of the female grabs me and pulls me back inside. I passed out soon after and woke up about 5 p.m. the next day on my friend's couch. I thought I had alcohol poisoning until I went to the emergency room and found out that I was drugged with ketamine while out the night before. This guy intended to drug me and take me home with him. Since then, I have refused to go out without my boyfriend always around me. I avoid that bar at all costs in case that creeper ever comes back. And I know to watch my drink like a hawk whenever I'm out. A valuable life lesson learned from a terrifying experience. This is the scariest thing that ever happened to me while I was night shift security at a data center. I was just an 18-year-old kid, and my job was to sit in the office all night, alone. This was in the early days of the internet. There was no Facebook or YouTube to kill time. Usually, I took the time to study or practice a guitar, but sometimes I needed a break from that. I decided to photocopy my face, which led to my butt and other parts. I'm the only one in the building, so it's super easy. But then, the paper got jammed after having copied my parts. There was about 1 hour before the early people would start coming in the office. I had no idea how to open this very expensive copier, and there was no manual anywhere. I was pulling the parts off, trying to remember where they came from, so I could put it back. No smartphones to just snap a picture and know how to put everything together. I had pulled off and replaced many parts that gave me no access to the jammed paper. There was only 30 minutes before the first people started coming in, and what if someone decided to come in early that day? Long story short, I managed to figure out how to remove the offending jammed copy with literally only 3 minutes before someone came in to the office. This isn't a scary story, but it scared the crap out of me. Okay, so this just happened 15 minutes ago. I'm still shaking from this shit as I type this. I work out of Five Guys, and I had a shift from 5 p.m. to close. We close at 10 p.m., and we're usually there till about 10:45, cleaning up and prepping for the next day. Usually there's one person on dishes, one cleaning, one changing and taking out the trash, and the manager doing paperwork and helping us out. I'm usually on trash because I'm not really good at the other things. The walk from the back door through a pitch black alleyway. Tonight, I had an absurd amount of trash to take out, so I was exhausted and just wanted to go home. On the way back from our last trip, my pants started to fall down because I wear them extremely loose at work. I don't know why. I stopped to pull up my pants and turned around to see a man sprinting towards me. My heart stopped, and I jumped like you would jump from a jump scare in a horror movie. I turned around and did a speed walk type of thing because it's like 10:40 at this time and pitch black out. Shit reminded me of the dude from Get Out. Anyways, I turned back around to see what the guy was doing, and he was fucking gone. Gone. Disappeared. At this point, I full on sprinted to the back door. Yeah, that's pretty much all there is to the story. The story's kinda anticlimactic, but it scared the crap out of me. When I was 10, my female cousin and I were dropped off at the movie theater by my mom while she ran some errands in town. We decided to go see a horror movie called The Village. I am tall, so I looked older, and my cousin was 14 at the time. We got super bored and decided to leave, so we got up. We walked out and stood at the entrance of the movies and rang my mother to come pick us up. Not 5 minutes later, a couple, about 40, well dressed, came out, and we recognized them as being in the same movie room as we were. They walked over to us and started asking us questions like, "Why did you guys walk out? Did you not like the movie? How old are you?" We told them that we were bored, and I honestly forgot how old we told them that we were. We also told them that we were waiting for my mom to come pick us up. And they asked, "Do you want to wait for her at our place?" We told them no, and they asked, "Are you sure?" And something else I can't really remember. They then walked away from us, but not out of the movies, and started talking. A few minutes later they come back and asked us again, and then walked out. The dick behind the popcorn counter then said we couldn't wait inside and we had to go outside. It was a really small crappy place. We told him what happened and he either didn't believe us or didn't care because he still made us go. I think there's more to the conversation, but I can't really remember. I think my cousin told them that my mom wouldn't know that we were with them, and they said, "Ring her and tell her," or "We'll ring her and tell her once we get to their house," or something along those lines. Sometimes I wonder if they were genuine, but who asked a pair of kids to go back to their place? My first job as a software engineer was working at Adam Osborne and Associates at the marina. It was 1977, and I was developing simple example programs to run on the earliest microcomputers. I had a lab area with the Radio Shack TRS-80 and an Apple II, a North Star computer, and a few others. We had a small number of employees, maybe 12. One night I was working late, 2 a.m. I was the only staff person in the office. All of a sudden, there was a horrendous crash and a thud, and I heard people running in the front door. I went to hide in our little stock room, behind some boxes. Some young thieves had appropriated a concrete utility cover from the sidewalk out front and chucked it through the window pane of our front door. Then they just turned the handle and they were in. Piece of cake. They grabbed 3 IBM typewriters and ran right back out. The whole episode only took 30 seconds, and they roared off in their cars. I never saw the getaway car. I dialed 911 while listening to my heart pounding and waited for the cops to arrive. And that was pretty exciting. Then came the scary part, calling Adam Osborne at home at 3 a.m. and telling him what happened. Forever after, years later, anytime I ran into Adam at a trade show or show place, he would greet me warmly and remind me of the episode. Being a military camp guard, I was frequently assigned to do night patrols around the camp perimeter. For one of the patrols, I was walking along with a partner, wanting to complete the round before I turned in for the night. Walking around the building, we suddenly heard footsteps coming out from the building. We paused and checked our watches. It was 2 a.m. in the morning. Checking every exit. It was a secured building that stored millions of dollars worth of equipment. Each exit was armed with an intrusion detection lock. Each lock was armed. We heard more footsteps and decided to radio back to the guardhouse. Is there any night ops going on? No, everybody in the camp had checked out. The guardhouse holds the keys of the important key presses. When these keys are all turned in, no one except for the essential staff, like camp guards and other personnel on duty, are in camp. There's footsteps in Building X. All locks are red and armed. Advice? Continue with your patrol. We'll check in with duty orderly. The DOS checked the building soon after, and there wasn't anyone around. This was a long time ago. Let's see, about 37 years ago, as of 2016. I worked at a full-service gas station just off the highway around the South Manchester, Connecticut, USA area, just off Highway 84, going towards Hartford. Usually it was pretty quiet at night, but one time we got robbed. The robbers pulled up to the gas pumps in a car. They asked for money in the drawer. One guy had a gun, and the other guy had the gas pump. Somehow, they ended up spraying me with gasoline, and they were flicking a big lighter. They got the money and drove off. I called the police, who in turn called an ambulance. Then I called my parents. Somehow my parents beat the ambulance to the hospital, where I had a saline flush to get the gasoline out of my eyes and nostrils. This was one of many interesting nights I had as a teenager working the gas stations, but the risk of being burned by a madman with a lighter while doused in gasoline certainly takes a cake. So today has been slow at work, and I've been killing time reading these stories. Maybe enough time has passed so I can share mine. I had a friend who was really into occult. Unfortunately, I was the one that got him turned on to it. We had a mutual appreciation of the paranormal and all things weird, so I thought the subject would interest him. He started going deep into the subject, to the point where he wouldn't talk about anything else. He would actually interrupt a conversation and force the subject back to occult matters. Rude. But sometimes people go through phases where their interest is all they want to talk about. It was a mostly forgivable offense. I think I should mention that this particular friend didn't have a very large friend circle. His depression and introverted nature kept him inside a lot. He didn't have the best luck in relationships with women. His world was kind of small, and I did enjoy hanging out with him, so I did my best to be a good friend. I didn't want to brush him off because he was acting a little weirder than normal. Honestly, for the longest time, he was a totally normal guy. We'd chat and play games together on PlayStation. Sometimes we'd go see movies with my boyfriend accompanying us. We hung out all the time at the park. We went swimming and overall had a good time hanging out. Things started to go downhill when he started to smoke DMT. I think psychedelics are amazing tools that can offer insights into your life, but they should be treated with respect. My friend got to the point where he was making it himself, and he was smoking it daily, multiple times a day. For those who aren't familiar with the substance, when you smoke it, you get transformed to a different world, and an entirely new plane of existence. Your body and yourself don't exist anymore. My personal experience with it led me to see a dragon once in this kaleidoscope of a cornucopia. People see all kinds of things on it. Imagine what that does to a person when they smoke it 30 times a day. He started telling me things like he was the reincarnated Osiris. He said that he was seeing hieroglyphics all over the place. Apparently, he had an hour-long conversations with entities in his bedroom, even when he wasn't smoking. Of course, I was very alarmed to hear all of this, and told him that he needed to take a serious break. No drugs at all for a few months, so he could find a solid footing in reality again. At this point, I was still hanging out with him because he obviously needed some help, and like I said before, he didn't have a lot of friends that could give him that. He was also the black sheep of his family, so I knew he wasn't getting any kind of support from them. He was really close to his sister, and I did reach out to her on Facebook to express my concerns. I pushed her to talk to him into getting some psychiatric help because he was slipping past the point of no return. I'm not really sure if she took my messages seriously since we didn't really know each other. Plus she is at least 6 years younger than us and possibly didn't grasp how serious the situation was becoming. In any case, I'll jump forward now to the part that things started to get real creepy. My boyfriend and I had made arrangements to hang out with our friend at the park. I didn't really want to go because I felt like I needed a break from him. I couldn't deal with it on that particular day. My boyfriend said he wasn't all that bad, and we went anyway. We get to the park, and he's his usual self, ranting about Egypt and made up gods that only he knew. He also had a large hunting knife that he kept fiddling with the whole time that we were on the walk. He told us that he had been using it in ceremonial magic, and that it helped him banish negative thoughts. This made me extremely uneasy. He would do this thing where he would take the knife and make stabbing motions near his heart or head, like he was mock stabbing himself, all while holding a conversation with me and my boyfriend. I think we were both on edge and didn't know what to say or do about it. I tried to distract him from doing it by bringing up subjects that might interest him, but he kept on with his ritual. Keep in mind, we're walking on a trail, so it isn't like we could just say goodbye then and there. We had to walk back to our car and drop him off at his car. My boyfriend had the bright idea that we should get some lunch after our walk, even though I was doing my best to give him a look that said, "No, you crazy fuck. Why would you think I would want to spend any more time with this nut?" But it must not have been very effective, or my boyfriend was just ignoring it. Not sure. Either way, we ended up getting to the car and going to lunch. In the car I was driving, my boyfriend was in the passenger seat and our weirdo friend was in the back. As we're heading through the busy part of town, where all the shopping and restaurants are, I hear the distinctive sound of a belt buckle coming undone. Then I hear the worst sound imaginable. I peek back in the corner of my eye, and my suspicions are confirmed. This crazy fucker was full on jacking off in our back seat. I mean, pants way down, bare ass on the seat, beating it so hard like he wanted to rip it off. Instinctively, I felt sick to my stomach, and all the nervous energy I had throughout the day popped up into my head. I was trying not to shake and trying to ignore it and drive through the heavy traffic. I kinda had a freeze response, I guess. The whole time I kept thinking about the huge knife he had in his pocket, and obviously he was completely off his rocker. I was afraid to say anything or confront him because I didn't know how he would react. This part is nuts, but my boyfriend didn't even fucking seem to notice. The whole time, he kept rambling on about God knows what. I couldn't listen to him because my thoughts were 100% focused on driving and trying to act like I didn't know what was going on in the back seat. We got to the restaurant, and my boyfriend runs in to grab the food. I'm left alone in the car with our friend, and I'm trying to act like I'm browsing my phone, when really I'm watching and listening as hard as I can. We don't talk. My boyfriend gets back in the car, and I complain that I'm tired, and it's been a long day, let's drop him off, etc. So I drive us back to our friend's car, and he doesn't get out of the vehicle, he just sits there. I have to get a little rude and ask him to please get out so I can go home. He gets out of the car and walks over to the passenger side. I start getting really scared, and I suspected the worst. He pulled a gun out of some kind of bag he had on the seat, and he just walks over to our car with it. I don't know why the fuck I did this, but I was so pissed I just got out of my car and walked right up to him. I was maybe 3 feet away from him, and I could see it was a loaded 9mm. I kept asking him over and over again, "What are you doing?" Because apparently that's all my brain could think of. I told him to get into his car and go home. He never said anything during this whole time, just kind of cried and had this wild look in his eye. For whatever reason, he got back to his car and drove off. I told my boyfriend obviously we're never going to hang out with him again, and I didn't even want him to talk to him anymore. No contact. A few months pass, and he occasionally messages me through the PlayStation or texts my phone. He says a lot of random stuff, and I just ignore it. It turns out he moved to Tennessee, near Nashville. I don't know why. He had a roommate, and I think his girlfriend lived there. I'm not really sure about the situation. I think maybe he's turning his life around and getting a fresh start down there. I'm not interested in any kind of friendship with him, and I know he needs help beyond what I could offer. Again, I reached out to his sister and let her know that he had a gun. She managed to get it from him somehow, but it did little good in the end. I get a call around 11 p.m. one night that wakes me up. It's a man claiming he's a detective in Gallatin, Tennessee, and my heart skips a beat. I start sweating and immediately ask what happened. Apparently, my former friend stabbed someone to death on Halloween Day. I don't know all the details, and the articles about it are kind of sparse. The whole thing is really surreal, and I'm just feeling like I'm lucky that I didn't get shot last summer. This whole thing turned out way longer than I meant it to be, but that's the story. I'm still feeling creeped out by the whole ordeal, and I'm kind of feeling sick after writing this. I was 18 and got a job as a bartender at one of the more popular nightclubs in my city. To start with, I didn't even apply for the bartender job, but applied as a chef. The owner of the place told me that he wanted me in the bar where the people would see me because I looked too good to be in the kitchen. This man was twice my age. I worked my first night and felt very creeped out by this dude, so I politely told him that I didn't want the job. He proceeds to call me and text me for 2 weeks, asking me to come back to work for him. About 2 months later, I hear from my friend that the man had been accused of 5 rapes, all different girls, and a small explosion went off by the entrance of the nightclub, and the place was now shut down for good. Never heard how long of a sentence he got. Remember, always trust your gut feeling. I work at a large crafting store in California, and have been there for a year and 8 months now. A little background before I explain what's been going on is needed. So last year, we hired a guy named Hayden. Hayden was a little quiet on the first day, but quickly became more talkative over the next couple of weeks, and eventually never stopped talking. He would constantly say weird shit. For instance, one day he was put in charge of building furniture. Our store carries stuff like furniture and home decor as well. He was apparently having difficulty assembling the tables he was working on and said something about cutting his wrist if he couldn't figure out how to put it together. Another time, we were both working in the stock room and he kept talking about how much he looked like Parkland shooter Nicholas Cruz. I'll admit, he did in fact look like the kid, which was creepy. I remember one day, I had gotten off of work and was waiting for my ride to pick me up when out of nowhere Hayden walks up behind me. He just stood there with an awkward smile on his face, and I politely asked him, "What's up?" He said something to the effect of, "Oh, nothing much, just enjoying my lunch break." I was thinking about going inside Taco Bell and shanking someone. He pretty much laughed and said he was joking after saying that. When my wife picked me up, we saw him walking towards Taco Bell, and he just flashed us this creepy ass ear-to-ear smile. So the last straw for me was when he and I were assigned to work the spring freight and get the load up on a large U-boat. Our shift started at 7 a.m. and was over at noon. It was 11 a.m. and we still hadn't finished our task because Hayden wouldn't stop goofing around. He would also work very slowly on purpose and would only take one item to the U-boat at a time. Our boss came to where we were working and was upset that we weren't done yet. He told us that we would both get written up if the job wasn't finished before we were off. I was pissed off at this point, and Hayden knew it. He seemed to feel bad for pretty much getting me in trouble and apologized. He then said something that really concerned me. He said in a more serious tone than I had ever heard him speak since I met him, "If I get fired, I'll shoot this place up." He then went on to say he knew where all the emergency exits were and would first shoot up all the cashiers and then move on to the other employees in the store. I'll admit, I didn't immediately report what he said because it did have me on edge and I kept thinking about what if. After some convincing from my wife, I finally did the right thing and informed my manager. They took a written report from me and contacted the police. After 2 more days of working with Hayden, he was fired and arrested for his threats. The week after he got arrested, the boss held a meeting with the entire staff and told everyone what happened. After everyone left the meeting, he pulled me aside. He revealed to me what the police and Hayden talked about during the interrogation. I don't completely remember what was said by Hayden, but apparently he admitted what he said and kept asking if I had been the one to report him. Fast forward to a few weeks ago. I was working at the same store, still am, and I was heading to the break room for my final break when I heard a voice from one of the aisles to the left. A man was standing next to a paint case and asked if I could get him some paint. While I was opening the case, he addressed me by my name, which I immediately thought was weird because I wasn't wearing a name tag on this particular day. Out of curiosity, I asked him how he knew my name, and he said it was just a lucky guess. To which I thought was bullshit, mainly because the tone of his voice seemed sarcastic. The entire time I was getting paint, he was staring at me with a smirk on his face. He began to ask me questions about my name, which is the same as a popular TV show character. He asked what year I was born and why my parents decided to give me that name, etc. At this point, I started to walk away as I had other things to do, and the whole time I was walking away, he was trying to talk to me. I heard him yelling my name from 3 aisles down. I went and stood in the warehouse until I thought he was gone. Later that same day, one of my coworkers asked me if I knew the guy that was buying that paint, and I told her I didn't. She told me that he had approached her and asked her all kinds of questions about me, if I'm a good worker, and if she likes me as a coworker. This is an ongoing issue too, as he came to the store 2 other times, one being yesterday during my day off, and apparently asked where I was. I don't know for sure, but I suspect this guy might be cousins with Hayden, as they sort of look alike and have similar mannerisms. Both look similar to the Parkland shooter and have that same creepy vibe. This might not be the scariest thing on here, but it's still freaky. Update. Tonight I worked the closing shift and was outside getting carts after the store closed at 8 when 2 SUVs pulled up into the parking lot. One of them parked behind the store and the other one parked in the main lot. I was standing in front of the entrance doors when a man dressed in all black wearing a hoodie stepped out of one of the SUVs. Another guy walked up next to him, and they both started approaching the store. I politely told them that we were closed, and then I looked down and noticed a large baseball bat in the hooded guy's hand. I started repeatedly ringing the bell to let me back inside, and those two guys were just pacing back and forth in the lot, staring right at me. My manager let me back in and called the police. The guys were long gone when they got there. This could have easily been a totally unrelated incident, but I still thought to update because the whole thing makes me think it could be you-know-who. I like to think I have pretty decent instincts now when it comes to knowing who has bad intentions, but I wasn't always cautious and observant as I am now. When I was in high school, I always felt so ugly. I had low self-esteem and anxiety, which was really more of a problem rather than my looks. So if anyone of the opposite sex gave me even a little attention, I would start to like them. I was pretty innocent, despite how desperate I was, having only kissed one boy. So when I was 17 and a college guy put some interest into me, I immediately clung to him. I was on this app before Tinder, and I met this guy who lived 7 hours from my home city. His name was Brandon, and he was gorgeous. Blonde hair, muscular, blue eyes. He played soccer for his university and was 19 years old. Honestly, he wasn't my usual type. I really like guys with darker hair and eyes. I still do. But he was really handsome and really kind. He would shower me with compliments and talk to me all the time. I lived alone, long story, in an apartment with just my cats. So when I would get lonely or scared, he would always comfort me. A month into talking, he started to ask for pictures. Not ones of my face, but obviously nudes or bra pictures. Now, this was nearly 6 years ago, and I didn't have a good concept of stranger danger on the internet. I mean, smartphones had only really been out for 2 or 3 years at this point, at least in my school and with my age group. 17-year-old me who was insecure wanted to make him happy because I couldn't believe I got in a guy like him. I was ready to do anything he asked. I never sent naked pictures. I was too insecure for that, but I would send him pictures of me in a bra. He would shower me with compliments saying how sexy and beautiful I was, and I fell for every word. With time, I started to get upset though. I wanted to see him. I would always send him when he asked, but he would never send me any. He would show me pictures of him with his shirt off, but the pictures were always bad quality. When I started to get persistent, he promised he would start calling me. For some reason, that appeased me, and we talked many times a week. After a couple months, he got increasingly more sexual with me, telling me what he wanted to do with me, and how badly he wanted me. This made me kinda nervous since I had only kissed a boy, but it also made me a little excited. It felt good to be wanted by someone, and I had really grown to like him. This was all during the first semester of my senior year in high school, and I was about to turn 18 the next semester in late January. As it got to Christmas time, he started talking about coming to my city to see me for my birthday. This had me really excited, since I really wanted to see him in person so badly. We had first talked about me going to him, something he had insisted on, but I chickened out and said I couldn't drive alone. It was an excuse. I really didn't want to go to an older guy's house and stay with him alone. My house just felt more comfortable and safe. We planned on the weekend after my birthday, and everything seemed fine. But then, one day in my choir class, my best friend, an exchange student from Germany, was talking with me about him. I was telling her about him, and she got very unsettled. "Have you seen him on video?" I told her no, and she gave me a skeptical look. Something doesn't feel right. There's no way that he is real. Not that you couldn't date someone like him, but he's too perfect. She was very direct and blunt with me, something my other friends weren't, so I took her words deeply, and I'm so thankful I did. I immediately asked him for a picture of his face. He made up some excuse about how he couldn't take a picture right then, so I persisted, asking him every day. Finally, my instincts were kicking in, and I was getting scared. I told him I wanted him to video call me. He said no. I fought with him for hours on it one night, telling him if he tells me the truth, I won't get mad. He refused. I searched for his name that he gave me in Facebook, determined to find out on my own if he wasn't gonna give in. Nothing came up on him. I texted him telling him I couldn't find him on Facebook, and he gave in, giving me a completely different name than he told me. That's me. I remember just feeling cold as I read that. I looked up the account, and everything he told me was a lie. His name, his face, his age. He was 25, not 19. I was terrified. I thought I had been talking to someone that was just 2 years older, which is legal in my state, but he was 8 years older. I immediately stopped texting him. That's when he started getting obsessive. He would text me a dozen times a day, call me over and over again. He would beg me to answer him, to give him a chance. Then he started threatening me to answer. He told me that he saved all my pictures and told me that he would send it to all my friends and family on Facebook, show everyone me in a bra, and show our text messages talking about what he would do to me sexually if we met. Looking back, all of this was more damaging to him than me, but I was young and stupid and afraid. I hated my body so much, and I was terrified of people seeing it. So I started talking to him again, more reserved and cautious this time. The days inched closer to my birthday and the weekend that we had planned. Our messages had become bland and short since I was trying to make him lose interest in me, but he never gave up. If I took too long to message him, then he would threaten me again. My birthday fell on a Monday this year, and he sent me all kinds of messages. I don't even remember what I did that birthday. I didn't have many friends, and I never liked to celebrate, so it was probably something small. When Friday hit, I got a text from him that morning saying that he was driving to my city and he would pick me up from school. I was terrified. I lost a lot of my friends the semester before. Long story. So they obviously had no clue of my situation. Out of desperation, I went to one of my guy friends, who I hadn't talked to in a couple of months, and spilled everything to him. He was a longtime friend, so he was sympathetic and promised to follow me home that day. I went straight to my car, ignoring the massive amounts of text saying, "Where are you? I'm here." My friend drove behind me all the way to my apartment, which he had no clue where I was living, and stayed with me as I cried for a while. I turned my phone off, and my friend left later that night. Brandon had no clue where I lived, but I was still paranoid. What if somehow he found me? Only 3 people knew where I lived. 4 now with my guy friend, and he didn't come in contact with any of them. When I finally turned my phone on again, he was threatening me. I was exhausted and fed up. I started spam texting him, yelling and venting. I told him how stressed he made me, and how what he was doing was wrong. I told him to send the pictures, and I didn't care anymore. Then I started attacking his character, telling him that no one can love him if he hides who he is, and threatens people, and treats people like shit when they catch him in a lie. Thankfully for me, he had enough care for me to take my words to heart. He apologized and told me he deleted all the pictures. He swore to leave me alone as long as we still talked to each other once in a while, as friends. I agreed, even though I knew I was lying. I talked to him for a month, short responses, till he finally gave up. Even now at 22, I still see his name appear sometimes. I blocked his number and deleted him on everything, but his name still shows up on my Instagram or Snapchat when he's trying to re-add me. He's the reason I don't give my name or pictures out. He isn't the first stalker I experienced. The first one was in 6th grade, but that story's for another time. News about child abductions has become more frequent. This has led me to an old encounter my mom reminded me of when I was a wee lass. This happened when I was about 5 or 6 years old. My mother was a dealer, so that means she and her fellow employees were hanging out, go on a little road trip with the crew. Everyone agreed, and then one of the crew members suggested we go see the new inland resort a couple towns over. It was nothing fancy, just a large area with a few pools, a pond where you can catch your own fish for meals, and bamboo huts along the side. We all get in the truck and off we go. We all arrive sometime early in the afternoon, and my mom is telling members of the crew what to do. One books a hut, one gets our stuff in order, and someone keeps an eye on me. While I look around, but never wandering off too far, I see an older lady, maybe late 40s, early 50s, looking at me. I was a friendly kid, so I waved and smiled. She just stared at me, so I told the crew member who was looking after me, who in turn told my mom. She informed everyone to watch out for her, and to make sure someone always had their eyes on me. We proceed on. I'm swimming in the pool. Mom and the crew are having a few drinks and eating catfish. This dragged on till maybe 6 or 7 p.m. I stayed in the pool a majority of the time and would just come up for a bite or a drink of soda. But on my last attempt to jump in, I see from the far end of the pool the same old lady. I immediately tell my mom, who looks in her direction and tells everyone we're packing up and going back to the warehouse. We get back, and my mom requests that 3 of the guys stay the night at the old house, and if they could stay up one at a time, just to be safe. Sometime in the middle of the night, I was woken up by my mom telling me to be quiet and follow her to the bedroom that was in the back, and leave my slippers on so we didn't make any noise. I asked her why, and she pointed outside, and on the other side of the gate was the same lady. She insisted that I go into the room in the back of the house and stay there till she gets me. I follow, and then I hear her wake up the crew. I hear them leave the house to confront the lady by the gate, with questions like, "Who are you? What do you want? How did you follow us?" But my mom said that she just glared at them while mumbling, and now and then tilted her neck, looking past them as if looking for someone. She eventually leaves, and in the morning, whatever happened with the report. She said that she and 3 crew members that confronted her went straight into town hall before they started work. It's a pretty small town, so it wasn't hard to find someone via description, and they did find out who she was. Local authorities went to a little bamboo hut on the edge of town, about a mile into some wooded area. The plan was to just give her a warning, but when they got to the hut, no one was in there. They checked all the windows, but nobody was inside. Someone did live there because there were ducks and chickens in a small pen on the side of the house. They decided to just leave and update my mom later in the afternoon, but nothing to update. They never saw anyone at that house again. I guess I'll start with some background. I'm a 33-year-old female, but the story takes place when I was a teenager, living in a suburb of Chicago. The village I lived in was quiet and middle class. We lived like a mile away from the police station, and the worst crimes we had were a murder or 2 and a robbery, only once in a blue moon, 99% of the time. Boring, and more boring. Unless you had a car, you were stuck just walking around the park at night with your friends. Kinda boring. Anyway, one night, my girlfriend and I decided to hang out at the park with some guys at 12 in the morning. The night was a bit windy and had a full moon. I even got a kiss that night from the boy I liked. But the night wasn't just fun and hanging out late. There was a deep forest by the park with a stream and a playground right next to it. There's 2 bridges, one of wood that everyone uses, and one bridge made of rocks that was rarely used because it was deeper in the forest. These both went over the stream, connecting the 2 halves of the forest and park area. I get to the rock bridge in a minute. We hang around on the swings and chatted, and just spent the evening together. I'm sitting and just looking around, talking while enjoying the peace and quiet and the moonlight. I have full view of the forest and the dip of earth that I know leads to the stream. I see something moving over the dip of the earth, some dark shape. It looked like it was crawling out of the forest. An arm, then another arm. It's pulling itself out of the ditch, a figure darker than the surrounding forest. I'm sitting there, frozen. I think I'm seeing things. It kind of lays there on the ground and doesn't move. A flash of fear grips me. What if it comes this way? I look at my friend and no one notices anything. I look back and it's gone. Did it go back or go somewhere? I really wanted to get out of there. Then one friend asked, "Did you guys hear about the urban legend of the rock bridge over the stream? Apparently, some kids or something played on the bridge and fell over and died." What a thing to say after what I saw, but I didn't ask anyone anything, and I just pretended I didn't see anything. But the experience stuck with me. I never talk about it because it must have been my imagination, things that only really happen in scary movies, right? But I really went back to that park after that. And Black Thing, if you're real, I hope we never meet again. The first time was in elementary school, while all the kids were getting out for recess. I think I was in 4th or 5th grade. A random car pulls up and asks me if I seen so-and-so. No one knew what kid he was looking for. One of the two people in the car opened the passenger door of the coupe and said, "Why don't you just jump in and we can drive around to find him?" Being a foolish kid, I was about to get in the car. I hear one of the moms on watch call out and ask who these people were and tell me not to get into their car. The guy that was outside of his car got into the car and they drove off. The mom on watch asked me who these people were, but none of us knew. The second time was a few years later, now in middle school. I was walking home at night from a fun center. It was near where I lived, and the fun center was a place that kids could rollerblade, play arcade machines, and dance in a room set up with a DJ. And in the summer it had water slides. So all the teens wanted to hang out at this place. Me being one of them, I went there a few times. The fun center was about a 5 to 10 minute walk from my neighborhood. I just had to cross a main road, past a fast food place, and a club, which always seemed to be packed. Having rollerbladed and danced my butt off, and having a really great time, it turned midnight, closing time. I got separated from my friends and started to walk home. On my way home, I got stopped by a couple sitting on a bench outside the club. They got my attention and asked if they could see my feet. Me being a dumb 13-year-old, I walked towards them, took one of my shoes off, and then my socks off. They touched my feet and complimented them. I said thank you and put my shoe back on. Then they insisted that they gave me a ride home, and that I should get in their car. The couple was very persistent that they'd take me home. I mentioned I lived close, and maybe some of my friends were on their way too, and I just walked away. I didn't think much about it, until now that I'm an adult and see disappearance of kids all the time on the news. It makes me wonder if it was the same people in both instances, since the elementary school was 15 minutes away. This was about 6 years ago, and my first semi-professional job. I worked at an auto parts counter, helping customers at a dealership. I'm a generally friendly and outgoing person, so when my boss introduced me to everyone, it went well, and everyone was nice back. But one guy was especially nice, just over-friendly. He was attractive, but gave me a weird feeling, and I was in a relationship already anyways. It started off with him coming to the auto parts counter every day and making small talk, which I hate. So I would get annoyed because he was distracting me from my work. Then he would follow me out during my breaks and try to convince me to have lunch with him or to go meet him after work. He knew I was in a relationship and he didn't seem to care. Obviously, telling him flat, I ignored all the messages and ignored him at work after that. The messages turned into, "You lying fucking whore, you owe me a date, or I'm gonna tell your boyfriend that you cheated on him with me, and I'll make you lose your job." I still never responded, but I did take this to my boss immediately the next day at work. Well, Chad has some drinking issues, and I'll have a talk with him. Not that he would get fired or suspended, no serious action taken whatsoever. This man was 6'5", full of muscle, and I'm 5'6", and maybe 130 pounds. So this talk happens, and Chad seems to leave me alone after that. No small talk or messages, or following me out on breaks. Until a few days later, he gets fired for inappropriate behavior regarding another woman at work. No surprise there. I started receiving messages again saying he's gonna catch my car on fire for getting him fired, and that he's gonna burn down my house. Great, right? Gets better at the end here. He had gotten my address from my work application when I started, and showed up at my house and breaks my windshield out. Turns out, the entire time he has been bugging women at work and harassing them, he has a girlfriend too. He beat the shit out of her that night also. He threw a brick at her head and punched her repeatedly in the face. He got arrested and goes to rehab of some sort for drinking. A few months later, he's out and the boss hires him back, saying that Chad needs help and that he doesn't want to leave the poor guy hanging. I quit and luckily never heard from that psycho again, but he did have to replace my windshield at least. That's my creepiest encounter. I was having a conversation about urban legends with my boyfriend and his friend who was in town. The topic came up of, I actually know someone that happened to. Here's mine. Back in 2003, I worked at a clothing store known for inexpensive t-shirts at the mall in this smaller northern city in Massachusetts. I'm a taller woman, just a hair shy of 5'11", with a small medium hourglass frame, light hair, light eyes, and I was 18 when this happened. My friend that I worked with met with me to pick up our check and schedules and shop a little. She's, no joke, 4'11", and looks like she's 12, even though she's in her 30s. We were both pretty active in the hardcore scene at the time, but I looked a little bit more clean cut than her. She liked piercings, I liked tattoos. We were parting ways as we parked in the same lot, but in different sections. I gave her a big hug and walked away. I heard someone call, "Miss," and I turned around towards me. "Miss, I got my wife perfume. Will you smell it for me? Tell me if it's good?" "No, fuck off." I kept walking to my car, taking my Nokia out to call Jackie as I walked over. Dude persisted and started hitting notes of agitation in his voice, following me still, increasing the speed of his pace, saying that he just needed me to smell it. Jackie answered, "Some dude is following me. Drive down my row." He heard me on the phone and stopped following me. Jackie drove up alongside me moments later and described a guy, asking if it was him, which I confirmed. He got into some van and drove away, she said. In hindsight, we should have called the cops, but information on human trafficking and kidnapping in 2003 wasn't what it is now. Instead, we just went with the running joke that I was worth more on the black market than her, since she had tons of facial piercings. Who knows what would have happened if you saw me the same time I saw you. First of all, let's preface this by saying it was very early in the 90s, and as we all know, it was a very different world those days, and I was pretty naive for a kid. Also, I kind of had a messed up childhood, so this was not the worst of things to happen by far, and therefore, I pretty much brushed it off. When I was about 11 or 12 years old, I would visit the Boys and Girls Club a lot, which was pretty big back then, and my parents thought by sending me to a Boys and Girls Club for the summer only made sense. The camp was not an overnight type deal, but featured all the normal things you would expect, like a lake, arts and crafts area, crappy school style lunches. I did the normal camp things like find a girlfriend and get into trouble. The camp was run by counselors, which I can only assume were in their 20s or 30s, and when you're 12 that seems old. And as you would expect, they would come up with very interesting punishments for kids, like being forced to carry one of those huge wooden totem poles in circles of a hot field for some time. I never actually had this punishment, but I remember the older kids doing it. Or just straight punching you in the chest and knocking the wind out of you, which I did experience. One of the counselors that I experienced this with was named TJ, and he was a very large, well-built guy in his 20s. One day I did something wrong and got sent to the lunch area for essentially detention. This area was actually a large concrete floor with a wooden roof that was attached to a cabin that contained the kitchen. It was basically a school lunch setup, where you would come up and choose chocolate milk or orange juice and get served a crappy turkey sandwich, a pack of mayo, and one of those amazing brownies. When I got to detention, I noticed that there was 4 or 5 kids already sitting on the benches, and TJ's in front of everyone by the lunch serving area, pacing and saying something. I sit down and don't really remember what happened until things started to get weird. TJ pulled out a knife and got an apple. He started skinning and stabbing it, and saying stuff like, "This is what I'll do to you if you get into trouble again," and other things of that nature. At the time, I honestly didn't feel scared in any way, due to my tendency to completely shut down when shit gets bad. But I do remember feeling very creeped out, and that he was trying very hard to be threatening. The younger kids, especially a little girl, who was maybe 8 or so, was freaking out and crying. The next thing I remember is him telling her to follow him into the kitchen. I then heard a lot of screams and cries coming from the back of the kitchen. After a while, he came back out with her. Her face streamed with tears. I remember it vividly. He then looked at me and another boy and told us to follow him as he escorted us into a huge walk-in refrigerator and brought us inside. He said, "I want you to both start screaming and acting like I'm killing you in here. If you don't make the other kids scared, I will kill you for real." We did as he asked, and we closed the door and started screaming and wailing. At this point, I honestly thought it was kind of funny because I rationalized that the little girl was told to do the same thing. Anyway, after 5 or 10 minutes, he let us out and told us to go back to the benches. Again, I don't remember anything after this, just kind of a blank. I remember when I got home that night from camp telling my mom about it, and I remember her calling someone, and I think the guy got fired. I don't remember ever seeing him again, and my parents never sent me back. I never really thought about it much growing up, but as the years have gone by, I look back to things that I shrugged off as normal, and now see that they are anything but that. Fifth grade was one hell of a year for me. Geometry Dash 2.0 and Minecraft 1.9 were released. I got my first taste of real gaming when I got a PS4 for Christmas. And I even switched schools halfway through the school year, causing me to meet a lot of new people. And a lot of my new friends became the basis of my social circle that would eventually lead me to becoming one of the more popular kids in high school today. However, I also had a pretty creepy encounter with some random guy that year too. Back in November 2015, when I was in 5th grade, my family and I went on a road trip through Texas. We stopped at various campsites. Our first stop was in Sonora State Park. We were staying there for one night and leaving the next afternoon to go to another state park. The next morning, I went on a bike ride to go to the restroom and saw a random guy waving at me from his campsite. Taking it as a friendly gesture, I waved back at him and continued pedaling down to the bathrooms. I did my business and started to bike back to my campsite when the same guy shouted, "Hey kid, over here." I slowed down to a stop, but kept my distance because of stranger danger. "Yeah?" I shouted back. The guy said, "Do you have a girlfriend?" I replied, "No." He then said, "Well, I have a daughter down here with me, and I could hook you up with her. Why don't you come down here so you can meet her?" The guy had nothing set up, no tent or trailer. And the only thing in his campsite was his truck with clear windows, and I did not see a girl at all. This realization sent a sudden rush of horror through me. So I yelled, "I'm fine," and started pedaling slowly enough, and then eventually booking it out back to my campsite. I told my dad, and he said that it was probably nothing and didn't do anything about it. This story sort of creeps me out to this day, because that guy probably had malicious intentions. Shame that there's a lot of people like that in this world. So me and my brother decided to go camping, because we had never done it together before. We set up camp, drank a little, and then went for a hike around the area. For context, there was a horse-shaped access road with camping lots in the middle. When we got back, there was a middle-aged guy with glasses, a button-up shirt, and a vest, jeans and dockers, just standing in the road looking at our campsite. Reminds me of Ted Bundy now that I think about it. He saw us and then acted like he was looking in the sky, or looking in the general direction, but past us or something. He then turned and walked away down the road. But then he came back, staring at our area for a bit. He paced back and forth, but not frantically, for a while, and then walked away. He came back again, still looking, standing perfectly still, at our campsite, as we were having some beers. His body language made it seem like he was unsure about us, or something pertaining us. It seemed like he was trying to build up the will to do something, each time staying a little longer. We were pretty sure he was sizing us up to figure out if he could steal stuff, or do something worse. I guess he decided that we were too much to handle, both me and my brother being 6 foot, around 200 pounds. He then went to another camp area, down the road, and did the same thing for a bit. Then he walked down the road some more, around a bend, and disappeared. Nothing was stolen and nothing happened to us. Still creepy as hell. We still make jokes about being bum-fucked. Fun times. We never saw him at any other campsite, so we aren't sure if he was camping there. Okay, so I don't really know how to start the story off, but this just happened like an hour ago, and I'm still spooked. So a bit of preface. Me and my friend are home alone right now, and have been for a few hours. Every time my friend comes over, we go to the woods by my house, and it's normally uneventful. We usually throw rocks, and break trees and stuff. Harmless fun. But this time, something else happened. Like I said, we're home alone, and we have been for a while. We went outside to the woods, and the trip was uneventful. But once we got there, something was off. Everything was dark, tons of trees had been knocked down. The entire place was not how I remembered it being. We kept going in, still having our usual harmless fun. And at one point, my friend turned to me and said we should go back. I looked at my phone and decided it had only been 30 minutes, so we might as well stay a little longer. 'Cause it'll be a few hours until anyone would want us to be home. We continued on, finding strange things, like an old crushed Mountain Dew can, probably 10 to 20 years old, and a toy boat which had been completely destroyed by the wind and water and other things, and was probably older than the can. Our plan was to go further than we had ever been into the woods, which isn't very hard for us because I've barely been that deep. After walking for a while, we came to a landmark I knew marked the deepest that we've ever been. A while back, when I was going far in, I came to a bridge built on a log that fell over the river in the middle of the woods. However, one thing was different. There was something sitting on top of it. Whatever was on it was small and resembled the head of an animal. When we got closer, we got a good view of it. It was a deer skull, pearly white and clean, sitting on the bridge with no clue as to who put it there and where the rest of it was. Behind the river, there's a huge hill with a creepy small house on it. And while we were looking around, we heard a creak or some high-pitched noise from up towards it. Freaked out, we began to run, and from behind me I hear my friend scream, and I hear him running behind me. We both keep running, and once we reach the edge of the woods, we step onto the road. I asked him why he screamed, and he said he heard footsteps next to him. We quickly made our way home, and when we got here, the garage door was open. Not knowing if we left it open or not, we ran aside, locking the door, checking the house, and turning on the alarm. Now we're sitting here, and by the time I finish this, it's nearly 2 hours since, and I can't shake the fear of the eerie woods from me. So I used to hear tons of stories about ghosts, and I also watched a lot of horror movies. But since I had never experienced any ghost encounters, I was the guy like, meh, these ghost things are created by humans to make money off of making movies about it and other things like ghost hunters. Okay, let me get to the story. One day, me and my two friends visited a spooky forest. Not nearby, but we managed to get there, just to check it out as we love the natural atmosphere. You know, giving my lungs some adrenaline of fresh air. The time we reached there was about 7 p.m. when it was already getting dark. And just to let you know, there's no light source in the forest, except for the entrance and exit, so it was pretty much darker than we expected. My friend had his Apple, and I had my tablet with dual flashlights so we could direct them and use them to see each other. An hour passed and we were having conversations and smoking cigarettes. We were sitting under a tree, as it was thick enough for us to both lay our backs on and sit relaxed. We were having a good time until we started hearing a sound, like two rocks smashing into each other, or one rock smashing onto the ground again and again, and we were getting pretty confused. I told my friend that it must be a cat trying to climb a tree, making the weak branches fall off, making the sound like a rock thing. But it didn't stop for like 3 or 4 minutes though. Now after some minutes it stopped, for a while, and we were still assuming it was an animal making these sounds. Things went silent for 5 minutes, and we started a conversation about the forest atmosphere being so windy and cold. Then apparently, a rock fell on my friend's head. Wonder how a rock can be up in a tree. 4 or 5 seconds later, a big branch from the tree fell on my lap, scaring the shit out of me. And once again, my friend felt water drops falling on his head and neck from up the tree. How is there water dripping from a tree when rainy season was already over 2 months ago? This night was clearly not our lucky night, as we heard the same sounds of the rock smashing again, but now it sounds like it's getting closer. Immediately, without any options to choose, we decided to run out of the forest as quick as we could. We left the forest safe and sound and headed to our homes. A few days after the incident, one of our friends posted news about the same forest. There was a huge tower, just like a lighthouse, as it said by the post. We saw the tower from a distance but didn't get closer, as it was a rocky area and there was a chance of us falling off a small cliff. So in the post, a boy was passing by the tower, and the first thing he saw was a person, but only its head. The post also said the police couldn't find the body, but just the head of the man, which was already found by the same person who saw it while passing. But my question is, what happened to this guy? How in the world can this ever happen to someone? The weird experience we had a few days ago in that same forest, was this the same guy doing this after his death? My questions will never be answered, and I will never visit that forest again. My mom and sister went out to KFC for dinner for the family and brought one of my sister's friends along. When they came home, my sister was in tears. Apparently they had arrived at KFC. My mom and my sister's friend went inside to get the food while my sister stayed in the car. She was looking down on her phone when all of a sudden she said she heard a knock on the window next to her. She looked up, expecting it to be our mom or her friend coming back to the car. Instead, she saw a dirty looking old man who looked homeless. He had dirty unkempt hair and a dirty gray beard. From her words, he looked like a tweaked out Santa Claus. Luckily, all the doors were locked, but the man kept knocking on the glass, saying, "Let me in," before violently yanking at the door handle. My sister screamed at him to leave her alone, which only made him angrier, and he began to bash the window with his elbow. My sister called 911 as the man was still tugging at the door, attempting to break the window, and cursing at the top of his lungs. The worst part about it was that during all this time, not one person stopped to help my sister, even though there had to be plenty of people around, as it was only like 5 p.m. The police were there within seconds, and the man was still at the car trying to get in. At this point, my mom and the friend came out running to the car after seeing all the commotion. Apparently, KFC was really busy this night, and it took a while for them to get their food. The man was arrested and taken to jail, and we never saw him again, thankfully. My fiance and I met a few years ago at a relatively small multi-department company. He still works there. I left almost 2 years ago and am long distance working on my education, and ex-coworker left long before I did. Ex-coworker, I'll call C, used to be perfectly friendly when we worked together in separate sections of the same department. He loosely knew my fiance. He politely flirted with me a few times, so I was polite in rejecting him as I had just gotten out of a bad relationship. However, he remained polite and friendly until the incident. C would go to lunch around the same time my shift was over and would often walk me to my car. Management had asked, as it was dark and the parking structure was rather sketchy, and he walked me there until I moved to an earlier schedule and would leave a half hour before C even arrived. After about 2 or 3 weeks of not seeing him, I ended up working late and was still there when he arrived. As soon as he saw me, he lost his shit and screamed at me for avoiding him and ignoring him when he was such a nice guy, and walking me to my car so no one else would rate me. Yes, he said else. Management suspended him, switched him to the graveyard shift, and he quit not long after. My now fiance is still friends with him on Facebook and didn't even know it all this time. I, however, blocked him on all social medias right away. Now that you're up to speed, my fiance called me earlier and immediately asked if I had been in contact with C. I said no, of course not, and my fiance informed me that C's mother came into the office to do some business and saw my fiance and recognized him from years ago when C worked there. My fiance was polite and made small talk until Mama C asked him if he's the guy married to... My fiance didn't know how to respond, and Mama C just prattled on about how C always talks about him all the time, and how apparently my fiance is so lucky to have won me from C, and asked how I was doing at university and if I'm still studying my discipline. Details that C should have never had, even through my fiance's Facebook. My fiance blocked C on all social medias after calling me, but I'm still shaken up. I've never been so glad to be so long distance. Mildly creepy. To start off, let me give you a little backstory. My house has a detached garage, and out of the garage is a long driveway with a basketball hoop right next to the garage. Also, you can't see past the middle of the driveway from in the house. So when I was about 6 years old, my brother, who was 9 at the time, was shooting hoops, and I was watching him, just kind of wandering around. I'm standing towards the end of the driveway, about 10 feet from the road. A very stereotypical white pedo van, with the windows blacked out, pulls up at the end of the driveway. There's a bald man who rolls down his window. My brother didn't see what was going on because he was distracted shooting hoops, and I was out of his peripheral vision. The man asked me if I want some candy, very stereotypical, and me not having the stranger danger talk yet. I said yes and started walking towards the van. My brother noticed when the van pulled up closer and turns and sees me walk towards it. He sprints down the driveway and grabs my hand and tells me to run aside. We both start running down the driveway and go into the garage, close the garage door and run inside. When I tell my mom, she immediately runs outside to get the plate number. And this guy was closing the door as she was getting outside and sped off. My brother and I didn't even know he got out of the car, which makes everything scarier. She couldn't get the plate number, and we just locked all the doors while explaining to my mom what happened. At the time, I didn't really get what was wrong, but I got the stranger danger talk right after that. I'm still very grateful for my brother till this day, because if not for him, I could have been killed. Very scary experience looking back, and I'm glad that nothing happened. Bit of a backstory. I'm a 19-year-old guy. I was working with this guy and he gave me the creeps from day one. This was last year and I was doing some volunteer work for an old friend from my childhood. Most of the time it was amazing and most of the volunteers were super nice. But last year, between Christmas and New Year's, I was waiting to start school and text my friend if he needed help with anything. He did. I would walk the 3 kilometers from my apartment at the time to the warehouse, and it took about an hour. We were cleaning up for an exhibition. Most days we would meet up around 9 or 10 a.m. and we would be done for the day around midnight, sometimes later. So one night, as we were having a few beers and some pizza, I decided that I was done for the day. There's this guy who's been hanging around me all week who lives at the same point. His car was easy to recognize, with bright pink details. The first time I saw his car, I didn't think much of it, as the way I was going was a rather busy road. The second time, I noticed the car and got more suspicious. At this point, I have the emergency number ready to dial. I noticed the car 5 more times during the walk. Luckily for me, I always brought a spare hoodie with me and knew my way around the area I was in. So the last time I spot the car, having talked with the police already, I reached an area where you can't go by car. That's the last time I saw him. He didn't show up for the rest of the time, and I never made that walk during the night again. I was 5 years old, visiting South Korea in the late 90s with my family. We were staying with my mom's old friend. There was this one evening, my mom's friend took us kids outside the apartment to play. I remember having fun running around and being 5 and sort of not having much awareness. A woman quickly walked by me, grabbing my hand from the direction of the apartment, and I as a child just held her hand and kind of went on autopilot mode. I remember not having much time to think, but being confused and looking up, but not being able to see much except for her face was blank and focused on walking away from the apartment. It was getting darker as the entrance lights got farther, but before we got too far, my mom's friend called out angrily, and the lady stopped and laughed and said that she thought it was her daughter who played outside the apartment. I didn't really know what was going on or how to process the adult's emotions. I just kind of blanked out and took it for granted. Looking back, I wonder why the lady took me and if it was a mistake. What was she gonna do? Or where was she gonna take me? I should really thank that friend of my mom's. At first I thought he was just friendly that first day. I worked part-time as a cashier at a fast food restaurant for some pocket money. And I move around a lot between the kitchen and dining room, so I make small talk with the other coworkers on the way. We exchange some small jokes time to time. Fast forward to the evening. We get out at the same time and he proposes to drive me home, along with my best friend. So we agree. Nothing too creepy. Anyways, fast forward to the second evening. He got out 3 hours before me, but kept hanging around with other employees. And as soon as I got off my shift, I see him waiting for me and my manager, telling me, "Hey, let me drive you home." Anyways, as soon as we get to my street, he stops the car and tells me that he fell in love with me at first sight. I tell him I appreciate his feelings, but I'm not looking for a relationship, and then I tell him I have to go. He grabs my hand as to prevent me from exiting his car, and keeps telling me that he likes me and literally pleads to be with me, finding counter arguments for reasons for not dating him, and even tries to kiss me. By tries to kiss me, I mean tries to hold my head forcefully while holding my hand so I can't get out of the car. I tell him again in a really serious tone that he has to stop and understand that I have no feelings for him and never will. He finally let go of my hand and I finally can get out of the car. I know this may not seem as dangerous as other situations that are posted here, but I still cringe and feel a shudder of fear thinking of what he could have done, thinking he could have done something much more outrageous. First off, this story happened almost 10 years ago. I'll jump right into it because it's long. I got home from work one day and logged into Facebook to find a message from someone I didn't know. It was too long ago to remember verbatim what was said, but it was along the lines of, "Hey, I know you have no idea who I am, but I've been trying to decide what to do for a few days now, and figured I had to let you know what's been going on. Someone has been catfishing me using your identity for the last 2 years, and I just found out about it last week." The sender of the email was clearly shaken up, and understandably was experiencing a mix of emotions. According to her, she had met this imposter online a little over 2 years prior to her writing this, and that they had been engaged in a pretty intimate, long-distance relationship for a majority of the time. The imposter created a Facebook and over time reposted almost all of my photos with their own captions to them, including the good amount of the art that I've drawn, that they took credit for too. They created fake profiles of a good amount of my close family and friends, so they could comment on the photos of themselves to make the profile seem more legit. The funniest part to me is that although most things in my real life seem to be mirrored in this fake profile, I, a straight male, was instead portrayed as a trans. I think the main reason for that was that the sender of the email and the imposter would actually speak on the phone, and the imposter turned out to be female in the end, and therefore needed a reason to justify her more feminine sounding voice. Anyway, the sender of the email was justifiably both angry and creeped out and wanted to find the catfish. She started asking me a lot of questions about my life, but phrasing them like, "Is your sister's name? And did you go to this high school?" Some of these were clearly information that someone could get from a quick browse of my profile. But then she asked, "Is your best friend?" Which struck me as odd, since despite this person actually being my closest friend, who I spend most of my time with, we barely have any Facebook photos together, and most of them are from a long time ago. Then she asked, "Were you adopted? And are your half-siblings named?" And which sealed the deal for me, because I knew for a fact that I never posted anything about being adopted online. The sender of the email already had an idea that this person had known me in real life, but this confirmed it for me. The sender of the email had contacted me shortly after confronting the imposter for the first time. I guess after 2 years, they finally became suspicious of the fact that the imposter wouldn't show their face. I have no idea how it took so long for them to figure out they were being played, but I'm glad they finally decided to give the ultimatum of "show your face or I'm cutting you off." I'm pretty sure this is the point where the imposter admitted to being a catfish, and that she'd been using the identity of someone she had a crush on in high school before hanging up. I was given the URL so I could go through the profile myself, which was still up for a few days after, before it all got removed. It was definitely really bizarre. The imposter had posted more than I ever had on Facebook, and generally seemed like they lived a pretty involved double life online as me. Almost everyone I posted photos with on my real profile would then have their own fake profiles created that had enough content to be generally convincing so they could be tagged in and would validate these new photos. Some of these profiles seemed to have gone on and made their own real friends as well, and I wondered if any of those were used to facilitate even more online dating deception. Either way, the amount of time this person had taken fabricating their alter ego's online presence was pretty shocking. The whole time I'd been crawling down his Facebook rabbit hole, the sender of the email was looking through my real profile. After a while, she sent me a message saying, "Did you take these photographs?" and showed me what I remembered as a black and white photos of a barn or something. I hadn't, which was weird since everything else on the fake profile originated with me, and she noticed the discrepancy. We both tried to reverse image searching with no luck. Then, either through a stroke of genius, or somewhat suspiciously, I couldn't tell, she thought to flip the fake number imposter had written into her Facebook profile around in reverse, and a Google search came with a headline that belonged to the home address of a girl that I had gone to school with. Real me was Facebook friends with the imposter's real profile, so we both went snooping around and found the photo she had claimed I'd taken, which pretty much confirmed to me that this was the imposter. I'm pretty sure there was more indicators to the sender as well, but I can't remember. I thought about messaging her for a while, but decided that probably wouldn't lead to anything good. At this time, my thoughts were definitely, let's not meet. I talked a few more times with the sender, just to try to decompress a bit, but honestly, just wanted to distance myself from the situation, and also had my suspicions of the sender as well. I figured maybe it was the imposter's last-ditch effort to try to talk to me. Although, when it was all over, the sender seemed eager to leave this all behind as well, so probably not. Either way, it was a really strange experience. I felt mostly freaked out and violated, but I guess a small part of me was flattered by it. I had a lot of mixed emotions. But the weirdest part to me is I'm a really approachable person, and would have definitely been willing to talk and probably be friends if the person approached me instead. Although, I'm still not sure if this was out of an obsession for me, or if this person felt like I was just a suitable image to base their fabrication persona off of. I remember talking to her probably twice throughout high school, and really didn't have a good idea who she was, other than a quiet hipster girl. So, I was around 6 or 7 at the time. It was spring or summer, I just remember it being warm out, and I was at the end of my driveway playing in the sand. Now, our house is a ranch-style home, set on top of a hill. The driveway was shaped in an upside-down U in front of the house, meaning there was 2 exits. We had a very large yard, evergreens lining each driveway on both sides. A few large oak trees and other trees in front of the yard. The side yard was very overgrown on purpose to keep the dust and dirt from the road from shifting at our house. Due to all the trees, you could not see the driveway from the house. This is important. I was playing in the sand, digging, and playing like little kids do. A car pulls up and stops in front of my driveway. The driver asked me if I knew where such and such lived. I didn't recognize the names and told them no, sorry. I also told them I can ask my parents. I started to get a sick feeling in my stomach. Then the driver tried to coax me into getting into his car, saying that they could drive up the hill with me. I'm like, no, that's okay, and I just bolted down the driveway, running as fast as I could. The car did not follow. In fact, it drove off squealing its tires as they left, so obviously, not needing help finding whoever they were looking for. So I was about 13 at this time. I was coming up for my mom's birthday, and I had no idea what to get her, so I called my aunt for help. We agreed to meet in town on Saturday afternoon after my piano lessons, so we didn't have to rush. I went to my piano lessons as usual, dropped off my books and backpack at the house, and went to the bus stop to get the bus into town. As I was waiting, a taxi pulled up. The driver rolled down the window and called out, "Are you going to town? I'll give you a lift." Without moving closer to the taxi, I replied that I couldn't afford a taxi, and the bus would be here in a few minutes. It was, as usual, running late. The taxi driver became insistent that I get into the taxi, and he wouldn't charge me to go to the town. I stood my ground, refusing to get in. His tone became more aggressive as he demanded I get in for the next minute or so. Someone else arrived at the bus stop, and the taxi driver sped off, swearing at me for not getting into his taxi. I told my aunt what happened when I met her in town, and she asked if I had got the license plate so she could report the incident. I explained that I didn't move closer to the taxi to get the number, and I first thought he was just looking for a fare. My aunt was pretty sure that if I got into that taxi, I wouldn't have been dropped off in town and taken somewhere. She told me if this happened again, to tell them, "Piss off or I will scream," and if they approach me, to run. A while back when I was working at a restaurant, I would greet my coworkers whenever I started the shift. There was this one coworker who would always reply by saying, "Hello, beautiful." I thought nothing of it at first. He worked as a delivery driver, and he would mostly be in the kitchen along with the kitchen staff. He looked like he was in his 40s, and he was a father of many children, and one of the daughters that worked with me. Sometimes one of his daughters would come by the restaurant and wait for him to finish work, and I would talk to her in the meantime. We ended up adding each other on Facebook, but we didn't message each other on it. Later on, my coworker would message me on Facebook through his daughter's account. I wasn't fond of replying to his Facebook messages because he would end up flirting with me during our conversations, and I felt very uncomfortable. I didn't feel the need to confront him about it because I was quitting my job at the restaurant since I got a new one at a grocery store, and I thought he would stop messaging me after that. He did stop messaging me for a bit when I started working at the grocery store, until one day, he randomly Facebook messaged me, and that was when our conversation got creepy and disturbing. He said he missed my face or something along those lines, and that he wanted to bring me flowers to my work. I attempted to refuse him kindly and explained to him that I had a significant other, but he didn't seem to care. He continued to send me intimate messages. I explained the situation to my significant other about what happened, and he told me to block him on Facebook. I ended up blocking him, his daughter's account, on Facebook, and luckily he never tried to reach me again. This is a shorter story, but I was scared for my life. A while ago, I was on my way home from my best friend's house. She lived 15 minutes away from me by foot, so I always used to walk to her house. That evening, it was already dark, but not that late at all. As I live in an area with many old people, no one was out on the street. I was almost home, just crossing the last street, when I saw a car coming. He rolled down his window and said, "Hey cutie, why don't you come with us?" I obviously said no, and wanted to get home, but he didn't get the message. At first I thought he drove on, but then he turned around and went in my direction. I heard him shouting that I should stop and get in the car. As soon as I heard him turn around, I started running. I was only a minute away from my home, so I ran as fast as I could. I got to my house and jumped over the fence like a crazy person. I could hear the car coming around the corner, and I thought I would never make it inside before he would see me. I decided to jump over the second fence. We have two because we have a dog, and our garden is all around the house. I get behind a hedge and hide there. He drove by slowly. I was convinced he would get out of his car, but he didn't. When he was out of sight, I went inside and looked out my window. I saw him again, driving by slowly, but thankfully he just drove away. Although nothing happened, I was scared for my life. I'm gonna warn you now, the story's a bit long and quite a doozy. This happened 6 years ago. I'm 27 now. I apologize if there's some small details missing or that I don't remember. I had gotten out of a 3-year relationship that didn't end particularly well. I wanted to change the scenery, so I decided to try my luck on this site called OkCupid. I know. Terrible idea. I'm well aware of that now. But hindsight is always 20/20. In my mind, most of the dating sites are a cesspool of catfish, creepy people, and desperate people. To my surprise, I actually went on several decent dates, no red flags, creeper vibes, or any weird feelings. Luckily, I made my mom aware of what I was doing, so whenever I'd go on a date, she'd know where I was and when I was going to be home. Mama didn't raise no idiot, right? Wrong. This is when I came across Dennis's profile. He seemed chill, kinda cute, and somewhat interesting. I decided to send him a message. He was playful and had a sarcastic sense of humor, which was right up my alley. So I decided to give him a shot. We met at a coffee shop and had some engaging conversations. Dennis was 5'9", normal built, balding with reddish hair and glasses. He definitely gave off some nerd vibes. He started off by asking, "What are you looking for?" I gave my normal response. I want someone who's sweet and caring, but also funny and intelligent. Something along those lines. Nothing groundbreaking. I realized later that giving this sort of response was the beginning of the end. Dennis and I went on a couple more dates. I started to fall head over heels for him fast. He was sweet, understanding, caring, worked out, and took care of himself. He was everything I wanted in a guy. It was difficult to understand why he was single. Since I was falling for him so quickly, we agreed that we would be exclusive. Everything was going smoothly until about 2 months into our relationship. That's when shit started to hit the fan. For the last month, I had been pushing him to let me hang out at his place, and to meet his roommate. Every time I pushed the subject, he would make an excuse why we couldn't. My roommate's crazy, it's not a good time, he works opposite schedules than me, etc. It was always something. At some point, we made plans to go to a club one evening. I was dressed up, ready to go, waiting for him. He ended up not answering his phone for a couple hours. I thought his phone must have died since whenever I would send him a message, it would never say delivered, for those of you that are Apple users. I ended up deciding to go to his place to see if he would open his door. He lived about 15 minutes away from me in an apartment complex, and it was the middle of the winter. It was so cold. I knocked on his door, no answer. While heading back to my car, look who decides to show up. None other than Dennis himself. And guess who he was with? Yes, you're correct, another woman, which I later found out was his long-term girlfriend, Jessica. I quickly made my way over to him, and the look on his face was fucking priceless. His face deadpanned as soon as he saw me. He whispered something to the girl that he was with, and she made her way inside. He came over to me and was speechless at first. "I'm very surprised to see you here." "Really? We had plans, remember? I wanted to see if you were home." "I do remember. My phone died, so I didn't receive any of your texts and lost track of time. We were at my friend's birthday party." "Who's the girl?" "My roommate." "I thought your roommate was a guy." "He is. She's my other roommate and a very good friend." Mind you, I'm a very skeptical person, and alarm bells were definitely going off in my mind, in accordance to my parents' numerous warnings. However, Dennis is the sort of person who is very good at talking himself out of situations. He was an excellent liar, and being naive and insecure person I was, I believed him. We ended up going to the club after I waited outside in my car for almost an hour. I didn't think about it much since I was getting what I wanted, and nothing was said about his girl roommate. Over the next month, I kept pushing Dennis to meet his family and his other guy roommate. He eventually caved and brought me to see his mother. It was an extremely odd experience. We talked about books and some of Dennis's friends, and I made a snide remark about how Dennis's guy roommate was fucking nuts. Dennis's words. And they both gave me the strangest glances. This would all make more sense in about a month or so. Eventually, I started to realize Dennis' stories weren't adding up, and I started seeing holes in his stories. He would only see me on Tuesday and Thursday evenings because he worked a lot of overtime. He would never be flexible or change his mind, or even allow me to attempt to change his mind. If he was late coming to see me, which started to happen frequently, he would send me screenshots of his work and his vehicle in line for getting washed, or would send me screenshots of his bathroom saying he just wanted to freshen up. When I asked him for a picture of him in that moment, of him in the bathroom mirror, he declined. He refused to send me any pictures of himself, proving that he was where he claimed to be. He would also take unusually long bathroom breaks at my house after sex, like 20-minute long breaks. I know, another huge alarm bell. Everything came to a head about a month or so later. I told Dennis I wanted to go somewhere with no phone service so that we could truly spend time together without technology being a distraction. He agreed, and we ended up making plans to spend 2 or 3 days in Canada. It was still early on in our relationship, about 4 months, and my mom wanted to make sure I was safe, so she decided to take down Dennis's driver's license and made a copy of it, as well as his license plate. The trip ended up relatively uneventful until the last evening in the hotel room. I'm not sure if it was on purpose, or if he was actually asleep. Dennis ended up rolling over to my side, pulling me closer and saying, "I love you, Jessica." This made my blood run cold. I was so upset. Tears started to blur my vision, and I got up out of bed. My parents were right all along. He was a liar and a cheat. Did I break it off? No, of course not. That would make too much sense. I was naive and desperately in love with him. I didn't want to admit to myself that I had been played, or that I was a side chick. So I acted as if nothing was wrong, and that I didn't hear what he said that night. Of course, he didn't get rid of the aching feeling that I had for several weeks. I began to have bad anxiety and panic attacks on my way to school because of the bad feeling in the pit of my stomach. Dennis was constantly lying to me, and I mean constant. It was so bad, I ended up starting to feel really angry. I let the feeling simmer for a couple days until I decided to do something about it. When realizing that you were right all along and things weren't just a strange coincidence, it's very bittersweet. On a freezing March day, after an exhausting day at school, I wanted to get rid of the nagging feeling in the back of my mind, once and for all. I decided to head over to Dennis's apartment complex to see if he was still lying to me about living in an apartment with a girl roommate. I got out of my car in the parking lot. I was shaking. I didn't know if it was from anxiety or from the anger that started to bubble up below the surface. Was he lying to the girl roommate? You bet your sweet ass he was. I knocked on his door and hid myself from the view of the peephole. He answered the door, and his girl roommate was behind him. I came around the corner to look at him with an emotionless face and say, "Wow." I turned on my heels and walked away, only to find out as I got back to my car that I had locked myself out of the car on a cold March day in the middle of winter. I was so distracted by my rage and sadness that I didn't realize that I left both my keys and phone in my car. I'm such an idiot. I was beside myself. I didn't know what to do. I locked my phone in the car with my keys. How the fuck could you do that? I was so angry at myself for being a moron. Not only that, I was in the parking lot of my cheating ex-boyfriend. With nothing else to lose, literally, I walk back to Dennis's apartment and knock on their door. Jessica answers and I beg to use her phone to call AAA. Jessica surprisingly agrees to let me use her phone. The entire time, Dennis is agitated and keeps walking around. At one point, he even went outside with a coat hanger in an attempt to unlock my car, but to no avail. During that time, I took advantage of me being alone with Jessica to get some information on her, like how long they've been together, where did they meet. I was shooting 20 questions at her rapid fire before Dennis came back in. By the end of it, I had more than enough information to prove that Dennis was not who he says he was. Everything started to make sense and the puzzle pieces were connecting. One of the biggest aha moments for me was when we both were talking about being in a relationship with him on Facebook. It turns out this sly motherfucker created 2 different Facebook accounts to ensure that he was in a relationship with both of us, only to block the other girl on that account, guaranteeing that neither of us would ever come across the Facebook account. A couple years ago, I stopped at a Walmart super early in the morning after leaving a friend's house to pick up a pet carrier. As I'm standing in the pet aisle deciding on my purchase, a very large and kind of sweaty man walks around behind me and comments on my butt. I was wearing yoga pants. I am uncomfortable but tried to be polite when he asked me for my number. I apologize and tell him that I have to leave. However, as I'm checking out at the register, I see the same man again, making me even more uncomfortable. I try to hurry out of the store to get to my car as quickly as possible, when again, the same man approaches my window and asks me if he can take me out. I am beginning to get nervous at this point, and I quickly tell him, "No thank you," and lock my doors and begin to drive away. I had barely driven for a few minutes away from the store when I noticed the same guy is now following me in his car. I tried to give him the benefit of the doubt and just speed up and change lanes, but he does the same exact thing. I finally lose him by pretending I'm gonna turn, and once he gets behind me and the light starts to change to red, I jump back onto the road and finally lost him. In hindsight, I probably should have reached out to the authorities. It was in the day, but rather early in the morning, and there were not many people around. So creepy Walmart stalker, I hope that we never meet again. This is a story of a dumb decision I made in February 2019 while in a Tennessee Walmart. At the time I was 12 years old and had been visiting Tennessee for the first time for a dance competition that I was competing in. On this night it was around 11 p.m. and my mom, grandma, and I had to pick up some things from Walmart for the competition the next day. We had just finished dinner, so almost as soon as we had gotten in there, my mom had to use the bathroom. She was in there for a while, so I was just waiting outside with a shopping cart, surfing Instagram on the crappy Walmart Wi-Fi. My grandma was waiting in the car. She had been in the bathroom for 10 minutes, and I was growing more and more bored, so I decided that I would start surfing the aisles around where we were, just to keep my short attention span in check, hoping that I would find something shiny to distract me. I turned the third aisle, and once I was halfway through, a shorter man with a plastic Walmart bag in his hand rounded the corner and started slowly following me. I didn't get a good look at him, but I could definitely tell he was there. It wasn't until he was about a foot behind me that I realized that he was way too close for comfort. I started getting tunnel vision and my eyes felt tingly. I decided that I should get out of there and started walking away as normal looking as possible. Once I got a couple feet in front of him, I basically started running, winding quickly between aisles, trying to lose him. I was trying to find an aisle with people, but every time I would get to a small group of people, they would walk away. I would stop in an aisle thinking I had lost him, and then he would turn the corner, so I would keep running. I finally lost him once I got to the shoe section. Again, this place was unfamiliar, totally backwards to the Walmarts that I was used to. I didn't know how to get back to the bathrooms, so I started to follow the walls until I made it back to the bathrooms after about 20 minutes had passed. I parked the cart back outside and went into the bathrooms looking for my mom. I thought she was still in there, so I propped myself against the wall and pulled out my phone. 6 missed calls. My mom had been calling me the entire time, and she was freaking out. I answered, almost in tears, and she started screaming at me, "Where are you?" I vaguely explained to her what happened, too overwhelmed and panicky to explain in detail. She and my grandma, whom she had called to help look for me, met up with me in the bathrooms. They told me that people had been calling my name over the speaker, but it was probably when I was in the bathroom, that's why I didn't hear it. We reported the guy to the employees, paid for our stuff, and left. I made a very dumb decision during this encounter. So if you ever find yourself in a similar situation as mine, which I hope you don't, abandon your shopping cart. Whatever items you have picked up, you can always pick them up later. Tell someone that you're being followed. It's always better to be safe than sorry. I should have turned to face him. There were people around, and if he would have tried to do anything, they would have heard me scream. As dark as that sounds. Most of the time, when people face their attackers and show bravery, they get caught off guard. So creepy guy who followed me around in the Tennessee Walmart, let's never ever meet again. While reading through some stories on Let's Not Meet last night, I remembered that I had an experience a few months back that sort of fits. I'll try to give a short version, since I tend to ramble on forever if I don't stop myself. I had taken my grandma's car to Walmart to buy groceries for her. She's elderly, gotten to the point where she can't drive, and my wife and I help her out with stuff like this. I went in, bought all the stuff on her list, come back out, and get into my car. I had already turned on my car and was going through the podcast on my phone to find something to listen to, and since it was a hell hot Alabama summer, I had the window cracked until the air conditioner finally got cool. Here's where the weird shit comes in. I'm sitting there on my phone, not paying attention to anything else like a damn idiot, when someone knocks on my window. I look up and saw a cracked out, scabbed all over his face meth zombie standing there, with another similar looking dude standing right behind him. First dude was your typical meth head. Second dude was huge. Just wanted to add that. I said, "What's up?" "You left your keys in your door," Thing 1 replies. "What?" I say, confused because the car was obviously running. "You left your keys in the door," he said again, jabbing with his finger at my door. "Nah man," I replied. "The car's running." I didn't add, "You fucking idiot," but I felt like that would have been appropriate. "Just open the damn door, man," Thing 1 screams at me, totally dropping the whole key in your door trying to be helpful act, and tried the door handle. Thank God the car automatically locks when you turn it on. I mean, dude screamed. It was fucking crazy. "That's not gonna happen, man," I said, much more calmly than I would have thought I would have been in a situation like this. The weird thing is, I never tripped out about it, just answered the guy, told him he was wrong. He stared at me for a few seconds, then turned to his silent, gigantic buddy and said, "Fuck it, I tried," while shrugging his shoulders. They then walked off, probably in search of another possible victim. I backed out my grandma's car and left, thinking about this odd interaction. Then it hit me what they were most likely trying to do. I know I sound stupid, but the whole thing happened so fast and I was just reacting, you know? Then I called the cops. The police station was within a quarter of a mile of the Walmart, so hopefully they caught those idiots. That's it. I know this isn't nearly as awful or scary as most stories on here, but I figured I'd post it. This happened a few days ago, and I'm extremely shaken up. Some backstory. I live on the second floor of a 3-level apartment. We have a crawl space that connects all of the apartments. We're not sure why it's there, and none of us would attempt to go inside, so we felt pretty safe. The other night the sun was setting, but it wasn't pitch black out yet or anything. I was walking through my living room when I see a short woman on the fire escape looking through my windows. This was extremely bizarre, considering it was still semi-light out, and she had literally got onto our fire escape somehow. We have 2 windows that the fire escape reaches. She was looking through both of them, but couldn't see me. I crawled on the ground, and my heart was racing as I saw her try to open one of the windows. I didn't know what the fuck to do, because my phone was in the other room. After what seemed like an eternity, she finally left. I went into my room to get my phone to text my landlord and call the cops. I came back into the living room and was looking through the windows to see if I could locate her, when all of a sudden I hear a weird noise coming from the ceiling. We have one of those tile ceilings, made out of separate slabs of cork. I look up to see one of the slabs lifted up, and 2 eyes staring at me. I have no clue how she got into the crawl space so quickly, but I grabbed the nearest thing next to me, which was a broom, and started hitting her with it through the ceiling. I called the cops and she crawled away. They showed up and searched the place, but didn't find her until a few days later when she was on someone else's fire escape. The cops say she was definitely on some hard drugs, and that she was violent towards them. I'm glad she's gone, but whoever the crazy lady was that came through the ceiling, let's not meet again. For the past 2 months or so, I've been experiencing people trying to get into my home. Now, I wouldn't say that they tried forcefully, but if it's not the doorknob being messed with, I'm hearing the back porch door being slammed. Haven't notified the police, mainly because it wouldn't happen regularly, and just thought it would be a waste of time, seeing that all the evidence I have is noises that I've heard. But last night's encounter might have been the nail in the coffin, as I'm generally creeped out by it this time. So here it goes. It was maybe around 11:30 p.m. I was laying in bed, enjoying another night after work, watching TV, and that's when I hear a slight tap coming from my brother's window. This made me a bit tense since the other occurrences happened earlier in the night, but this time it was way later than usual, and I had never heard tapping on the window before. I stayed quiet, and maybe not even 5 minutes later, I hear it again, but this time it's coming from my room. Some time passes by, and that's when I hear a sudden knocking coming from the front door. I continue to stay in silence, hoping that they would just leave, and that's when I hear them messing with the doorknob. A few attempts are made, and then everything goes silent once again until they start harmonizing with each other. This is when I decided to pull out my phone and record. After that, I guess they decided to leave for good, as I didn't have the guts to interact with them. All I know is that things are getting freakier than I could ever imagine, and I don't even know how to begin to get rid of them. So this happened to me a couple years ago, when my now husband and I were living in a townhouse that was in a pretty decent area. My husband was working the third shift as a corrections officer at our local corrections facility, and I was working as a waitress. It was an unusually warm night in the middle of March, so I took advantage of it and decided to take my husband's 80-pound Alaskan Malamute Husky mixed dog on a quick walk around the neighborhood near our complex. We get to the end of the street that leads into the complex we live in, and across the street is a Marathon gas station. I noticed as the dog, Luke, stopped to relieve himself that there was a guy across the street at the gas station with a case of beer in his hands. I had my phone out texting a friend and looked up to notice the guy was near a stop sign, also relieving himself on the sign. I felt really awkward and instantly put my phone away and led Luke down the street on our path. At this point, I think the guy noticed us, and he crossed the street to where Luke and I had just been. I hear him walking a few feet behind me, and just keep my head staring at my phone with Luke glued to my hip. After about 10 seconds, I hear the guy's steps getting closer. Luke realizes there's someone behind us and stops dead in his tracks. Mind you, he's a big dog compared to my 5'2" self, but I can handle him pretty easily, as he was very well trained by my husband. I noticed his ears were perked up, and his tail was straight up. I was glad that he was aware of our surroundings, but I still wanted to keep moving away from this guy. I just got the weirdest feeling. This guy finally catches up to us, so I tighten my grip on Luke's leash and pull him closer to me and step onto the grass to allow the guy to pass us and to keep Luke out of his way. Does this guy keep going and pass? Nope. When I thought he was about to pass us, I shouted out a small apology because Luke was pulling on his leash a little, trying to investigate this guy, and most people did get intimidated by him just because of his size. The guy stops and just stares at me for a minute, long enough for me to smell the cigarettes and booze rolling off of him, and notice that he's probably in his mid to late 20s, dark hair, scruffy looking, and just dirty. He smiles and then finally notices Luke trying to get at him and asks, "Cute dog, what's his name?" Instead of making up a name, I just said, "Luke." He then proceeds to ask me if he could pet my dog, and before I can give an answer, he leans down and starts petting Luke's head. Luke did not like that. Luke jumped at him as a warning, and that guy backed up, chuckling. I apologized and mentioned that he was very protective and made up a lie that he was trained by my dad's former canine unit. My dad was a software developer. Instantly, I saw this guy's face change. I don't know what to call it, but it looked like he was put off by it. He asked me what my name was, and I gave him a fake name. He then asked if I lived around here, and I said that I was visiting a friend of mine for the weekend. He made a sudden step towards me, and I'm not even lying when I say this. I've never heard my husband's dog growl in the 5 years that I've been with him, but the sound that came out of my dog sounded like something from nightmares. Luke's hair was spiked up on his spine, and he was throwing himself on his back legs, kicking at the guy with his front legs. He put himself completely between myself and the guy, and was snapping at him. This freaked the dude out, so much that he stumbled backwards, nearly dropping his beer. He quickly said, "Well, have a nice night, cutie," and stumbled off down the road. When I say that my heart was pounding, it was deafening. I grabbed Luke's leash so hard and sprinted between the buildings until I got back to the townhouse. I locked the doors and collapsed by the front door. Luke was in my face the whole time, kissing me and whining. This dog is the sweetest and most gentle creature I have ever met, and hearing him growl and seeing him react the way he did made me realize even more that I needed to get out of that situation, and fast. In late June, my boyfriend and I, both 19, were headed back from Walmart in his town. We live an hour apart, and I was visiting. I was driving on somewhat of a back road, and there's a four-way stop. Across from us was what looked like a work truck, parked behind another car and flashing its brights. Nobody else was at the intersection, so I decided to go ahead and keep driving. As soon as I pulled out, a car came speeding, somewhere around 90 miles per hour in a 30 mile per hour zone, and almost T-boned my car on the passenger side. Luckily, I sped up and got out of its way, and the car swerved and stopped on the side of the road and flashed its hazards. We were freaked out. Maybe it wasn't the right thing to do, but I kept driving because no one was hurt, probably just shaken up. So we keep driving, and my boyfriend is guiding me through the roads, and we were talking about how bizarre it was that we didn't even see or hear that other car. Then I noticed there's a car behind us. It's probably 1,000 feet behind us, so I didn't think anything of it. Then it keeps getting closer and closer. Finally, the car is on my ass. Once he's on my ass, he turns on his extremely bright lights and nearly blinds me. We realized that it's the work truck that was across the intersection. I ducked down out of the way of my rearview mirror that was blinding me so I could see the road and keep driving, even speeding up a little. My boyfriend tells me that maybe we should pull over. Maybe someone was hurt and they were trying to flag us down. But we're on a back road with absolutely no light posts and nowhere to pull over that's well lit. Eventually, my boyfriend had to hold the wheel for me because I couldn't see at all. My vision was blurry and spotty. I started to pull into a neighborhood, but the truck started passing me and we almost got into an accident. The neighborhood was dark, of course. The truck slows down to a stop and backs up so it's directly behind us, still on the main road while we parked in this neighborhood. The driver starts shining a flashlight at my car, mostly at me, then goes over to my boyfriend. After it gets to him, he shuts off the light and the truck slowly pulls off and leaves. My boyfriend and I were shaken up, and once I regained my vision, I drove back to his apartment, wary of all the cars around us. We told his dad about it, and he said it's a good thing that we didn't get out of the car. People get murdered all the time from this stuff. We thought it was just so weird, but thinking back on it, the driver probably only saw me and targeted me, and then once he realized that there was two people in the car, they didn't want to deal with it and left. They wanted me, it seems like. What do you think? This just happened. I got off work and went to my mom's to help her and my dad set up their new Alexa TV that they had just got. It ended up taking a while because we had to run to the store to grab an adapter, so I didn't leave their house until 8 p.m. And by the time I got home, which I recently moved into a few weeks ago and live alone, it was closer to 9 p.m. and pitch black. I had my hands full of a few things that I forgot at my parents' since I stayed with them for a few months before I found my place. Anyway, I'm walking up the sidewalk to my apartment when I hear him calling out to me. Hey, excuse me. Hello? Hey. I have one headphone in, listening to YouTube stories, and I try to pretend like I didn't hear him. Not to be rude, but because it was pitch black outside, and I had been up since 6 a.m. and was dead tired, I don't like small talk, and I'm bad at it. Eventually, I turn around, and we introduce ourselves. Immediately, the hairs on my arm prickle, and I get this feeling in my gut. This guy is sizing me up. He wants to know where I live, so he can break into my place, rob me. It's just something I know. It's not even a feeling, but a fact. The entire time we're talking, maybe 10 minutes, his hands are in his pockets, his hood is up, and he keeps looking around like expecting to see someone. Granted, it's cold, but we live in Arizona, so it's not that cold. But this also puts me on edge. Then he begins asking about me, how long ago I moved in, and which unit I'm in. He's obviously going to see which unit I'm in when I walk into it, so I just tell him. He makes small talk for a few minutes and then asks if it's just me. I explain, oh no, I've got my 2 dogs. I go on to say how big they are, how protective they are, and how they are roaming freely in my apartment while I'm at work, which is all true. He asked if I take them on walks and how often. Basically, how often do you leave your apartment empty? I explained to him that I have to be careful because, while my dogs love me and act like big babies with me, they are very protective, so going out is a challenge because I have to be careful about people coming up to us and how my dogs react to them. I turned the conversation around to ask which unit he's in, how long he's been there, who he lives with. He seems uncomfortable and gives me vague answers, waving his hand behind him and saying, "That one." He seems uncomfortable about me trying to clarify which apartment he's in, so he tapers off the conversation and we say our goodbyes. I unlock my door, give my dogs the command to bark, which they do, and it's loud and vicious sounding. I immediately give them love and call my mom, give her his name, what he looks like, his vague portrayal at what apartment he's in, and a reminder of her panic phrase, so if I ever say it, she knows to calmly end the call and send the cops. Now I'm just sitting in my apartment freaking out on every little sound with my dogs piled on top of me. I'm going to call the non-emergency police and ask them to do a drive-by to make me feel safer. Update. I'm sitting on my couch replying to comments. It's 9:30 on a Friday night and I'm hearing the softest knocking. If I weren't 3 feet from the front door, I wouldn't have heard it. I have both my dogs out, my pit bull barked, and everything is locked up tight. Obviously I didn't answer, but I don't have a peephole, so I have no idea who it was. Am I overreacting? Second update. I just got home and I noticed the light on in my car. The windows are up and the passenger side is locked, and you can only open the driver's door a certain way, so I don't see anyone opening it. And his number is on my window, on the outside, with a message saying text me. On the back of the paper is information about a court date and such. I'm going to call the non-emergency police and add this to my report, and I've updated everyone keeping an eye on me. So yeah, I'm still freaked out. I decided to use the Starbucks gift card I got for Christmas this morning before class. I live in a college town, and I wanted to go to the Starbucks closest to the campus so I wasn't late to class. This one doesn't have a drive-thru though, so I had to walk in. When I walk up to the front door, a man and woman were sitting at the outdoor table, and they had both made eye contact with me. I remember thinking it was kind of odd because they looked me up and down. Plus it was like 30 degrees out there, and there were open chairs inside. Come to think of it, they didn't have drinks or anything. I walk inside and order my drink like normal, but I could feel them staring at me through the front window. Once I got my drink, I started to walk out to my car, passing the two people. I heard them both stand up and start walking behind me without saying a word. I got scared at this point and put my car keys between my knuckles just in case I needed to protect myself. I sped up and got into my car as fast as I could and locked all the doors. Not even 2 seconds later, the woman knocked aggressively on my driver's side window, essentially making me damn near piss myself. The man was right next to her with a straight face, hands in pockets, looking through the windows of my car as if he was searching for something he wanted. I cracked the window a centimeter so she couldn't fit her hand in or anything, and asked her if she needed something. She told me to roll down to my window more. I said it was really cold, so I'm going to keep it up. She then asked me if I could give her some money, and it seemed like she was insisting, not so much asking. I just stumbled over my words and told her that I paid with a gift card, and that I was a poor college kid who didn't have much cash, which was true, but it sounded like an excuse. The man started to look confused and angry at me, and then yelled at me to get out of the car. That's when I just noped the fuck out, and drove as fast as I could. I'm glad I got out of there, but they scared the crap out of me. I probably shouldn't even talk to them at all. So to the people that tried to rob me at Starbucks, let's not meet again. So a bit of a backstory. I'm 18 female from the UK. This happened in February 2019. I was 17 at the time. I just got set up on a semi-blind date. We had seen photos of each other by a mutual friend, and this guy, we would call him Cameron. He was 19. Cameron seemed like your average guy, maybe a little too into video games and anime and stuff, but overall, nothing that my friend told me about him seemed off in any way. Our mutual friend gave us each other's phone numbers, and we texted for a night and decided to meet up at Starbucks the next day, since we were both free. I never like to meet new people this soon, but I figured since Cameron knew my friend, it couldn't possibly go wrong. How mistaken I was. I arrived slightly early, ordered my coffee since I never like guys to feel like they have to buy it for me, and I parked up in a seat facing away from the door and pulled out my book. I'm maybe there for about 15 minutes chilling out, and I get a text saying he's here. So I'm like, great, I'm at this table. I feel a presence over my shoulder, and I turn my head slightly in acknowledgement. Before I even get a chance to squeak out a hello, his lips latch onto my neck, and he starts sucking on my neck. Now, I don't like people touching my neck at the best of times. I'm very ticklish and get super uncomfortable by people touching my neck. A few times when I've had massages or hair treatments, I had to hold in my discomfort. This dude latches on my neck like a leech. He smells horrendous, kind of like dust personified. I freak out and elbow him in the chest to get him the hell off of me. He lets go and looks at me with a weird expression on his face and laughs in deadpan, really creepy, and I start to become even more alarmed. I asked him what the hell he was trying to do, and he says, I thought it was cute. Cute in what world? I try to have a conversation. I feel like first impressions don't mean anything. Let's try to give him a chance, but he's just creepily staring at my chest. He's like, wow, I didn't know Asians had boobs like those. I better not let you go. That's a direct quote. I can't make this shit up. I'm more distinctly uncomfortable, but I just don't want to run away. But he's giving me these weird vibes. So I go into the ladies' room and wait for someone else to come in. I ask her to help me get out undetected. I don't want this man following me home or some shit. She of course agrees and lends me her hat and scarf. It's February in the UK after all. We come out of the bathroom together, and she manages to help sneak me out the back door of Starbucks without him noticing me. He asked my friend where I went off to, but I told my friend never to mention me again. I was too terrified. I know I probably didn't behave well and should have told him I was leaving, but I was just honestly scared. I was around 13 years old and at the shopping center with my parents. I wanted to go off on my own for a while and wander around by myself, and my parents agreed. After a little while, I stopped by a woman in casual clothes. She told me that she was an undercover cop and I was suspected of shoplifting. Because I was young, I was terrified. I didn't ask her for ID or anything like that. I didn't know I could question authority. She asked me to look through my bag, and I let her, insisting that I hadn't stolen anything. She asked me how old I was, who I was there with. Then she asked me something that still sends a chill down my spine. Are your parents expecting you to go home with them tonight? I told them of course they were. Why wouldn't they be? She then insisted that I had to follow her to go figure out the shoplifting thing. I went. She was leading me towards the exit. By the grace of God, before we got there, we bumped into my dad. He asked what was going on, and I told him. As I was explaining the situation, the woman got on her phone and was talking to someone, and says things like, "Oh, this isn't the right girl?" Then hangs up and says, "Sorry, wrong person," and abruptly walks off. My dad stood there dumbfounded. When my mom found out about the situation, she was really unimpressed by the way the undercover cop handled the situation. She took me to management the next day and complained to them about how I was treated by the undercover cop. And the woman answers with, "We don't employ undercover cops." I have no idea what this woman planned for me, but I thank my lucky stars, even to this day, that I ran into my dad. My boyfriend, who I live with, works as a teacher in town about 15 minutes away by train. He gets home more or less at the same time every day, give or take an hour or so. I, on the other hand, work from home. In late January of this year, we had gotten into a pretty big fight about something stupid, I can't even remember now what it was about, but it was one of those fights where we didn't speak to each other, text, call, or anything for the whole next day. So, this afternoon I was laying in bed, getting work done. It was a Tuesday, and I'm pretty sure his last class finishes at 1 p.m. on Tuesdays, meaning he should be home around 2:30. But around 1 p.m., I heard the front door open and shut. I thought, I guess he's home an hour early today. It was normal for him to skip his last class every once in a while, so I didn't think anything of it. In fact, I was mostly mentally preparing for the awkward post-fight, "Hey, how's it going?" conversation. So I continued to lay in bed and do my work and wait for him to come in and change his clothes. The bedroom door was closed and I had earplugs sort of half in, as I usually do when I'm working. But I could hear heavy footsteps of him walking around the apartment, as he always does. If we hadn't been in mid-fight, and if I wasn't so preoccupied with the awkwardness of it all, I might have noticed that it was strange how slow the footsteps were, and how long he spent walking around the living room. But I was caught up in the dramatics of the fight, and didn't think about it. I was just laying there, waiting and waiting for him to finally come in. Finally, the bedroom door slowly opened just a few inches. I turned my head towards the door, and prepared to give him a sort of awkward, "We've been fighting 24 hours, huh?" smile. But the door didn't open more than a few inches. I looked and saw that it was a woman's hand with red nail polish on the doorknob. Whoever was there slowly closed the door just as they had opened it, without entering the room. I jumped out of bed, ripped out my earplugs, and sort of froze there for a few seconds, while thinking rapidly. My first thought, that was not my boyfriend. Then I thought, could it have been his mom, his sister, the landlady? For some reason I concluded that it was surely the mom or sister, so I opened the bedroom door and walked into the living room. There wasn't anyone there, but the room smelled heavily of woman's perfume. Then I came to my senses and realized his mom and sisters don't have keys and had never came over before. The landlady never entered without permission. This was a stranger. I ran back into the bedroom and shut the door, now shaking heavily. There's a balcony connected to the bedroom, so despite the cold January rain, I stood on the balcony and called my boyfriend. He picked up and I asked him if his mom or sister might have came over, unannounced. "No, don't move. I'm calling the police." The police were there in a few minutes and searched the whole apartment. Of course, nobody was in there at this point. It was weird though. Nothing was missing from the apartment, despite keeping a jar full of money right next to the entrance. Nothing was even touched. In fact, it seemed like the intruder came straight into the bedroom, saw my legs on the bed, panicked, and just left. You can't open the big wooden front door without a key. For a few days, my boyfriend and I were convinced that it was a landlady being nosy, and I began to feel a little better. Nevertheless, we demanded the landlady change our locks. When she came to change them with her husband, she made a discovery. There was a square area by the keyhole that had been scratched away with something. The landlady said surely someone used tools to break into the apartment. Then, a day or two later, my boyfriend told me, "I have to tell you something, but don't freak out." He told me that the orange kitchen scissors were missing. I obviously freaked out. I tore the apartment apart looking for those scissors. It's been 6 months and those scissors are gone. So the whole thing is just creepy and weird. A stranger breaks into a nice apartment but doesn't touch or take anything valuable, not even the jar of money sitting right next to the entrance. Takes scissors from the kitchen, goes straight into the bedroom, sees someone on the bed and leaves immediately. I never got to meet this person who opened the door that day, and I hope I never do. I once met up with an old friend of mine, male, 22. A friend I had known for a few years prior to the meetup, in November of 2017. I actually met this person on a dating site. However, as time went on, the relationship between us became strictly platonic. There were no red flags. My gut did not warn me, so I completely trusted this person. We met up in town, behind a bus station, on a greasy hill surrounded by trees and a tall wall. Our meeting was just to have a smoke, get a little high, and to have a small catch-up. The meetup was fine. I had actually started smoking weed a few months before, so I was still relatively new to it. He had brought something new for me to try, purple haze. I wasn't at all anxious about trying it, as I completely trusted this person and would have never believed that he would lie to me. He packed a full blunt for me, but I only managed to smoke about a quarter of the blunt. We spoke during this time about work, our previous relationships, and random stuff. About a half an hour later, I start feeling extremely lightheaded and anxious. I suddenly had this strange feeling where I did not feel comfortable at all and really wanted to go home. When I asked him if I could go home, he offered to take me, but I said, "No, it's okay." He offered again, "Please let me take you home. You'd be safe with me. I won't hurt you." I shook my head and said, "No thank you, I could take myself home." When I started to walk away, I felt like I was walking on a cloud. My head became dizzy and my eyesight was a little blurry. I had never felt like this before, and in time, I started to panic. When we made our way down the hill towards the bus station, I was relieved as there were a lot of people around, so if anything happened, someone would step in. I became extremely terrified of him. I had this horrible feeling in my gut that told me to get away from him when I got to the bus station. I told him that I could call a taxi and go home. His tone was no longer nice, but very stern. "I'm gonna take you home now," and began to pull on my jacket. I told him no, and that I was gonna go home on my own. Pulled my jacket harder, and I fell against him. He pulled me into him and told me that I don't need to be scared of him, but I was so terrified. At this point, I started to feel very paranoid, and I couldn't see properly. I pushed him away from me and rubbed my eyes. He tried to pull my phone from me and yelled in my face, "Do you ever listen? I'm taking you home." I noticed a few people had stopped and asked if I was okay. All I remember is I wanted to go home, so a lady kindly called a taxi for me and waited with me, made sure I was okay, and helped me into the taxi. During the time when I waited for the taxi, he kept trying to get me to come into his car, but the lady that looked after me told him to go home and that she was going to take me home instead, so he left. When I got home, I gave the taxi driver my money and told him to keep the change. I didn't want to wait around. I just wanted to get into my bed because at this time, it's the only place I would feel safe from harm. That evening, I laid in my bed for 5 hours straight, staring at the ceiling. I don't remember if I thought about anything or if my mom came in at any time. I just remember laying in bed, doing nothing until the paranoia and the sickly feeling began to wear off. I remember looking at my phone and seeing 32 missed calls from him, 10 voicemails, and 50 plus messages. The messages were weird. He had sent around 20 messages just asking where I was and when I got home. And in one of the voicemails, he told me how he had a fantasy of taking me home whilst drugged up and tying me up. He wanted to blindfold me and he wanted me to submit myself to him. I freaked out and blocked him on all social medias, Instagram, Snapchat, Discord, and blocked his phone number. Before blocking him, I told him if he ever contacted me again, I would call the police. I heard nothing from him for a month until I received a text from an unknown number, asking me how I was. I hadn't given my number to anyone, so I just ignored it. I then received another message a few minutes later saying they missed me and that they would see me soon. I asked who they were. No reply, nothing. So creepy person who pretended to be my friend, let's never meet again. For context, I'm a 16-year-old female, but was only 14 at the time. This happened my sophomore year of high school. My high school was down the street from a decently sized shopping center in the middle of a pretty large suburb, so the little plaza is normally pretty busy, mostly because of Starbucks and McDonald's that all the kids went to after school, and also the Walmart. Now, the Walmart isn't the typical warehouse type. It basically only carries groceries, so it typically doesn't attract your creepy Walmart types. On the day that this all went down, my friend and I decided to walk to McDonald's in the plaza to grab a bite to eat and chat. We decided we wanted to buy some cans from Walmart to donate to people in need of hurricane relief. Since we came directly from school and neither of us can drive, we both still had our backpacks on. I was being paranoid of being accused of stealing. I'm black and definitely don't live in the most progressive area, to say the least. So I left my bag with my friend, who waited outside while I bought stuff. Now here's where it goes downhill. I walked in and headed straight for the cans, which were on the edge of the aisle, which was right next to the entrance. I was gathering cans in my arms when I see an old man, 70 or 80-ish. He was hobbling, not walking, hobbling towards me. I assume that he's just walking into my aisle to shop, and I give him a polite, "Hi, how are you?" smile, and go back to my can shopping. Only, now I realize this guy's eyes are trained on me, and the closer he gets to the aisle, the clearer it becomes that he's trying to talk to me. I'm a little weirded out at this point, but again, I assume he's harmless. Wrong. He eventually stops next to me, and I turn to him in acknowledgement, and he has a horrible fake smile on his face. Laughing, he says to me, "You know why I come to Walmart? To look at beautiful girls like you." At this point, I started to become scared. My mind started racing to all sorts of conclusions, and I questioned what I should do or say. Should I yell for help? Ignore him? Be rude to him? I had no clue. I ended up trying to still be polite and simply said thank you, hoping that that would satisfy him and he would leave. Wrong again. This wasn't enough for him, I guess, because he started chatting me up. He asked me stuff that I don't remember. Then he asked me the golden question. "So, how old are you?" This was it. This was the time to tell him my true age, and then he would back off, learning that I was grossly underage. Finally, I had my ticket out of this horrific exchange. Except, when I told him that I was 14, he cocked his head to me and his sick smile widened. "14, you say? I thought you were 17, he stated, while almost seeming to have more interest by learning this fact. At this point, I'm nearly in tears, but I am too damn nice to tell anyone to leave me alone. So I just humored him with nods, until he finally left. I was mortified. I felt violated and dirty for not telling him to leave me alone. After he was far out of sight, I walked over to customer service counter and told him what happened. He kept on hitting on me, even after assuming and knowing for a fact that I was underage. At this point I was hysterical. The customer service guy had the nerve to tell me that they couldn't do anything at all, not even asking him to leave. I left the store without my cans and returned to my friend in tears and told her what happened. My friend didn't take lightly to this guy and tried again to reason with customer service to no avail. We decided it was time to leave, so we called my mom to come get us and agreed to tell her when she arrived. When she eventually pulled up into the parking lot, we told her everything, and once again, I was marched back into the store, but not to talk to customer service. By some stroke of luck, this guy was walking out of the store as we were walking in, and when I told my mom that that was the guy, she let loose. The wrath of an angry black mother was released on this unsuspecting old white dude, and this dummy responds, "I didn't know she was 14. Nice save, dickhead. So to the predator at Walmart, let's not meet again." About a month ago, I took an Uber to Starbucks to wait for my boyfriend, since he couldn't pick me up at home for other reasons. I was sitting in Starbucks, sitting at a table, waiting for my drink. I have a strong resting bitch face, especially when I'm in public alone. I'm only 5 foot tall, 100 pounds, so I'm teeny. I try to have it as strong as possible to keep the creeps away. This day, it didn't work unfortunately. My boyfriend was at MEPS for the Navy, so I was having our friend pick me up. I'm sitting there waiting, and this creepy guy comes out of nowhere and introduced himself. I immediately tense up as he sat down across the table from me. He tells me he didn't want to be weird because he kept looking at me, so he decided to come talk to me and said I seemed cool. He proceeds to ask me if I'm in school because I had a backpack on. I tell him no. He asks me if I work, and I say not at the moment. I try to be as short with him as possible while giving everybody the help look. He asked me if I'm local and if I drive, and I simply responded, "Uber." He asked me if I have a boyfriend, and I said yes, I'm actually engaged, and my fiance is in the Navy. He looks down at my left hand, which thankfully I have a promise ring on. He tells me that he has military friends, and I don't respond. I never made eye contact with him, but made mental notes of everything about him. He was average height and weight, with narrow jaw and horrible brown teeth. He tells me he's a writer that's working on a book. He also offers me a ride, which I respond to him saying no thank you, as I have someone coming to get me. He finally ends up leaving me alone after playing 21 questions. I get my drink and go outside, where I didn't think he could see me. I'm texting my friend, trying to have one call me. Next thing I know, he comes up again and sits across the table. He offers me a job typing for him and says he pays $20 an hour in cash. I decline, but he keeps on going on about how he can meet up so he can pay me and give me rides whenever I needed. He also tells me he's a photographer and a web designer. I tell him that I can't accept because my fiance would not be okay with it, and he's at work, so I can't talk to him about it yet. He offers to leave his number so my fiance can call him himself, and I told him he would not be okay with it. He asks if he's strict, and I say no, he's protective. He then says I can give him my number, and I say my fiance would definitely not be okay with that. He tells me that he's not trying to break up my relationship, but he's just trying to help me out, and tells me how he has married couple friends. He finally leaves me alone, after repeatedly saying he wasn't trying to be weird. I quickly leave and go somewhere else to hide in case he follows me. I never went back to that Starbucks again. I thought that that would be the only time I would have to deal with this creepy ass, but I was wrong. He made a nice to sit outside. I'm sitting on a bench in front of the store, and I see someone out of the corner of my eye walking in front of me from my left side. I glance up and realize it's him. I immediately panic and text my friend so he can call me. I wanted to go back into the store, but he went in that direction. He stopped by the doors and just stood there for a good 5 or more minutes, looking around before going in. I tell my friend to hurry and call me, but he's in the middle of something and says he'll call me in 2 minutes. As I'm waiting, I see him coming back towards me. He spent like 2 minutes in the store. He walks past me, then comes back and comes up to me. I get very nervous and scared. He makes up some excuse to talk to me. He says hello, and I say hi, with as much attitude as I can give him without looking up from my phone. He asked me if he could ask me something, so with attitude I say, "What?" He quickly responds with, "I'm new here and I'm looking for..." "Never mind, sorry," and walks away. Thankfully, at this point, my friend calls me, and we're on the phone for a good 45 minutes to an hour, and the dude disappeared completely. I mentioned to my friend that if the dude is around when my boyfriend gets to me, he would handle it. My boyfriend just got into the Navy and wouldn't put hands on the creep, but he's taller and very muscular, so he would scare the shit out of him. My friend ends up having to go, and we hang up. Literally, in the same second, the creep walks by again. He was waiting out of sight where he could hear me. It was 3:26 p.m., and my boyfriend got off of work at 3:30. So I texted him and told him that the creep was around me, and told him that I was going to call him at 3:30 and to please answer. He hadn't seen my messages but answered, so I told him what happened and had him stay on the phone with me until he got me, because I was really scared. The creepy guy walks back out of the store again after only 2 minutes inside. He goes and stands out of sight again. I loudly say "babe" multiple times, knowing that he's listening. Next thing I know, he's walking away back to the Starbucks. My boyfriend gets to me and was going to verbally beat the shit out of him, and of course the coward is nowhere to be found. Needless to say, I'm never going to that area alone ever again. Hey, this is Bad Vibes. Welcome back to the channel. Today's video is on Walmart. I'm sure most of you have been to Walmart and seen some creepy or weird people. The following are experiences that took place in Walmart and that are creepy and even scary. This is my first video on Walmart, so I hope you enjoy, and hit that like button if you do. So sit back, relax, and enjoy. About 2 years ago, when I had just turned 16, I was at Walmart. It was the evening, around 6 or 7 p.m. I was with my dad, but he stayed in the car while I ran in to grab some yogurt. While I was looking for the yogurt, I saw a man, probably in his late 60s or 70s. He was pretty tall, about 6'2". He was bald, with a gray mustache, and wearing jeans with a blue flannel shirt. I noticed he was looking at me, but didn't really think anything of it. A few moments later, I felt a hand on my shoulder, squeezing it pretty hard. I turned around, and to no surprise, there he was. I had no idea what he was saying, something about yogurt, and something about me. I was kind of in shock, and was just trying to figure out how to get away from him. I tried to pull away, but he squeezed harder. Sad thing is, there were a lot of people around, but no one even tried to help me. Finally, I yanked away from him so hard that I got loose, and walked away really fast. I turned around, and he was following me. I turned into an aisle, and kept turning into different aisles, while I called my dad. My dad came in and got me. We looked around for him, but we were never able to find him. Creepy man at Walmart, let's never, ever meet again. My best friend and I were at Walmart one day to get groceries for her mom. We walked in and started to grab produce that was on the list when I noticed a strange man standing right next to the front door and just staring. It gave me the creeps, but overall, I thought it was just another weird man. I live in Southern California, and they're everywhere. He was about 6'3", Hispanic, and wearing a Ducks sweatshirt. As I was grabbing some potatoes, he comes uncomfortably close and looks at potatoes too. I walk away and go to my friend, who was about 20 feet away from me. I didn't mention this man to my friend because I thought he just had no clue of keeping a good social distance between people. We finally made our way to the soup aisle, and there he comes walking down the aisle right between me and my best friend to look at chicken broth. I tell my friend we need to grab other things, so we leave the aisle, and I give her a rundown that I believe this man is following us. She agrees that she has seen him and feels a weird energy around him. We head over to the tampon section because my friend needed some. I'm standing at the cart and she's squatted down on the ground when the man comes up and squats right next to her, looking at pads and tampons. This made us feel extremely awkward, so we left immediately and went to the back of the store to see if he was actually stalking us. We had noticed that in his basket, he had nothing but a bottle of Sprite, yet he's been down so many food item aisles with us, and he should at least grab something if he was just a normal shopper. We waited about 5 minutes in the back of Walmart, and then start walking back to the front, and we see him walking the opposite way as us, peering down each aisle. Once he sees us, he stops, and just pretends to look at something on the side aisle, while keeping eye contact on us. My friend and I went into the makeup section. If you know a ghetto Walmart, you know that it's blocked on one of the sides, and on the other entrance, there are a lot of cameras. We go in there, and look through one of the aisles, and see him searching for us. We both start to freak out, because we aren't the strongest girls, and we know that he could probably take us if it came down to that. We decide to hurry up, and get in line to check out. I was talking to my best friend, facing away from the cashier, when I see him get in line right behind us. She did the most ballsy thing I have ever seen her do, and told him off. She was saying how he had followed us, and went down every aisle that we had, but he only had a bottle of Sprite. Soon after, he scarcely walks away, which still made us feel uneasy. We didn't know if he would be waiting for us outside, or have some friends ready to get us. We went to a worker, and told them to keep an eye out for this guy. After we check out, we quickly made our way to the car, with my friend's taser out and ready to zap. We made it back safe to the car, and didn't see him after our interaction. Hopefully I never meet this guy again. For 6 months last year, I lived in the north of Spain. About a week before I was going to move back to Ireland, my friend and I were at my house having dinner and drinking a little. I was renting an apartment in the city, and my roommate was an older lady, maybe in her 50s. I'm 20. That night, my roommate left to have dinner with her friends. About a minute after she had left, someone buzzed our door to be let into our building. I looked at the camera and didn't recognize the woman. She looked to be in her late 20s or early 30s, so I assumed that it was one of my roommate's friends and she was coming over to meet her or something. I buzzed her into the building, assuming they would meet in the lobby. At first, I didn't buzz her in because I didn't recognize her, and she walked away from the door, but then I hit the buzzer as soon as she walked away, and then myself walked away from the camera, meaning I couldn't see if she actually entered or not, assuming that if she didn't enter, she would just text my roommate. Boy, I was wrong. The woman came up to my apartment building on the 6th floor. She came up just 2 minutes after my roommate left, so I know she didn't take the stairs, and I know they must have seen each other when my roommate got off the lift and the lady got in. Realizing that this was weird, I didn't open the door when she rings it. I looked through the peephole just to confirm that it was nobody I knew. At this point, I back away from the door and gestured to my friend to be silent. We creeped back to my room, which is on the far side of the apartment, and I began calling my roommate, who wasn't picking up. Meanwhile, this lady is still ringing my doorbell. My roommate is not picking up, and my friend is just telling me to open the door. In her mind, it was a woman, so she must be harmless. I tell her that she's an idiot for underestimating the female sex. Women can be criminals too. She keeps telling me to open the door, and I refuse. She keeps ringing, and I keep looking out the peephole. At this point, I understand that if she knew my roommate or was looking for someone, she would just call or text them. She didn't take out her phone. She just stayed eerily silent, didn't call out names or ask if anyone was home. This was just weird to me. I finally get through to my roommate. She says she wasn't expecting anyone, and she doesn't know anyone in that age range. She asks if I'm okay, and I say I'm fine. Now it's been at least 20 minutes. I know that the lady knows that someone's home because the lights are on, and my understanding is that's why she's not leaving. I continue watching her through the peephole and see her go into the lift for a minute and then come back up again. The lift is very loud, and I would have heard it move. It didn't. She just went in and came out. In my mind, this means someone was waiting in the lift for her. This screams sketchy to me. After about 40 minutes, she leaves. I run to our hall and flick on the outside camera. This lady left the building with 2 men. They all had backpacks on. I am a paramedic and have been for about 10 years. Working in emergency medicine, you'll get to see the weirdest and worst of people. So it's not uncommon for these types of stories to exist. However, in my 10 years, I have never experienced pure terror incarnate like I had about 6 years ago. I will not be revealing specific or identifying details as it pertains to privacy. This may be a bit long, but it's definitely worth a listen. About 6 years ago, I moved to another city for work. I worked for the 911 ambulance service that responded to calls in the city, as well as the county, which had a few smaller towns. The city itself was not large, maybe about 100,000 people. Working for the service required working 24-hour shifts. It wasn't particularly busy. You maybe get 5 or 10 calls in 24 hours, and generally get some decent sleep during the night. The city was a pretty rough place, as the oil industry had boomed there, which drew all sorts of folks from all around the country to work in the oil fields nearby. One night in January, me and my partner, who was an EMT basic, received a call in the next town over. It was about 2 a.m. when the call came out, and the only information we had was that the person in the apartment called 911 after hearing the downstairs neighbor screaming for help. We responded emergent, as the details were very limited. When we arrived on the scene, police and fire department were already there, and we were getting ready to make our entrance into the building with them. The person who called 911 was there and told us which apartment she heard the screaming from. We attempted to pound on the door at first to get the resident to come to the door. When no one answered, the fire department got ready to spread the door and make an entry. Luckily, the landlord showed up and gave us the key to the unit. As we opened the door, the creepiness started. The apartment was pitch black, not a single light, as if no one was home. The police entered first with their flashlights. We followed. Looking around the apartment, the kitchen and dining room looked like a hoarder's nest. I'm not exaggerating when I say there was literally a 5-foot-tall mountain of garbage, food, dishes in the kitchen, and the same thing in the living room, but with magazines, clothes, and garbage. This meant that there was a very narrow walkway to navigate the apartment. Officers proceeded down the hallway, ahead where the bedroom and bathroom was. One of the officers stopped at the bathroom door, as there was a light shining from underneath it. The officer opened the door and just stood in the hallway. With a flat tone, he said, "She's in here." I walked into the bathroom. The first thing I noticed was the light of the bathroom. It was a very pale yellow light coming from a single bulb on the ceiling, similar to those old heat lamps that used to be common in bathrooms. The light gave off an odd vibe, as it was just a natural light. The next thing I noticed was the lack of anything in the bathroom. No floor mats, no toilet cover, no towels, no knickknacks. Just nothing. Empty. Except the vanity on top in the bowl of the sink were approximately 20 to 30 makeup bottles piled up. Some were open and leaking, causing there to be powders and liquids everywhere. The last thing I noticed was the body of an elderly woman laying naked in her tub. As I walked closer, I could see her laying on her side, nearly in the fetal position. Her skin was pale, and there was about 8 inches of water in the tub. Looking at her face, her eyes were closed, and her head was against the bottom of the tub, with her mouth and nose completely submerged underwater. My partner steps behind me. He suggests we call the coroner and inform him of the body. 2 officers pile into the bathroom behind my partner, so there's 4 of us in this tiny bathroom, with me next to the lady in the tub. With me being who I am, I decided to do my due diligence and at least try to make sure the lady was dead. I kneeled down next to the tub and reached my arm in and put my fingers on her neck to attempt to check for a pulse. In that instant, without a warning or the slightest hint of movement, the woman springs up out of the bathtub with the agility and speed of a feral cat. The only reaction I was able to manage was to just stand up as quick as possible. As I stood there staring at her, she stared back at me, eyes wide as can be. Before she started screaming at me, she attempted to cover herself with her hands as best as she could, while sitting in the water still. I quickly turned around to notice that everyone who was behind me in the bathroom bolted out of there. Not a single soul in sight. I tried to steady myself and tried to calm down the lady, telling her who I was and why I was there. She denied screaming and told me that she does this every morning as she has some kind of joint condition and soaking in warm water helps ease her joint pain. Now at this point, I have my doubts and I have to question this lady's sanity. I questioned her about self-harm and addressed what could be potentially interpreted as suicidal behavior. She denies all of it. The next step is to determine her mental capacity to ensure that she's in the right frame of mind to make reasonable and appropriate decisions. She answers all my questions appropriately, and at this point, per law, she's able to refuse any and all care, as she is mentally sound. I asked her if she will allow me to check out her vitals so that I can be sure that she is healthy, and I can add it to my report. She refuses and tells me to get out of her house, which she has a right to do. I acknowledge and have her sign a refusal form. As I leave the bathroom, my partner, the 2 officers that were in the bathroom with me, along with the other 2 officers and firefighters that were waiting in the apartment, are just staring at me with eyes wide and gaping mouths, speechless. I don't say a word as we all leave the apartment. Once we are outside, I had the most uneasy, uncontrolled fit of laughter. My partner and the officers started laughing too. I thought I might have shit myself. My partner told me that all she remembers is seeing her move, hearing me say, "Oh fuck," which I don't even remember, and running out of the bathroom. I wish I could say that I never saw that lady again, but that would be untrue. This one will be a little shorter since you already have my backstory. Like I said, after this call, I was able to laugh it off once my heart stopped racing. I figured that I would never have to see this lady again, and that gave me comfort. I told the story several times to my family, friends, and coworkers just because of the sheer shock value. This part of the story, I've only told a couple people, because most probably can't stomach it. So be warned, this contains some graphic content. About 3 months after the first call with the bathtub lady, I was working with another EMT basic partner. Not the same one as before, but he is well aware of the story. So the day is going by like normal, and then nightfall comes. I'm hoping to get some sleep, as generally the night is a little calmer. Each of our stations have a few bedrooms with twin beds that allow us to sleep somewhat comfortably. Take off my boots and lay down and doze. I always keep the radio turned way up and by my head so I can wake up if we get a call. Sure enough, tones drop on the radio and I wake up. Looking at the clock, it's around 4 a.m. Radio traffic requests an ambulance for a welfare check on an individual that had not been seen for a while. Me and my partner get up, put our boots on, and start responding to the address. As we get closer, I start recognizing the area. Before I even get to the building, I tell my partner, I swear to God, if this is the same fucking lady. He laughs and we continue. As we pull up to the scene, sure as shit, same fucking building. At this point, my heart starts to race again. A few officers are already on the scene. As I get out of the ambulance, one of the officers comes up and tells me, the lady that we are here for has a friend that works at the gas station nearby. The friend told 911 that the lady comes to visit her every day, but the friend hasn't seen her in weeks. He also told me that there's an odor coming from the apartment complex. If you work in EMS or have been around such, you know what that means. If not, then I won't spoil it just yet. I asked the officer if she's familiar with this person, or if she's heard the story of my last encounter. The officer tells me that she is not, but her other two co-workers behind her were on the original call with me and are smiling, but not saying a word. I tell the officer who the person is, and our last run in with her. The officer just raises an eyebrow a bit and says, okay. So we approach the apartment complex yet again. As I open the main door, you can immediately smell the odor permeating through the entire complex. We walk downstairs to the door of the lady's apartment. I bang on it a few times and shout, ambulance. No response. Officers bang on the door. No response. We try to get a hold of the landlord again to give us access, but he's unavailable. Over the radio, I request the fire department and request that they bring the door spreader. The fire department arrives and they come downstairs. They set up the door spreader. If you don't know what a door spreader is, it's a tool that the fire department places between the two door jambs and uses a lever to start pressuring the door jamb apart, freeing the latch from the door frame so you can get in. As we finally get the door open, the awful smell spills out of the apartment. Same thing as last time. Pitch black in the apartment, piles of garbage everywhere around the apartment, 5 feet high, that barely allows you to move through. This time it's a bit different. There are thousands of flies buzzing around. Again, the officers enter first, with us following with our flashlights. One of the male officers gets down the hallway to the bathroom and opens the door. He looks back at me, shakes his head, and continues forward. My EMT partner, who is pretty new at this, is right behind me. I turn to him and tell him to wait in the hallway, and that I'll let him know when I need him. I was trying to be nice and spare him. The officer continues down the hallway towards the bedroom. At this point, the anxiety is increasing because now we are in uncharted territory once again. I have no idea what we're going to find. The officer eventually makes his way into the bedroom. I see him shine his lights into the bedroom, then uses a bent elbow to cover his mouth and nose, and waves over to me. As I walk to him, the smell gets extremely stronger. I peer into the bedroom with our flashlights, and that's when I see her. The bedroom is set up with a bed in the middle of the room, with a headboard pressed against the wall. So there's a small space on either side of the foot of the bed, or at least what would have been if the floor wasn't filled to the height of the bed with clothes, magazines, books, food, and garbage. At the foot of the bed are 2 large 4-foot tall piles of random shit that are at the base and are about 4 feet in diameter. I know it's hard to visualize, but picture two large shaped mounds side by side at the foot of the bed. In the tiny space between the two large mounds, at the foot of the bed, lies bathroom lady. Now this lady was a very small old lady. When I saw her the first time, she maybe weighed 90 pounds. She was also a white lady. Stunned for a moment, I stand next to an officer and just look. This is the part that gets grotesque. Bathroom lady is laying perfectly on her back, with her arms folded up and crossed in front of her, just like you see a skeleton doing in the movies. Bathroom lady's skin looks almost like paper. It is dried out and shrunken, turning black and rotting. The levels of decomposition from her is one I haven't seen before. Her hip bones were visible where the skin had cracked and receded. Her kneecaps were coming out from her skin. A few ribs were just barely visible, poking through the skin, on the side of her upper abdominal area. Her hair was beginning to fall out. Her lips were gone. Her eyes were gone. I got a bit closer to look, and all I kept thinking was, if you wake up, this officer's gonna draw and shoot you in the head. I walked a little closer. She was almost perfectly preserved, like a mummy. There was absolutely nothing left of her eyes. The sockets were completely empty, with the exception of a few maggots crawling around her sockets. From behind me, I hear quite loud, muffled gags. I walk back out to my partner. I tell him, "Sorry man, but we need the body bag, and I need your help." Everyone else walks outside to get some fresh air. The officer that was in the bedroom with me gagged a few more times outside, but luckily didn't vomit. The one good thing about this is we had recently been given really nice PARP respirators from FEMA for the recent Ebola outbreak. My partner grabbed the body bag and I grabbed the PARPs. We put our gear on and walked back inside. The officer that was with me, like a fucking champ, came back inside as well without a respirator and held a flashlight for us. Me and my partner spent maybe 10 minutes just clearing out all the trash that we could to make enough room to get the body bag down next to the bathtub lady. Once we got enough room, the sketchy part came. If you have ever seen a body with that amount of decomposition, it's very brittle. We attempted to move her over as carefully as we could, as not to break anything. However, when we attempted to move her, she was stuck. I couldn't figure out what was going on. I was at the head, my partner was at the feet trying to move her. I put my arm down her back and neck to support her head so it didn't break off. I got down to look as I lifted to see what we were getting stuck on. As I lifted, I saw, but it was already too late. As I lifted, the skin on her back was stuck to the carpet. So as I lifted her, it started peeling off her ribs and spine. We had no other choice, as we were unable to cut the carpet at this time. We lifted her up, all her skin came off of her back and stayed stuck to the floor, almost like some sick chalk outline, which is when I saw it. What seemed to be like 1,000 maggots crawling around on the side of her skin, between her skin and her back. We moved her gently into the bag, luckily not breaking anything. We got the bag out and into the ambulance, where we would transport her to the funeral home, with our windows rolled down and quickly, so we wouldn't have to stay with her in the ambulance. So that's my story about Bathtub Lady. Sorry for the gross details. What we figured is she died shortly after our first encounter with her, and that we may have been the last ones to see her alive. If you haven't seen my other stories I've posted on here, I'll give you the same background. I am and have been a paramedic for about 10 years. My entire career has been spent in emergency medicine, responding to 911 calls, and providing advanced life support for life-threatening illnesses and injuries. The calls we respond to range from inappropriate use of an ambulance to minutes away from death, and oftentimes, it's already too late. If you've read my other stories on here, you know about my background. But in 2014, I moved to another city, hours away from home, to work. The city was smallish, less than 100,000 people, but the ambulance serviced the entire county where the city resides. We worked 24-hour shifts, which weren't too bad. The days usually were somewhat busy, and at nights, the ambulance station had rooms with twin beds that allowed you to get some fairly decent sleep at night. Most of the calls that would classify as crazy, creepy, or scary always tend to come at night. The day that the story takes place is a little different than normal. Normally I get an EMT basic partner, which means since I am an advanced provider on the truck, I get all the patients. But today, I had another paramedic partner because we were training a new hire paramedic. It was her first day of field training orientation. This means we generally let her take the calls and sit back and evaluate her performance to ensure she's capable and doesn't kill anyone. This was her first day after graduation, so she was still pretty green. I could see that she was very nervous and trying very hard to do her best. So as per usual, the day was pretty busy, but as it began to wind down, I was getting ready to attempt to take a nap. I kicked off my boots and laid down on my bed, on top of the covers. Easier to get up and going in case a call comes in. I put the radio up by my head, full volume like I always do, so I could be sure to wake up if we get a call. Sure enough, midnight starts to roll around and I hear a call go out. Dispatcher says, "Man who has been stabbed is not breathing." Luckily, it's not my call, and another ambulance responds, so I go back to bed, or try to. About 30 minutes later, another call goes out, and this time it's for me. Dispatcher information: man with a knife wound on his hands, police are on scene. I get my boots on, wake up the new girl and my partner, and walk out to the ambulance. The area of the call was right smack dab in the middle of downtown. We responded non-emergent, as it was a non-life-threatening injury. As we arrive on the scene, there's probably around 6 police cars, all with their lights on. The area itself was through an alleyway behind a building just off the main street. As we pull up, there's a number of officers, a couple of sheriff deputies, and a detective all standing around this man with rags on his hands. As I get closer, I can see this man was bald, middle-aged, and almost had a homeless look to him. He also had a big dark spot in the middle of his forehead. One of the officers approached me to fill me in what was going on before I talked to the guy and started to treat him. The officer tells me the man has large lacerations on the back of his hands that he received from a knife. At this point, I was still a bit groggy and didn't put 2 and 2 together. The officer says the man said that he was attacked by another man and that he's probably going to need some stitches. So as it is not serious, I have my FTO approach, first to begin her assessment and to give her a treatment plan. I stay close behind her and we both walk up to the man who was in handcuffs. As we approach, the dark spot on the guy's forehead is now clear. On the center of his forehead, stretching from his eyebrows and what would have been his hairline, is the biggest swastika tattoo I've ever seen. My FTO begins to talk to the man. I sit back and observe. Something about this man's general composure and responses chilled me. When we first walked up to this man, he was muttering something underneath his breath. I couldn't tell what he was saying, but he was repeating it over and over. My FTO asked the police to uncuff him to see the cut on his hand more clearly. At this point, one of the officers produced the knife he believes to be the weapon that caused the injury. The knife was in an evidence baggie and it was covered in blood. It was nothing special, just looked like a cheap plastic pocket knife like you would buy at some cheesy gift shop. It was a folding knife with a plastic blade handle, and the blade was maybe 3 inches long, with a bit of serration towards the handle. The man showed us his hands. On the back, cutting right through another swastika tattoo, was a laceration that went from the base of his pinky finger to the lower fleshy part of his thumb. It was quite wide also, approximately 3 centimeters, exposing the bone as well as some tendons. The bleeding was mostly stopped with pressure from the towel that he was holding onto. When my partner asked the man what happened, the man then repeated to us what he had been muttering to himself. "I killed him, man. He's dead, man. I had to have killed him. He's gotta be dead." At this point, I'm starting to put it together and understanding the larger picture. We get the man into the ambulance so we can assess for any more injuries that may not be visible underneath his clothing. After a thorough search, we realize that there's no more injuries, so we began to transport him to the hospital. My FTO bandaged the man's hand, and we were driving, and I started asking questions trying to figure out the details. The man told me everything I wanted to know, and never lost that chilling vibe. Staring distantly as he recounted what happened, the man told me that he is homeless and was wandering around when a friend offered him a ride. He says that he was leery of this man, but decided to get in anyway and accept the offer. The man said the friend began asking him if he hated black people. The man said he didn't, and that he wasn't racist. He tells me this is when his friend became upset with him and tried to stab him with a pocket knife. The man attempted to defend himself, managed to wrestle the knife away from his friend, and stabbed him in the back before jumping out of the car and running. So with the shocking telling of the tale, we continued to transport the man in silence. Also a side note, an officer rode in the ambulance with us the whole way. After we dropped him off at the ER, we all kind of sat there shocked, leaving the hospital. We returned to the station and tried to get some sleep. However, we were not destined for sleep that night. An hour later, we get another call for a body removal from downtown, less than 3 blocks away from our last call. We pull up to the area, which is in the middle of the street. The street itself is blocked off 100 feet on both sides by a fire truck and police cars. The fire truck was equipped with a double stack of 4 halogen lights risen up on a ladder, shining down to illuminate the area. Walking up with a stretcher and a body bag, the detective on scene tells us that they are done with the investigation and they are ready for us to take the body to the medical examiner's office. At this point, we are still 50 feet away from where the body lay. From where we are, I could see the person laying in the middle of the street. We get closer and take a few minutes to examine the body. What I see and putting together what I was told is astonishing to say the least. Another middle-aged man, appears white, possibly Mexican, lays in the middle of the street on his back with his arms spread eagle and his legs straight. There's a vehicle parked on the side of the road with the driver door still open. I figured this must be the guy's vehicle. It was parked neatly, not haphazardly or incorrectly. The deceased man has streaks of blood coming out of his nose and mouth, with several small puncture wounds on his face and cheeks. Looking at his torso, there was about a dozen or more knife-shaped puncture wounds in his chest and abdomen. Most of the wounds were so jagged and barbaric looking, you could see the fat tissue pushing out of them. There wasn't much blood puddled around the man, but there was a very large trail of blood from the man to the side of the street where the curb is. The blood then continues to flow another 10 feet along the curb before spilling into the storm drain. With that much blood, the man bled out in the middle of the streets. We packaged the man into a body bag and transported him to the ME's office. When we get back to the station, my charge medic told me that the officer that rode with the first patient requested that we fill out a report on what we heard the man say. Thankfully, the rest of the shift was uneventful. Fast forward to a couple years ago, I received a call from the state's attorney. He asked if I remembered the call, to which I informed him that I do. He told me that this person is going on trial for murder, is pleading not guilty, and would like to go over my statement with me, as I would be a key witness and require my testimony in court. We went over my statement and talked about it a bit, then told me that he would be in touch and wished me a good day. A few days later, he calls me up again and informs me that the man changed his plea to self-defense and that I was needed in court a week later. Literally one day before the trial, he calls me up again. He tells me that this time the man has changed his plea to guilty and I was no longer needed. I don't know what happened after that. I never really looked into it. It's just another brick on the wall, so to speak. A story filed away in my brain, probably never to be forgotten. This happened a couple months ago. It feels hollow to put a catchy title on what happened to me because it freaked me the fuck out for a while. I was driving home from work at 2 a.m. I'm a nurse and live in a small city. The roads were totally deserted and it was a freezing night. I don't live far from work, maybe a couple of miles. I'm driving down a residential street around the corner from my house, and I see a man laying face down in the street. Now remember, I'm a nurse. My first thought was, great, gotta help this guy up. I was coming off of a long shift, and falls happen all the time. As I slowed down the car, I suddenly realized what an idiot move this was. I'm a 100-pound woman, and I don't carry any weapons. I thought I should do something to help this guy, so I called 911 and drove past him and slowed to a stop at the end of the block. While I stopped at the light, I explained to the dispatcher that there was a man in the road that might need assistance. All of a sudden I hear a loud bang from the driver's side window. I screamed and looked over. A man was pounding on my window, jiggling the handle of my locked car. I looked in my rearview mirror and there was no man laying in the street. Still on the phone with 911, I screamed, "I'm so scared," to the dispatcher, and I floored it through the red light. I quickly told him what had happened, and even though I was right by my house, he told me to keep driving. After a few minutes I calmed down, and he told me to loop back around. I pulled over down the road from my house and stayed in the car. I didn't see the man anywhere, so I got off the phone with the dispatcher who told me he was sending the police car to cruise the area. As I gathered my things, I do a final scan of the area and I see the man. He's walking with two other men. I hunched all the way down in my car until they were far down the road and then bolted into my house. I don't know if he had ill intent, but it freaks the hell out of me that he wasn't alone. Always lock your car doors and carry mace. A little backstory. When I was 19, I lived with my mom in a ranch-style house on a road that backed up to a large field. On the other side was the main highway. About half a mile down from me was a loony farmer, and about a mile on the other side of me was pretty much a crack house. I guess someone used to live there, but it was run down. I will say that the crackheads were pretty quiet. Other than those two houses, we were isolated. At the time, I was working full-time and going to school full-time. One of my classes ends at 10:30 p.m., and I often wouldn't get home on the day of the week until about 11:15ish. I was driving home one night, and I noticed a guy walking down the road. He had a yellow shirt on and track pants. I remember this outfit because it looked so stupid. It wasn't weird to see people walking down that road because of the whole crack house thing. But I instinctively looked over at him as I drove past. He turned and smiled and waved, which freaked me the fuck out. So I sped half a mile home and pulled into my driveway, weirded out. I get inside and make sure all the doors and windows were secure, and then sat on the couch to be a paranoid freak and wait to make sure the dude walked past my house. Except he didn't. And there was another guy with him, dressed in darker clothes. They actually walked up my driveway and started playing around with my car, testing the handle and stuff. I was in a hurry and forgot to grab my phone from my car, so I was kind of worried that that's what they were after, until the guy in yellow started to approach my door. I'm freaking out, so I go and wake up my mom. She's out of it, and I'm trying to explain the situation when I hear the doorknob turn very slowly. Good thing it was deadbolted. She got out of bed, walked to the door, and then the yellow shirt guy knocked. I perched up on the couch so I could get a good look at him and his friend, still in the driveway. The porch light was on because of the sensor. "Yeah?" my mom said. "You dropped your wallet." I told my mom I had my wallet. It was in my purse. So she calmly told him that she had her wallet and it was too late to be knocking on people's door. I remember perfectly what he said next, even though it was about 6 years ago. "Okay, I'm not a bad guy, just so you know." We were all pretty still, no one moved, not even the guy at the door, not even when the porch light went off. He tried the handle again. My mom told me to call the cops so she could go get the gun, and I told her I didn't have my phone, so she walked into the kitchen to grab hers off the charger. She handed me her phone and walked into the bathroom. She stared out the window in the backyard, then she went into her room to grab the Ruger. I was talking to the cops and explaining the situation while watching the guys. explaining that there was 2 suspicious guys at our door when my mom came back out and said, "One in our backyard too," which explained why she looked out the bathroom window. She caught a glimpse of him from the kitchen and wanted to get a more discreet look. My mom walked back over to the door with her gun and said loudly, "If he tries to handle again, I'm going to open the door and shoot him." Who knows why she said this instead of waiting for the cops to arrive. But the guys took off down the road. I told her this, and she rushed into the bathroom, where the guy apparently in the backyard saw his friends running down the road and sprinted off too. They were going into the direction of the crack house. The cops searched our house and their yard, and then went to the drug house. They found 5 dudes hanging around. One was a yellow shirt guy, and I'm assuming his friends were with him. They did get arrested, and nothing weird like this happened again. But I was on edge for a while. I still make sure the doors are locked at all times of day, even though I live in a much nicer area now. Anyway, sorry it was a bit anticlimactic. The dudes got caught. Weird guys who told me that you found my wallet. Let's not meet. Hey everyone, first time poster here. I totally forgot about this story until recently, so enjoy. At the time, I had just turned 17 and was still pretty naive. I lived in England, so it's legal to work at a bar and serve alcohol as long as you were supervised, but not to drink alcohol. Not that it stopped me. I worked in a working men's club filled with middle-aged people. Most were really nice. I sold bingo tickets twice a week for my dad's cousin, and I was pretty good at it. It's not typical to get tips, but I earned more in tips than I did on my actual wage. On Saturday, my dad would come over with me to have a drink with my elder sister while they played competitive darts in the main bar overlooking my booth. This one particular night, there was this middle-aged, average-looking guy, a little on the plump side, but generally unnoticeable. On the first round of selling tickets, he was at the fruit machine opposite the entire time, looking over at me occasionally. The second round he approached me, asking me what I was selling and how bingo worked. Clearly had never played before, but hey, everyone starts somewhere, right? He bought some tickets and offered to buy me a drink. I declined and informed him I was underage. By now, I had a bit of an uneasy vibe and didn't want to take a drink from a guy I didn't know. He offered me a cola, complimenting me a little too hard. Again, I declined and went on my way to help with a game in the main hall, which was part of my job. The third time, he stood against the wall adjacent to me and just watched me work. He waited until the queue calmed down and bragged about how much money he had and how he wants to be my sugar daddy. How cute I am, commenting on my figure, my boobs, my butt, etc. I was trapped in my booth. I was late into the main hall, so the concert chairman, which is the guy that calls the bingo numbers and gives out the winnings, comes out and asks what's going on. This guy claims that we are just talking. I apologized to the chairman, and he walked me into the hall. He said that he could tell that I was freaked out, so I told him everything. He made the bar staff aware, who also made my boss, which is my cousin's dad, aware as well. The last round of selling tickets, he doesn't even wait for me to get back to my booth. He grabs my ass, telling me that he wants to be my sugar daddy once again. Tries to push me up against the wall, and is suddenly spun around. Not just by my dad, but my boss and numerous staff members and customers who saw and heard what went down. He started to argue his innocence, until my dad, not so politely, introduced himself. He then knew he was fucked. My dad punches him in the nose, blood running down his face. Everyone picked him up like a plank of wood and threw him out the closed door. Never saw him after that. Everyone checked up on me to make sure I was okay. My sister covered the rest of my shift, and I was bought so many drinks. So creepy guy that wanted to be my sugar daddy, let's not meet again. This is my brother's girlfriend's story. She doesn't have a Reddit, but I told her about this subreddit and she wanted to share her story because it's creepy, but also because you can learn from it. I go to school in a big city that is one of the least safe cities in the United States. I chose this school for nursing, and definitely not for the location. I live in a row house, off campus with 3 other girls. Cheaper and nicer than dorms, or so we thought. I guess you get what you pay for. We are all girls and sophomores in college. As you would guess, we go out for drinks, come back to things that we don't remember. We just started our rent in August, 3 floors, plus a basement, which was padlocked by the owner. Understandable, we would definitely have parties down there to avoid immediate cleanup. The house was great, amazing location to school and work. I am a CNA who works odd hours, which will be important later. It was not expensive and in good condition. I have never lived with this many people before, just one roommate, so before we would definitely know if someone had misplaced or changed something. I started to notice that my snacks would either be half gone or completely gone. I was getting annoyed, but in a house of many people, it was too much work to try to figure out who ate it, so I just ignored it. Slowly, as girls do, we started making comments about someone eating our food, but in a passive-aggressive way. We all just let it go, cause who wants a whole house fight? I worked until about 11 o'clock in the NICU, and get home about 11:30, mostly on weeknights. I started to notice pants left out or snack wrappers around. I thought it was odd cause none of my roommates had done this before, but I just think, oh, they probably drank a bottle of wine and went to bed and forgot about this. Again, my roommate started making comments. This time, we started asking because it was getting annoying that all our food being gone and things being left out. I knew it was one of them, but who wants to admit that they ate someone else's snack when in college snacks are in high commodity? We chalked it up to the girl who always smokes and eats her weight in food, but she swore it wasn't her. This went on for about 2 months. It got more obvious someone was clearly taking everyone's food. Definitely the girl who always smokes. I see her as being someone that would eat the whole snack pantry at night. I wish it was her. One night at work, I was about to get off, but a situation happened and I didn't end up leaving until 12:30. I took the bus home. I carry pepper spray, a taser, and a pocket knife, don't worry. I got home and was about to collapse. I wanted to go to bed as soon as possible. I walk in the front door, and the stairs are directly in front of you. You can also see down the side into the kitchen. I walk in and saw someone in the kitchen, but I was too tired to say hi, thinking I could end up in a 30-minute conversation about nothing, so I went straight upstairs. When I got up to the second floor, I noticed that all my roommates' doors were closed, which always meant that they were in their rooms for the night, or asleep. I got a weird feeling, just something that made it click. They were all asleep, right? I text our house group chat, asking if anyone was in the kitchen. I felt stupid for even asking. 2 responded no, and said the other 2 had been asleep. I knew it wasn't any of my roommates down there at that moment. I dialed 911, but didn't press call. I crept into my roommate's room, access hall. Thankfully, or maybe not thankfully, she didn't have her door locked. I whispered, telling her that someone was in the house. She gave me the widest eyes ever, and almost looked like she was about to cry. She didn't suspect anything like I had, but for reference, we live in a very bad area, as there was a shooting in the house 2 doors down, only weeks earlier, by an intruder. She mouthed to make a call. The whole time we were dead silent. We didn't really hear anything at all. I was starting to think I was seeing things after such a long day, and regretted that I dialed, thinking I was going to look like an idiot when they showed up, and I was just overtired and dreaming. We explained to the operator what was going on, and they said that they would send someone as soon as possible. That actually doesn't mean right away, since it's a big and dangerous city. The police showed up, and I didn't even want to go downstairs, but the operator confirmed that it was them, so I did. But the whole time, I could swear that the operator could hear my heart beating. The police came in and looked around. I'm thinking, oh God, I look so dumb. They asked if there was any other floors. We tell him technically the basement, but it's padlocked, so really no. They checked the basement just in case, and yeah, they were right. The man had been living in the padlocked basement. The lock was pulled off its hinges and just kind of propped against the wall. We never looked back there and rarely went out back. The guy had taken a comforter of one of my roommates out of the hall, had a mattress from God knows where, and his clothes. Well, he was the one moving and eating all of our stuff. He would come out in the middle of the night and do it. He started getting more comfortable. I don't know if he was drugged out or forgot to clean his tracks, or if he didn't really care. My roommates and I have pretty consistent schedules during the week, probably letting him think that any time after 12 was good to come out. We never slept with our individual doors locked, and that freaks me out the most. He had access to any one of us at any moment, and we had no idea. When he was getting arrested, I was the only one to go down and look. I don't really know why, and I wish I didn't. I took a picture in the process of him being arrested to show my roommates who were too afraid to go down, and this is him. So yeah, let's never actually meet, dude. Hello, this is Bad Vibes. Today's video is on Starbucks, which I haven't done a video on. Joining me on today's video is Lucid Lupus. He will be reading stories 4 and 5. He's a newer channel, so if you like his narrations, please drop a sub to him. His link will be in the description, as well as the pinned comment. So sit back, relax, and enjoy. Back in September, I had just moved to a new city and started a new job. I was trying to make new friends, so I downloaded the app Bumble BFF. Fast forward to the end of the month. I set up a few coffee meetups with potential friends. I left work on time and walked to the Starbucks by my office. I was there early, so I decided to order a coffee and waited in line. I finally sat down by a window, minding my own business, and out of nowhere, a painfully thin lady bum comes stumbling into the Starbucks. She looks terrifying, high out of her mind, long matted hair, needle marks on her arms, smelly, a bloody mess. She basically looks like a zombie from hell. Anyway, she starts walking towards me, screaming in gibberish, and then she tries to punch me in the face. Luckily, the man sitting next to me blocks her punch, and the baristas come over from behind the counter and throw her out of the store. Right after that, my new potential friend arrives, which makes the meeting very awkward, to say the least. Zombie bum lady, let's not meet again. For some context, this took place in June, about 2 weeks before I turned 18, and I'm a female. I had just finished my A-levels and decided to join Tinder for a joke, just to have fun and waste a bit of time. I thought it would be fun to put Snapchat in my bio, just to see how much people would add me, and I admit I enjoyed the attention from guys. People added me, but no one actually messaged me except for this one guy. I'll keep his name anonymous. This guy was 20, and at the time I was 17. He was about an hour drive away from me, which will be important later. We started off just innocently chatting. The conversation was dry, but it killed boredom, so I held the conversation. One day he randomly popped up asking, "So when are we gonna meet then?" I was hesitant at first, but I agreed in the end after I ran it over with my parents. I invited him over to my house. I don't know what I was thinking, but I told him that he could come over. He got there the next day at 9 a.m. Bear in mind, he lived an hour away from me, so this was the first red flag. I was confused as hell why he wasn't dressed for the day. Nevertheless, I invited him in and finished getting ready. We just chilled and watched films all day before heading out around 2 p.m. We chilled by the beach for a bit before coming back to my house around 5 p.m. I was expecting him to go home after that, but no, he stayed. We watched a couple more films, and every now and then I would look over at him and catch him flat out staring at me. We would lock eyes and he would say something creepy like, "I love your eyes," or "I'm so glad we met," all while knowing me for only about 8 hours. I regret to say that we ended up kissing a lot. I felt awkward, and being a naive 17-year-old on our first real date, I thought that this was what you're supposed to do. He left around 10 p.m., which means he was at my house for like 13 hours. But there were no sparks at the end, and I was expecting this to be a one-time thing. Nope, he turned up at my house at 9 a.m. 2 days later. I went along with it because I didn't have anything better to do. Again, he didn't leave until 9 p.m. At this point, I had no interest in seeing him again, and didn't really feel a romantic connection with him. I admit, I may have led him on, as I never actually told him I wasn't interested. Looking back at it, I should have told him, and maybe the next events wouldn't have happened. My birthday rolls around, well, the day before. He shows up at 9 a.m. again and takes me out. We go to the mall, and he buys me so much. I keep saying, "No, you don't have to," and "Let me buy this." But he insisted because it was my birthday. I had only met this guy twice before, and he was buying me stuff like clothes, makeup, and sexy underwear. I was still only 17, even though my birthday was the next day. I felt like I was being treated like a prostitute. Every time we would walk around, he would force my hand into his and try to kiss me. I felt so awkward. Anyway, we get back to my house around 6 p.m. and I come home to flowers from him that he had delivered to my house. We chill in my room and I didn't know what to do. I felt trapped. I felt like I couldn't tell him to leave because he had just spent so much money on me. Anyway, he tried to have sex with me. He kept saying, "Come on, don't you want to have a nice birthday? I came all this way for you." Just creepy stuff like that, trying to get me to sleep with him. I just kissed him and told him I didn't want to. I wasn't a virgin, but I definitely did not want to sleep with him. He finally leaves and I just break down crying. I don't know why, I just felt so trapped. I tried to be cold with him over messages and stuff for the next few days, hoping to scare him off. It didn't work. About 3 days after my birthday, I get home from work around 9 p.m. Guess whose car I see parked outside my house? Yep. I walk in and he's sitting there, chatting to my family in the lounge. They seemed to really like him, even though I told him how creepy he was being. We ended up going to the local pub after to get some drinks. We get back to my house and I'm pretty drunk. I suggest more drinks and crack open a bottle of bubbly I saved for my birthday. As we were drinking more, he gets quieter. I look up at him and ask what's wrong, and he suddenly grabs me, kisses me, and tries to put his hand up my skirt. I immediately push him off and stare at him angrily. He looks at me in a really sinister way and says, "I deserve it." Because he had drank, he couldn't drive home, so he just stayed over. I tell him I'm too drunk and I want to go to bed. Luckily, my mother happily showed him to the guest room and I didn't see him again until the morning. I woke up around 9 a.m. and walked downstairs to find him cuddling my cat in the garden. I tell him I had a call from work saying that they needed me in an hour and that he needs to leave. He tried to protest, saying that he'll just wait till I'm off and we can hang out, but I just tell him no and that I'm seeing friends later, which wasn't a lie, but the work thing was a lie to get him to leave quicker, and yet he still protests, saying that we can all hang out together. Eventually, he takes no for an answer and leaves. I cry and cry. I tell my mom everything. She likes to tell me that he wasn't that bad, but to this day she still has no idea that I had to deal with him like I did. I meet my friend and tell her about him, and that I'm gonna leave it a couple days and tell him I don't want to see him anymore. However, that same night I get a lengthy paragraph from this guy. He professes undying love to me. Some of the most memorable quotes from this: "You're my whole world. I'd be nothing without you. I'm so glad I met you. I can't wait to share our life together." That was it. I had to be straight up with him. I told him everything, that I didn't feel a connection with him, and what he did with me when he was drunk was not okay. I even offered to return the things that he bought me, but he just said no. Surprisingly, he actually apologized and said sorry for making me feel so uncomfortable. Brilliant. That's that, I thought. Nope. He started stalking me. However, anyone who has Snapchat will know that you can view a map that tells you where your friends are. You can also turn it off so people can't see you. But I customized mine so that only people I'm close with can see where I am. He was one of them. I forgot to turn it off, and whenever I went out, there he was a couple hours later. Remember, he lives about an hour away from me. I first noticed that he had followed me after I went to the beach, the same one I went with him. I went with my friend, and about 2 or 3 hours into the day, we were getting ready to go home. I opened up my Snap Maps, as I always do, just so I could see that me and my friend were together and show her. It's a silly thing I do, but I find it cute seeing our little Bitmoji characters on the map. When I saw he, who shall not be named, was with us, his little Bitmoji character, probably like 200 yards away from us. My eyes widened, and I told my friend that the guy that I had been complaining about all day was literally here, now with us, somewhere. We panicked and sped walked to the car and drove home. That happened 2 more times. Once again with the same friend, when we visited a reservoir near my town. There was no reason for him to be there too, so I messaged him, asked him what he was doing at the reservoir when I got home. He said he was taking pictures, but the reservoir would have been more like a 3-hour round trip for him to drive, and he had never mentioned photography to me before, so I didn't believe him. It happened a 3rd time, and that's when I blocked him. I was with my extended family in a restaurant, yet this time he messaged me his location on Snapchat, which is one of the things you can do, and he was in the freaking building. I had to come up with an excuse to tell my family that I hadn't seen for months why we had to leave. I told my mom the truth, and then she explained to them after. They were understanding. I had enough. I didn't even message him again. I blocked him on everything, and luckily, I haven't heard from him since. Last month, I moved to another country, and I didn't really know anyone. Due to that, I spent a lot of time alone and started to get bored. Although I didn't, and still don't, like the concept of Tinder, I decided to create my own account to meet people. I spent hours swiping left and right, and having brief conversations with my matches. However, most of them were men that wanted to see me on that same day, which scared me a bit. My story begins when I matched with a 30-year-old girl who didn't wait long to send me a hi and asked me for my phone number. I, who had never been on this app before, thought that was normal and gave her my phone number without having spoken at all. That was my first mistake. At first, everything seemed normal. The girl, which name was Diana, sent me voice notes. We talked briefly and in superficial ways about ourselves. She seemed very, very interested in talking to me, since on several occasions she would double text me if I didn't answer quickly. And I'm not gonna lie, I found that curious. However, I paid no attention. The second day of talking to her, she asked me to meet her somewhere. And even though our conversations had been superficial, I said yes, and we set a place and an hour. Hours before our meet, I started to regret it. I deleted Tinder and sent her an apology message. That was where things got weird. She texted me that it was fine, but a few minutes later she sent me several messages, but deleted them within seconds so I couldn't read them. A couple hours later, she tried to video call me. I didn't answer and told her that I was busy. Despite all that, she called me again and again. I kept saying I was busy, but still, she called me twice at 2 a.m. By this time, I was out and drunk, and I blocked her. I felt a little bad about it, but come on. I'm a woman in her early 20s, living in a foreign country, so at the same time I felt relief that it was over. Except it wasn't. I woke up to a hello from an unknown number, which profile picture in WhatsApp was of an old man. I asked him who he was, and in less than a minute I received an answer. It said, "Hi, it's Diane. This is my dad's number. Why do you block me? Did I annoy you?" Even in spite of how bizarre that was, I tried to empathize with her and answered with the truth. Again, she told me that it was fine, and I blocked her dad's number. In less than 2 hours, I received another message from another unknown number. It said, "Hi, it's Diane. Why do you keep blocking me? I need to talk to you. Text me." At this point, I no longer find it funny. I told her that I'm not interested in talking to her, and she literally tells me, "I need to talk to you about something. There's a girl who is harassing me. She does black magic." I repeated that I'm not interested, and she goes like, "You don't believe me, do you?" And I blocked her again, for the third time. Anyway, I really don't know if this was some kind of strange joke, but I think I could say that my first experience using Tinder was tragic. I wonder if it's always that way, though, because I've been thinking about downloading the app again. And at least next time I won't share my number with someone who I hadn't talked to at all. Let's hope for the best. And Diana, let's not fucking meet. Hey, this is Bad Vibes. Today's video is on those online dating stories. You know, you go online to try to find someone, and you end up finding the wrong type, the dangerous type. So make sure you hit that like button, as it really helps, and sit back, relax, and enjoy. So about a year ago, I moved into a new apartment. It was my second year of living alone. The city was relatively small, and I go to the local university there. One night I was bored at home and decided to set up a Tinder date. I was talking to this apparent normal guy and asked if he could come over to my place. At the time, I didn't see anything wrong with that, so I invited him and told him that I lived alone. About 20 minutes after the message, he arrives at my apartment wearing a black hoodie, big earphones, and he asked me if there were security cameras in the hallway, which was odd. I said that there was a couple, and from that, I could tell that I just made a mistake. He got into my apartment, and we made out for like 10 minutes, in my bed. He asked if he could try some kinks on me. At the moment, I was not thinking rationally anymore, and I said yeah. He started biting my neck, then my chest, then my legs, and then he started getting into some really weird kinks. He started pinching me really hard, pulling my skin, and really digging his nails into my body. At this time, I was completely panicking and asked him to stop, but he wouldn't. To top things off, he started choking me, and I couldn't get him off of me because he was a big buff dude. At last, he stopped, and I rushed into the bathroom, saying I needed to pee. In no time, I grabbed a knife and locked myself in the bathroom and called my other friends to come help. I got out and told him to get the hell out of my apartment, or I would call the police. To my surprise, he tried to attack me, but I had a knife in my hand and started screaming. After hearing the doorbell, he quickly got dressed and rushed down the stairs. Please be careful when bringing strange people into your home. This shit scared me for life, and I don't think I'll ever do Tinder dates again. So this happened about 1 month after I finished high school. I was 18 at the time, and tired of being inexperienced. I went to a pretty nerdy school, so I, nor others, were crazy about getting into relationships or hookups. So after seeing my friends dabble with Tinder, I decided to try it myself. I mostly did it for a joke, sending funny pictures to my friends over some weird messages I got or funny bios I found. But I was also up to meet someone, if they seemed fine. So eventually, this dude and I started talking, and he asked to meet me at the local hangout, a gas station. That tells you something about my town. He seemed alright, fairly cute, only a year older. I decided it was fine, especially considering one of my friends was at the place, so if this guy was a total weirdo from the start, I could escape. But it was fine, and the first time we hung out in his car, nothing drastic happened. We kissed, but that's all that happened. We hung out in his car again and drove around and made out, but once again, nothing drastic happened. Both of us were kind of just trying to lose our virginity and get it out of the way. My car was small, and so was his, and both of us had pretty strict parents, so we scheduled to meet up next Saturday at a cheap motel to get it over with. So that day comes, I wake up and I'm literally in the worst pain of my life. I was on birth control, but it just made it worse, and I'm in terrible pain. I text him saying that I need to wait a week. Instead of just an alright, or even a slightly annoyed tone, this guy basically tries to pressure me into going anyway. I try to explain that I'm in pain, and if he honestly can't wait a week, he can go find another girl. He starts calling me a liar, saying that I'm making it up so I can sleep with another guy. Basically sends me texts from 9 PM to 6 AM, calling me all sorts of nasty things, saying I'm really ugly and horribly boring, and that he was just doing this as a favor, and that I'm gonna regret this, and so on. I'm upset, obviously. I never had someone say the things like he said to me. I generally started feeling pretty awful about myself, thinking that I should have sucked it up and gone with him anyway. It basically put me in a really horrible mood the whole week, so much that I basically turned into a big sobbing mess when I went with my friends camping the following week. It's a week later, and I'm sitting on my screened porch that we have for our cats in the summer. I just got in a kitten and was playing with her, when I see a car that looks like the car that the guy drove. I brush it off until I see the same car drive by again, and again, and again, about 7 times in total. I think back and I realize that I talked about hanging out at a beach a lot, which was right across from my house. Now I'm terrified. My parents aren't home, and if he corners me, I'm in an enclosed room. The only access from the house was the window, which was very hard to open from the outside. After the second time, I ducked so I wasn't visible from the road, and started texting my friend. My friends pulled up and the car stopped coming by, and I hugged them, terrified of what could have happened. My mom and dad come home, and I don't say anything, but I basically forced myself into hanging around them and not being home alone for a few days. About 6 months later, this guy asked me on Facebook. I never once gave him my last name. He texted me saying I'm the most genuine and pretty girl he'd ever met, that when looking back on it, he compared every single girl he's met since, and I'm the top, and he's sorry. I don't think he knew I saw him stalking me. I basically said, that's cool, but don't talk to me again. He hasn't, fortunately. I swore off Tinder for a while, eventually using it far away from home at college. With a happy ending, I met my current boyfriend. So I got to learn some good things and bad things by using online dating apps. But to the guy from Tinder, let's not meet again. This happened over a year ago, so I'm safe now. I just broken up with my ex back in January 2019. I was angry at everything, and I had just joined Tinder. I talked to this guy that seemed pretty cool and was quite attractive. I talked to him for quite a bit, and eventually took a lift down to where he lived. Now, his dad had passed away not too long ago, so he moved back in with his mom to help out. I found that sweet, and so I thought nothing of it. We took a lift to Walmart and the liquor store, as his mom requested some wine. I had bought pizza to bake at their home to make a decent impression, and had purchased her wine, which she had given me cash for despite my protest. Again, trying to make a good impression. This home was gorgeous. They had an old-time wide jukebox, and the freaking sink taps in the bathroom were installed in the mirrors. Water flowed from the spout in the freaking mirrors. His mom was sweet as a Southern tea and seemed to be taking a liking to me. So this guy had been messaging his lesbian best friend, Cynthia, and explained that he had helped her out after she broke her ankle and such. Again, I thought, what a nice guy. We drank, we had sex, everything was cool. I warned him that I had scars from previous cutting incidents, but nothing recent. He was fine with it and understood. The next morning, I had an interview with a major company call center, and his mom offered to drive me. Such a sweetheart. I did great in the interview and was offered the job. I immediately texted the guy, telling him the good news. So one day when I was home and had slept for about 8 hours, I wake up to a dozen text messages and over 20 Facebook messages from him. It started with, "Hey, how's it going?" But as I scrolled through the rest of the messages, they progressed to, "Those cut marks on your arm. Yeah, I would have never dated a cutter anyway. Most of them are fucking pathetic that need to get serious fucking help. Might as well keep doing it since it seems to be your only friend." What the actual fuck? I blocked him. Then I posted it to my Facebook page, so if anyone else knew him, they could see how he actually was. I get a friend request from his lesbian friend, Cynthia. She filled me in. She is not a lesbian. She had just broken up with him hours before befriending me, and he had told her that I was a lesbian. Also that he goes by his middle name. I had done a basic search with the name he provided me, and on his Facebook page, to make sure he wasn't a felon or some shit before meeting him. When I did the research on his first real name, sure as shit, so many charges, including child pornography. He had been stalking her, pinging her phone location, and messaging her shit like, "Oh what, you're not gonna leave your house?" And he told her to kill herself. She had gotten the cops involved. She sent me screenshots of the messages he was sending. We talked a bit more, and while I'm not in the medical profession, it's kinda clear something was wrong. He was a liar, manipulative, aggressive, angry, and obviously his moods flip faster than mine. I offered to send her what I could of the messages in case she could use it to build a case against him. Shortly after, I get a friend request from a name I don't recognize, something generic like Mike. Then I get a message, "Hey, it's Jay. How's your new job going?" I was freaking out. He knew where I worked. The building was secure, but the parking lot not so much. I got pepper spray and called my dad, who has been in the police force since I've been alive. He advised to not carry a baseball bat because it could easily be wrestled from me and used against me, but pepper spray was a decent choice. Also, he said that while online bullying isn't something the police can do much about, if he messages me again, it goes into the harassment area and needs to be reported ASAP. I was getting off work after midnight and was scared shitless. I parked as close to the building as possible, pepper spray in hand. Fortunately, I haven't ran into him since, and I don't want to ever meet him again. I've also since moved and changed jobs. If it sounds too good to be true, it probably is. The story all happened in the last 3 weeks, and the final part hopefully just took place this morning. So to set the stage, I'm a single dad with a daughter who is about to turn 3. I don't really have time to hang out and meet people, so I decided to put myself out there, and I made a Tinder profile. I had a few decent dates, but nothing too special. Then, about 2 or 3 weeks ago, I matched with a new person. She lived about 30 minutes from me and looked cute, so I messaged her. We start talking and she gives me her number. We text for a week or so, and things seemed great. We both seemed to be on the same page about things, and that neither of us wanted to rush into anything serious. So we decided to spend an evening together. The first evening went well. We got along great. We did the same thing a few days later, and again, everything went fine. But after about 2 weeks, it became clear that she wanted to start an actual relationship, and I wasn't ready to commit to that. I made it clear, and she seemed to understand and accept it. After some of the things she said though, I was seeing some red flags, and I wasn't sure if she was actually going to respect my wishes and not try to move things forward into a serious relationship. There were a number of things she said that made me think that she was a bit emotionally unstable, so I decided to take a few days to think about things and decide what I wanted to do. We had been texting at least a little bit every day, and I felt like the daily connection was not helping to convince her that I was serious when I said I wanted to take things slow and not jump into a relationship. So on Friday morning I was texting her, and then just kind of stopped replying. I didn't think much of it since I was really busy anyway. She came to my house that night, just showed up unannounced. I was polite and made up an excuse about my phone being broken. She claimed that she showed up because she was worried that something happened to me, since I always replied right away before. But her showing up at my house was another huge red flag. I figured the broken phone excuse would benefit me, giving me time to evaluate this new warning sign and decide what to do. I told her it was fine, but that I might be MIA for a bit longer until I get a new phone. I don't have internet connection either, so basically all contact with me would cease until I reinitiated. She seemed to be fine, apologizing for intruding on my evening, and left right away. So I didn't give it too much thought, other than reaffirming my concern that she might be becoming obsessed. In the next few days, she sent me messages basically checking to see if I got a new phone. There was nothing too crazy, but still worried me a bit, and with everything else, it told me that I needed to cut things off completely. That leads me to last night. It was 6 days since she showed up to my house, and I hadn't contacted her so far. I was hoping that my silence would send a message, or maybe she would forget about me and move on with someone else. But that didn't happen. I went to sleep around midnight and woke up at 6 a.m. Upon looking at my phone, I saw literally 15 notifications, 6 missed calls, and a voicemail. The text message started off saying, "I know that you're probably asleep, but I saw that you accepted a friend request 2 days ago, so I wanted to know why you've been ignoring me." And then it went to pleading for me to answer my phone, and finished with, "If you won't talk to me, I'm going to come to your house." This whole thing took place between 1 and 2 a.m. The voicemail was just her sobbing on the phone and screaming, "Why are you doing this to me?" Keep in mind, I've known this girl for less than a month, and we've been on 2 dates in that whole time. At this point, I'm pretty freaked out, so I call a friend of mine asking for advice. My friend told me to just be blunt and tell her that threatening to come to my house in the middle of the night was completely inappropriate, that she's acting crazy, and to not contact me again. So here I am this morning, after sending a long text, kindly but firmly telling her that her behavior wasn't acceptable and that I did not want her to contact me again. So crazy Tinder girl, let's not meet again. It was around 12:30 a.m. when I go outside to throw away the garbage, and the first thing I see is a woman in her 20s facing the corner of the wall of the house, as if she was being punished. And the only thing I see is her long black hair that is reaching her lower back. She was wearing a short black leather skirt and sleeveless blouse. It was quite cold outside, so I was wondering if she was alright. She wasn't crying. She was not sad. She was not waiting for anyone. She was just quiet. "Hey, can I help you?" No response. "Are you waiting for someone?" Again, no response. "Are you okay?" She didn't budge or make a single noise. I wanted to tap on her shoulder to get to the bottom of this, but I decided to do that after I threw away the garbage. In an unlikely case where she decides to attack me and I happen to have 2 full garbage bags. I walked around the corner, and when I came back, she was gone. My porch was clear. She obviously did not pass me, so she must have went in the other way, and to be honest with you, I was glad she was gone. I go inside the house, lay on my bed, and it's really late at night, and I remember one very important thing. The street was empty on the other side, and no one was there, which means there was only one place the woman could have gone into: my home. I immediately grabbed the hunting knife I received as a gift for my 18th birthday and head out to search for the stranger in my home. I walk around silently, checking each room, under every table, inside every closet, and even in the basement. As I'm walking upstairs, I hear quick, heavy footsteps running. I rush to the scene, trying to catch up to this person to confront her. I check my surroundings, and everything seemed okay. I found the front door open with the wind rustling through the gap. I go outside, and I see the woman in the distance running away, fading into the darkness. She never came back, and I never saw her again. Thankfully, nothing was stolen, and more importantly, no one was hurt. Reading some of the stories on here reminded me of something that happened during my holidays this past Christmas. I went on a family holiday with my mom, dad, and brother to Tasmania, which is kind of like a big island to the south of Australia. I wasn't terribly interested in the trip, just wanted to spend some time with the family, so I left all the booking to my dad. And I'll never do that again. He has his own Airbnb he manages, so I thought he would be able to find a decent place on his own. When we walked up to the Airbnb my dad had booked, the first thought I had was, if I wanted to sell drugs, I would do it here. My mom wasn't impressed at all, and was already telling my dad off for booking it. I didn't say anything. Maybe the inside is nicer. It was a dingy little house. The paint was peeling, roof was rusty, and there were plants overgrown to the side of the building. There were 3 entrances. The first one was the entrance for the host. It looked okay, not as bad as our entrance, a little tidier. It went downstairs, so after a while we figured out that the host most likely lived below us. The second entrance looked like it was the main entrance to the house, but it was sealed shut. The door looked like it would break down if anyone was even to push on it lightly, and it was obviously unused. The third entrance was ours, and besides the overgrown plants, it was fairly normal. We figured out later that it looks like the host had divided up the house somehow. She lives below, we live upstairs, but there was another half of the house upstairs that wasn't accounted for. Hard to explain, but the space we occupied only accounted for half of the house and only went up to the main entrance I spoke of, which was in the middle of the house. We checked in, basically just grabbed the keys. The host has never contacted us up to this point. All was well on the inside. It looked a little old, but wasn't creepy from the get-go. I did notice some odd things, and I only mentioned this to my dad. There were a bunch of antique instruments displayed on the entrance, and right on top of one of the pianos were 3 things that looked like urns. Now to explain, I am of Chinese descent, and those urns freak the fuck out of me. Some people think that they are for displaying, but we use them to store dead people's ashes, so I really didn't like them being there. I told my dad, and he didn't like it either. He went to tap on the urn to see if something was actually in it, but he couldn't tell. But he mentioned that the one that he had tapped was definitely one used for ashes. It had scripts on it for like safe passage to heaven, from what I could make out. After I stopped freaking out, I went and picked first dibs on the biggest room, as per my usual, but noticed that there were heaps of mirrors all around the room. Again, another thing, not sure if this is a Chinese thing, but we don't like sleeping with mirrors facing us when we're in bed, if we can help it. So I went to move one of the mirrors, which was right in front of the bed. It was leaning against the door, so when I took the mirror off, the door actually opened ajar a little bit. That freaked me out. I got my dad, and we decided it's better I slept with my mom in another room, and he would take this room with my brother. Again, my dad being dad, he opened the door a little and shouted, "Hello?" before I told him to shut up. I had a peek inside, but couldn't make out much, only that it was dusty and seemed to be a part of the other half of the house. My dad soon put a chair and a suitcase on top of it, in front of the door to keep it shut. Fast forward to the night, everyone was sleepy and went to bed. I stayed up a bit because I had some emails from work to catch up on, and I went to go work in the living room. At this point, it was around 11 p.m. I remember that there were a few thumps on the roof, which sounded like footsteps, then followed by the loudest, most horrendous noise. It sounded like a train stopped on top of me. It was screeching like steel on steel that lasted maybe 30 seconds. I froze at this point, didn't know what to do. I thought that my dad would come check on me, but he never did. I didn't say anything the next morning because I thought I may have imagined it out of my tiredness. The following night, same thing, except I was in bed this time, just got into it. It was around this time that the same exact noise started up again. My mom woke up, but was frozen like me. My dad came in to check on us, and we were all just frozen listening to the noise, wondering what the hell it was. After it stopped, we were freaked out, but managed to shrug it off and went to sleep. Before I fell asleep, I remember hearing some faint thumps that stopped shortly after it started. The next morning, we kind of had a meeting of some sorts to discuss this. This is when I told them about the night before. We were all extremely unsettled at this point, and luckily, it was checkout day. We got the hell out of there and never found out what it was. The creepiest thing was, after we packed up and were well away from this place, Dad was driving, but he looked really disturbed. So I asked him if he was okay, and he said, "I am now, but I did not have good sleep last night." I pressed on and asked him, was it the noise? He said no, that didn't bother him as much compared to another thing that he had experienced. What bothered him the most was, when he left for a tour on the second day, he still had the suitcase on the top of the chair blocking the door in his room. He had just showered, so he had left the towel on the chair to hang. He said that when he came back, he noticed that the door was slightly ajar. The chair had been moved slightly, and the towel was now on the floor, as if someone was trying to push it from the other side. I forced him to ask the host about the noise on the other side of the door. She replied that the door was to her art room, and the noises just were a possum on the roof. I don't really believe her. The noises did not seem like some animal. I work from home, doing beauty treatments. Last summer, I was working 6 to 7 days a week, 9:30 a.m. to 9:30 p.m., doing nails and drowning in a god-awful chemical smell. I would end each night airing my house out with all the windows open for a few hours. One night I sat on my sofa while the place airs and browsing on my laptop for TV unit. I had just moved a few months before. As I slouch down on the sofa, a creepy feeling rolls over me. Something at the corner of my eye catches my attention. I look to my window and I notice that my blinds are bent inwards, revealing a black slit of the outside. I stare deeply into the darkness, trying to figure out if my blinds got caught, when I hear a man's voice say, "Hey there." I instantly look away, heart pounding. The blinds fall back into place, and I hear fading footsteps as he walks away. God only knows how long he had been standing there, watching me. I was so terrified, and immediately rushed around and closed all of my windows. When I was closing the window to my beauty room, I noticed a man a few meters away, crouched down and shining a torch under the tree. A few minutes later, there was tapping on my now closed kitchen window. I didn't check it out. I was too scared. I still don't know if the guy under the tree was the guy that said "hey there," or someone just looking for a lost pet, perhaps. There was also a guy who had been going around, beating and mutilating cats around the same time. So I was extra on edge and called the non-emergency line to log it and slept with a knife that night. Okay, so last year I was coming home late, 11:30 or so. Just me and my roommate lived there. I'm the only one home at the time. I go to the kitchen to make dinner and get halfway upstairs. I hear a pounding at the door. I never answer the door because I never invite anyone over, so I just ignored it. I turn the hallway light off and the pounding gets worse. "I know you're in there. Don't ignore me." I quickly close the bedroom door. I somehow move heavy furniture in front of the bedroom door, a big chest of drawers, and I grab a hammer. The pounding gets louder and louder, as if the person was throwing his body against the very solid door. I call my mom, who then tells me to call the cops. The noise had stopped right when I called the cops. I tell them that someone's trying to break into my home, and just then the noise starts up again. The screaming and yelling, throwing his body against the door. Slightly nervous that the stranger might use the sliding glass door, which my roommate never locks. And thank God it was locked this time. I stay on the phone with the dispatcher as the guy keeps yelling off his head. I can see his car still from my window. "I saw you turn out the lights. I know you're in there. Let me in. I'm sorry. Let me the fuck in, you bitch." Well, by the time the cops came, the man had already left. I somehow get downstairs to talk to the cop. They end up finding the guy parked down the street from the house. They ask if I know him. I didn't, but my roommate does. It's her daughter's boyfriend, who I came to apologize about smashing and breaking her hand in the car door. Well, they didn't arrest him because he didn't really do anything. I ended up filing for a restraining order against the guy. This was about 2 years ago. I worked at a hair salon and a restaurant opened right next to our store. The food was pretty good, and we would stop there for lunch once in a while. Well, every now and then the dishwasher would come out from the back of the restaurant to watch us. Didn't bother us, just watched us. He always seemed kind of creepy to me from the get-go. Wore a big clear apron around himself and just looked grimy. Hair unkempt, dirty mustache, really old. One day I went by myself and was short on cash to get some extra chicken for my burrito, so I opted not to get it. I take my food back to the salon. All of a sudden, one of the other employees comes back and gets me a thing of chicken. The dishwasher guy came in and said he wanted you to have this. Great. I kind of was confused by this, as the guy seemed strange. I didn't eat the chicken. Well, one day, I'm walking back to my car and noticed the cops around. Someone had gotten arrested in the parking lot, so I kind of take my time getting to my car. Well, who walks up to me but the dishwasher guy? He tries to strike up a conversation with me. How are you? How was work? Why are the cops here? I made up answers quick. Are you seeing anyone? I reply yes, I'm in a relationship with my boyfriend. I quickly say goodnight and get into my car and leave. Figured it was the end of that, but nope. This is how our meetings went. He tried to talk to me, and I'd get in my car. He'd make sure to take out the trash the same times I always did. I used to acknowledge him, wave once or twice, try to be nice, but it got so repetitive, and he tried to watch me in the restaurant, like purposely walk out of the back. I didn't go out as often, or would have someone else pick up my food. The big joke at the salon was my creepy boyfriend. We all joked about it. We all knew he had put me on edge, but hadn't done anything bad, yet. So I started to ignore him. Well, the dishwasher guy got even stranger. He started watching me work through the salon window after he would take out the trash, just standing there. Thank God I have a male employee to walk me to my car at this point, and when that didn't work, I would go to the coffee shop next door and have one of them walk me to my car. I was starting to get anxious about running into this guy because I would always randomly run into him. The dishwasher guy came in one day when I was off and seemed disappointed, but he got a haircut from one of the other stylists. Well, the restaurant wasn't doing well at this point, and the guy just spends his days watching me. The day before the restaurant closes permanently, the dishwasher guy comes up to the salon freaking out that he needs to talk to me. My coworkers basically tell him that I'm busy. After the restaurant closed down, I never saw this guy again. This happened when I was really young on a military base. All my life I thought it was just a weird and terrifying reoccurring dream until I mentioned it to my parents when I was a teenager. They admitted that it was completely real, and they just didn't tell me all this time because they didn't think it would matter to know if it was true. I was playing on the playground and my older sister was nearby, but not playing with me. There was an officer's son by me though, and he started somewhat being nice. I remember him looking at me really close in the face and getting a big smile before he says, "You have really pretty eyes." Now, little me is super happy and says thank you, and that's nice of you. Probably some vague compliment back. He was only a few years older than me. By the looks of it, neither of us were older than 10. He grabs a blunt stick that was lying next to me and pins me to the ground and starts trying to gouge out my eyes within seconds. And it's at this point that I'm stupidly staring at him, confused and worried. I'd never encountered violence like this in my life, and before I knew it, the kid was holding my scrawny ass down and was talking about how he was going to physically take my eyes away from me. It's then I start to panic because can you even take an eye away from people? My sister shoves him off of me and gets me up to run with her away from him to our house. There wasn't anything we felt we could do when we told our parents because, again, it's an officer's son. When I'm a teen and all this is coming to light, they told me that they did talk to the officer. They told him what his son did and that they didn't want it to happen again, but the dad was pretty entitled about it, and we just ended up not going out to play as much until the kid moved away. Little psychopath grown up, please let's not meet. You've left many nightmares. When I was younger, about 8 or 9, my mom would usually drop me and my friends off at a public pool. One of my friends was about 3 years older than me, so I guess my mom thought we would be safe on our own. One day, me, my friend, her friend, and her friend's older brother decided to go to the public pool with us. My friend's mom dropped us off at the pool this time, and it wasn't the public pool we usually go to, but we were familiar with it. When we first entered the pool, we picked a nice spot for us to sit. It didn't take long until I noticed a man constantly staring at us. I didn't tell my friends at first. I forgot about it and finally got into the pool. We had lots of fun. After spending the whole day at the pool, we decided to leave. My friend called her mom and asked her if she could come pick us up. We grabbed our things and headed towards the entrance. As we were heading towards the entrance, I noticed the man that was staring at us earlier, and my heart dropped. He was following us as we made our way out to the pool's entrance. Right when we finally made it out, I heard my friend yelp. I turned only to see the strange man grabbing her arm. He was trying to drag her along with him, but my friend wouldn't budge. I freaked out, and so did my other 2 friends. We started screaming and shouting until 2 lifeguards came. They pulled the man away and began questioning him. The man ran away and the staff waited with us until we were picked up. Let's never meet again, sir. I just got off work. Today I worked 7 a.m. to 1 p.m. Around 10:45 a man walks in. I've had previous odd encounters with this man, such as seeing him walk behind me around the neighborhood and him hanging out near my street. I had brushed those off since I live right next to where I worked and figured that he just lived there also, but I always kept my eye on him. Anyway, the man comes in and orders his regular pastry and tells me, I'm gonna stay inside and eat my pastry. For anyone who doesn't know, my country is currently under lockdown because of the coronavirus, and all dining indoors is strictly prohibited. Not to mention the bakery is very tiny, and there had never been any tables to sit inside, only a coffee bar that has never had space to sit. I tell him, we're on lockdown, you can't really eat inside. His response chills me. Are you alone here? Yes. I respond stupidly, but quickly try to catch myself. But my coworker will be here soon. A complete lie. It was only 11 a.m. and my coworker isn't scheduled until 1 p.m. when I'm off. Then no one will see me in here. He responds and goes back to eating his pastry at the coffee counter. I roll my eyes and go back to work, not getting paid enough to care if he quickly eats his pastry and leaves. 10 minutes pass, then 15. This guy is still in my bakery. I look over and he finished his pastry and has moved closer to the open space in the counter, meant for employees to walk back and forth between the front of the store and the employees only side. Now I start getting uncomfortable. I quickly text my coworker, who is a 30-year-old man who owns a lot of guns and treats me like a little sister. I look over again, and now the man is even closer and is now reading a book. He's putting the book in front of his face and peeking at me from above it, watching me. Multiple customers had come in during his stay. Every time I turn my back, he gets closer and closer, until eventually he's halfway in our employees only area. I begin frantically texting my coworker, and he tells me he's about 4 minutes away. I finally make the decision to text my boyfriend. I had avoided doing so to keep from scaring him, but now I was terrified. I sat in the back of the employee area, watching this guy. I held a knife just in case he decided to come any closer. Just as he takes a few steps closer, my coworker bursts through the door. A confrontation ensues, and the man leaves the shop, but continues to sit in a parked car right out in front and stares at me. I tell my coworker about the previous experiences I have had with him, and he had enough. He marches out to the guy's car and tells him the next time he comes around, it would be his last. My boyfriend pulls up at this point and joins in with a warning. So Matthew, aka my stalker, let's not meet again. Okay, so I'm 14 and am most often mistaken for an 18-year-old because of my shape. For a little context, I was at the YMCA with my sister. We were swimming for a while, and then I started to feel sick. My younger sister said, "You don't look good. Maybe you should go sit in the changing room for a while." Yeah, I think I will. I went to the changing room for some peace and quiet, and luckily for me, no one was in there. I sat on one of the benches and closed my eyes. A few moments later, I could hear someone come in. It was a guy, tall, muscular, and generally good looking. I brushed it off thinking he was probably waiting for his girlfriend and came in to check because she was taking too long or something. That was until he approached me and sat right next to me, so close that our thighs were touching. I was really surprised and scooted over and gave him that "what do you think you're doing" look. He smiled at me and said, "Don't worry, girl, I'm not gonna hurt you," and proceeded to put his hand on my back. I stood up and backed away. I was too scared to run because he seemed athletic, so he probably would have caught me. He asked me, "How old are you, baby?" in a sickening sweet tone. I say 14, and he nonchalantly says, "Cool." So I asked how old he was. 23. He stood up and started walking over to me, and I backed up away from him. This is the turning point. I hear a bathroom stall open, and there standing in all her glory was a lady who I call my hero. She stepped out, and I knew she heard everything. The dude hightailed it out of there. The lady was nice and stayed with me for a while. Her name was Stacy. Thank you, Stacy. Back in 2018, I had a bad fever. The kind of fever that will make you wake up in the middle of the night, freezing your ass off, and the next thing you're sweating. Anyways, fast forward. My room is closest to the front door. It was 3 a.m. and I was still awake because I couldn't sleep. All of a sudden I hear someone semi-aggressively trying to open the front door. I live with my parents, so I thought it was my brother coming home, so I called out his name. The doorknob continued turning, and I hid in my bed, terrified. A few minutes later, I told my dad, and he could see the door had been mangled with. That day he installed cameras, and no lie, about a month later we caught a man on camera trying to open the basement door this time. I really regret not looking out my window to try to spot the man, but I was terrified. It also freaks me out that if that night someone had left the door unlocked, a stranger would have been lurking in my house, with my door being the first one. So a little background here. My father was in the Army for 21 years. He retired and moved to a very small town in Central Florida. He got bored after a couple of years, and even though he didn't need the money, between his retirement and what my mom was making as a bookkeeper, he wanted to go back to work. He started working at various gas stations, and it being a small town, the owners wouldn't care if I came there and helped him out with stocking the coolers or even running the register, as long as I didn't sell any beer or smokes. This all took place back in the late 80s and early 90s. The actual story I'm going to tell took place in 1990, and I remember that date well because it was shortly after my birthday, and being 15 in Florida, I had just gotten my learner's permit. My dad would let me drive him to and from work just to get some experience on the road, both at day and night. I was sitting at my usual spot at the table that was set up alongside the window, book in hand, feet propped up, and a Mountain Dew on the table, along with some snacks. I would generally spend most of the evenings like that, reading books, getting up to run the register, or stock the coolers at different times. I remember glancing up because something caught my attention that was unusual, and I realized that a lady was walking up to our parking lot from the direction of the interstate. This in itself was really strange because of where we were located. You didn't see much people walking, and definitely not walking from the direction of the interstate. I figured she had broken down somewhere and was coming to use the phone to call for a tow truck or something. I was completely wrong. She came inside the store, looked around for a few minutes. I remember getting a strange and creepy feeling about her. She walked up to the counter and started telling my dad a story about how she had gotten stranded and needed a ride to the next town up north. My dad let her know that he was working and there was no way he could take her. She turns and looks at me, and while she's looking away from him, my dad catches my eye and suddenly shakes his head no. I was confused for a second, but then she turns her back to my dad and points at me, asking if I could take her. My dad responded back that I only had my learner's permit and wouldn't be able to drive her anywhere and then drive back. Normally I would have done it, even though it was illegal, but I had done it a few times before already. I didn't argue with my dad since this was completely out of character for him. He was normally chatty with customers. For whatever reason, he was dismissive of her. Turns out, he had a bad vibe about her from the minute he saw her walking up the drive. Well, she cusses him out for a minute, and he basically tells her to get out of the store. She slammed the door so hard that it opened back up, and I thought the glass was going to break from how hard she slammed it. Then she just stalks out of the store and down the driveway. I keep an eye on her and continue to watch as she makes her way back to the interstate and then starts up the northbound ramp. Almost a year passes and I'm in my bedroom. Less than a week before my 16th birthday, I hear my dad yelling from his room. "Son, get your ass in here. Look at this." I quickly run to the living room to see my dad pointing at the TV. On the TV was a mugshot of the lady, and I immediately remembered her as the lady from the store. Turns out I almost gave a ride to Eileen Warnos, the real lady from Monster, the movie. A few years ago, I was renting a house in Northern California. The neighborhood was just outside of the suburbs. It seemed like it had the perfect balance of having space and having nice neighbors close enough not to feel so isolated. The area had no streetlights, so it was very dark at night, especially if there were clouds blocking the moonlight. It didn't bother me though. It made my house feel even more quaint on the dark nights. I got home from work one day in midwinter. It was a cloudy night, so I'm pulling up into my house. I saw only what my headlights and front porch light illuminated. When I got out of the car, I caught a whiff of cigarette smoke. This was weird because I had never smelled cigarettes around my house before. I didn't see anyone nearby, so I just ignored it and went inside. I had just come off a shift with a few hours of overtime, so I felt pretty tired. Even though it wasn't even 7 yet, I decided to take a shower and call it a night. I woke up sometime later, sure that I had heard a noise inside my house. I wasn't worried right away because my friend would sometimes stop by to use my shower after work on his way to his night classes. I had even given him a spare key so that he could stop by even when I wasn't home. He would always text me to let me know beforehand though, and I hadn't heard my phone go off. I reached over to my bedside table and picked up my cell phone to see if my friend had sent me a text. The bright light from the phone screen and number pad blinded me. These were the days before the phones had a light sensor that would dim the screen in dark, and this particular phone was so bright I could use it as a flashlight. Through squinted eyes, I could make out that it was 9 something, but I couldn't tell if I had an unread text or not. I set my phone aside and called out my friend's name. There was a couple of seconds of silence before I heard a loud footfall as someone started to run through the bottom floor of my house. I leapt out of bed and ran into the closet. They were already upstairs by the time I had opened the door and stepped inside. The house had 3 rooms, 2 bedrooms on either side of the hallway, the one I was in and a spare, and a bathroom at the end. The bedroom doors were closed, but the bathroom door was cracked open. I heard whoever was in my house thunder down the hallway past my door into the bathroom. Thank God he did. That gave me enough time to open the attic access in the ceiling of my closet and hoist myself up. I had just started lifting myself up when the person ran back out of the bathroom. My feet were barely inside the attic when my bedroom door burst open. I heard footsteps run into my room and stop. When they didn't see me in that room, they ran back into the hallway and into another room, which just had some boxes in the corner, some weights, and a table where I painted miniature models. I guess they decided if someone was hiding, it would be the bedroom because they charged back into my room and turned on the light. A moment later, I hear the closet door ripped open. I was just crouching in the attic, just a foot away or so from the access, so that I could try to stop them if they started to climb up. From my vantage point, all I could see was from about their knee down. They were wearing dirty blue jeans with frayed cuffs and worn work boots. After a few seconds of looking in the closet, they stepped away and I heard a loud crash come from the room, followed by a scream of frustration and anger. The scream was the most unnerving part of the incident for me. It reminded me far too much of my stepfather, who would scream in a similar way when he lost his temper. He would eventually be put in a mental hospital for several mental disorders that resulted in erratic and violent tendencies. The man ran back down the stairs. I heard crashes and the clattering of items as things were thrown around and my furniture was knocked over. I stayed crouched in the attic. I had left my cell phone when I ran for the closet. I wasn't certain if I could climb down without him hearing. After some time, the noises stopped. I started counting slowly. When I reached 1,000, I decided it was safe enough to climb down and call the police. The first thing I noticed when I exited the closet was that the intruder had flipped over my bed. I assume in an attempt to find me. That was a loud noise I heard as he stepped away from the closet before he screamed. I couldn't find my cell phone, so I went to the landline by the bed and called the police. I waited in my room until I heard them call out from downstairs. The first floor was a mess, but I had expected that. Chairs had been knocked over, the sofa was flipped, all books and pictures and knickknacks I had on my shelves were strewn across the floor. All the cupboards in the kitchen had been opened, and the boxes of canned foods had been thrown on the ground. As far as I could tell though, the only thing I was missing was a single knife out of the wooden block in my kitchen. The police checked the house from top to bottom. They found that the side door had been forced open by something like a crowbar. They also found a few cigarette butts along the fence line, along with some foil and an empty pen tube, which the police said people often use to smoke meth. So they think that he was watching my house for a while. I realized that he must have been out there smoking a cigarette when I collected the evidence and told me that I should stay with my family or friends for the night and get the door fixed as soon as possible. I opted to just not sleep. I moved the shelf over to block the broken door and spent the next couple hours cleaning up things. I would often go to the window with a flashlight to shine along the fence line where the police found the cigarette butts and foil, but I never saw anything. The next day I called to have the door fixed and motion lights installed at the back and the side of my house. I ran a phone cable up to the attic and added a landline. I never wanted to get stuck up there without a phone again. Nothing else ever happened in the house though. I lived there another 3 years without incident. One more precaution I took was practicing getting out of bed and going to the closet and climbing into the attic as quickly as possible. I even kept at it when I moved, except now I go into a crawl space. I try not to think about what would have happened if I was a bit slower to getting to the attic, or if he hadn't gone to the bathroom at the end of the hall first. I was watching my daughter's kids while she and her husband went out of town. They have a teenage daughter. Let's name her Alyssa. At like 3 a.m. I'm waking up by a weird rustling sound and look out my window to see some movement. I saw a boy emerge from the bushes on the side of the house. I saw a bike tossed on the lawn that definitely wasn't ours. My first thought was it was a burglar casing the house. But since he looked young and came through on a bike, I figured scaring him straight would be enough for him to decide to head home. I didn't want to ruin a teenager's life by calling the cops straight away. I went on the porch, flipping the lights on. "Can I help you?" The guy looked surprised, but not nervous. He was wearing a Letterman-style jacket, but once I got a clear view of him from the streetlight, he seemed much older than my granddaughter, looked gruff, and more wiry than athletic. He walked up closer to the house and said, "Yeah, I'm looking for Alyssa." I gave him a disapproving glare, hoping that he'd realized he'd come looking for a girl late at night, and a grumpy old person answered that it would be time to split. I'm thinking what must have happened is, Alyssa knew her parents were going to go out of town, and maybe she told her secret older boyfriend to come over. It was late, and I was alone with several kids, so I didn't want him coming any closer to the house. I also thought it was weird that he came so late, and wanted to be sure Alyssa actually wanted to talk to him. So I said, "I'm sorry, who?" And he said, "Alyssa. You know, Alyssa Johnson. This is her house." I thought he knew her full name. They must at least be friends. I said, "You wait here." He started walking up, and I felt a sick burning in my gut. Instinct kicked in. I yelled, "No, stop, freeze," then readjusted and said, "You stay right there. This is private property. Don't take a step closer. Wait there." So I go in, and Alyssa is asleep, just one room over from where the rustling first occurred, and I wake her up and say something to the effect of, "I don't know whose big idea it was to have friends over at this time, but you gotta tell them to go home." She had no clue what I was talking about. I told her, "There's a guy outside asking for you." Confused, she gets up and goes to the window. She sees him and goes white as a sheet. "He asked for me?" "Yeah." "By name?" "Yes." "Call the police. I've never seen him in my life." I called 911 immediately. But as I was on the phone with them, Alyssa started tugging on my arm. "He's coming up." I had younger kids in the house to think about, so I kept the door latched and pulled it open just enough so I could yell. I asked my husband, and nobody knows Alyssa Johnson. Leave my property or I'm calling 911. He got angry and started yelling for her to come out. Thankfully, the police came pretty quickly, and while he heard sirens, he grabbed his bike and rode off. I watched where he was going, and he jumped into the passenger side of a car without headlights on or front plates and sped off. The police followed in the same direction once I told them, but they didn't get him. They advised us to take all of her social media details offline if she was sure she didn't know the person, and said that there was a couple similar reports recently and they were looking into it. I got a heavy lock on my door, and she slept in my room for the remainder of my visit. So this is one of my experiences from working as an overnight security guard at my local port. This did not happen to me firsthand. It happened to one of my coworkers. But since that incident happened during my shift, I would fear to even go into the restroom alone. So just to recap on setting. The local port has a radius of nearly 2 miles, and there are 3 overnight security guards on the shift, including me. We're all at the front gate post, and it's about the size of a trailer home. The front gate post is separated from everything else in the site. Buildings, slabs, offices, the oil rigs, everything. It's the entry point to the entire industrial park. The offices and restrooms are about walking distance from our post. And it's really dark since there wasn't any lights around. Around 2 a.m., the lieutenant walks out of the post to go use the restroom. The restrooms are deep in the center of the offices, and the offices carry a very creepy vibe because they were constructed around the 1950s. About 7 minutes later, me and Mike look out the post window to find our lieutenant sprinting back to our post. At first we thought it was hilarious since he's a